Wrong one. Hello. It's Saturday, gang. How we doing? A lot has happened. It's been a week. It has been holy crap. You know what? Hold on. I gotta lower the sweet jazz for just a second. Guys, it has been a week. First off, how are we all doing? Second, have you guys been keeping up with this as much as I have? And two, yes, I'm going to be talking about this again because, again, it has been a week. What a great honor of Zuko lineage is going on Twitter. Well, aside from the Avatar movie completely leaking, the Sykkuno incident, that sounds like I'm saying Shibuya incident. The Sykkuno scandal, the Sykkuno incident, whatever you want to call it, only got crazier. But and thankfully, my first post that pissed off Twitter died down. But just because I wasn't under Twitter's ire anymore doesn't mean they weren't any more heckin' pressed. So I also didn't know what tab to open stream on, so I just picked one of the tweets I made today. Because something I keep hearing or seeing here and there is these girls were all doing it for clout. It was all for clout. It was all for the hype. It was all for clicks. It was all for views, all for money, all for clout, getting harassed, getting death threats, being told to get off the internet, being called sluts and whores and all of that, all for clout. I guess that's clout now. That's clout. I didn't get the memo. I didn't know that we had changed what constitutes clout. I did this in the grocery store toilet, so I tweeted this in the grocery store toilet, so Okay. And also because last week you got pink teacher, pink teacher, y'all get goth teacher today, and that's how we restore the balance. I'm a Fire Nation teacher. I'm a Fire Nation teacher now, when I'm not pounding the Fire Lord, I'm teaching you fucking, I don't know, ethics. I don't know, fucking philosophy, sociology, critical thinking. I don't know, flameo hot man, wheeze. Yeah, this is Fire Nation pink now. It's not goth, it's Fire Nation. I gotta make the eyes amber. I gotta make the eyes amber now. It's Fire Nation pink. But hello, everybody. It has been quite the crazy week. I am not late to the lecture. No, you guys are just in time. I waited a little bit to let people funnel in. Hi, Rikahan. Again, hi, Dan Dragon. Hi, everybody. I don't know how long we'll be on this topic or how long I'll be streaming about this, or if I'll do something a little more chill later on. But because I was talking about it last week and it was still a pretty developing story and things have developed, I thought, well, you know what? I've got one more week before my Saturdays become occupied for a short term. Let's see what happened in the last week. In a nutshell, where we had left off, that's what I forgot to get. A couple things came out. Someone made a statement like a 12-minute statement. Another Google Docie came out. Sykkuno released a statement. Mugen made a statement. Bao made a statement. And then I made a couple more tweets. That's what I forgot to pull. I forgot to pull the the statement of the one person. I need to, let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can quickly find that. Yes, I immediately found it. Thank you, Twitter. Thank you, Twitter. But let's see. Let me put this here. There's another thing concerning this. Oh yeah, freaking the voice actor for Deku heckin' memed on this, and then just the internet in general was memeing on the Sykkuno statement. I saw, yeah, we have a couple little things to react to. We have 2 videos to react to. I mean a couple as well from one of the creators. I'll look through it on my Twitter. You're going to unfortunately see some Zuko thirst posting, because I am not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of thirsting over adult Zuko. We are not going to talk about the Avatar movie, because I know that there are some people who have not watched it, who don't want to discuss spoilers and things like that, who want to wait for the official release. I am gonna say I did watch it. I'm going to be transparent. I needed to know. I needed to see for myself. So I'm going to be transparent there, and I will not let anyone shame me for doing that. like shit's out in the open, might as well watch it. So there is no Avatar movie. What are you talking about? No, Dan Dragon, there is. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. No, Paramount clearly didn't want us to give a shit about the movie. We need to show that we give a shit about the movie. That's the only thing we can do to make it get the treatment it deserves. It sucks that it got leaked. But if anything, the fact that Avatar has been trending for the past couple days, I can only hope it shows Paramount how much they fumbled the ball, and maybe seeing the fan reception, maybe seeing the discourse and the craziness going on, maybe they'll reconsider and give it a theatrical release. Which, if they do, you know your girl's going. Where we will absolutely support the official release when it comes out in some way, shape, or form. Right now, there's no way to support it officially, and as far as we know, it's still going to be behind Paramount Pictures' like exclusive streaming service. And I don't know. I thought it was out. Yeah, I mean, it is out, Dan Dragon. It was completely leaked. It was completely fucking leaked. Hello, Bardu. Wait, it got leaked. Yeah, no, it got completely fucking leaked. Some people are actually thinking that it was some people are investigating it now, and some people think it might have actually been an inside job from Paramount themselves because of what was going on, it not getting a theatrical release. And being subjected to essentially, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Nowadays, movies that are thrown straight to a streaming service unceremoniously, that is today's straight to DVD movie. I said what I said. But yes, no. I'm not going to say go watch the leaked movie. All I will say is that it is absolutely out there, and what you wish to do with your freedom on the internet is completely up to you. Follow your heart, but God, oh damn, Zuko, fuck. I had taste back then. I still have taste now. That man got no business being that damn fine. We will bounce on it for generations. Anywho. I will bounce on it for honor. Why is I will bounce on it for honor. Yes. I'll bring honor to us all. But yes, okay. That all being said, we can it's in the bonus track. We will to not focus too much on the Avatar stuff. Less Paramount. Well, Paramount can't bonk me if I don't show anything about it. But let's not take that risk. Let's go into the Sykkuno updates. So first off, the longest thing here. Well, we're gonna start with Sykkuno's statement. So Sykkuno released a statement that read as, here you go. To as much as I just want to play the Deku VA version, I think because one off, it's a freaking gem. It shows just kind of how ridiculous this whole thing is. But I'm going to give it some charity first and foremost, as someone who wants to practice approaching things in good faith. It starts with, I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed, most of all to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about. I was unfaithful, and I own and fully admit to that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all the people that I hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I have seen false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt, so please do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better, and I wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were already working on our relationship and communication before all this happened. Excuse me. Having so much private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. I'll be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading, and I will continue to learn and grow from this experience. The only thing missing from this apology is the ukulele, you fucking tool. Any 0 out of 10, no ukuleles. no, I give it 0 ukuleles out of 10. It is very much a content creator apology. This is very much a your standard content creator apology. I know that you guys can't quite see it, but I'm gonna point you to this area right here, because there are some people that are still saying that Sykkuno should lawyer up. Hold on, actually, I gotta move me down. Right around here? Right around here? Yeah, right around here. So, imagine if you did the I'm sorry you're offended. Ah, damn. So, there are some people that are saying that Sykkuno should start taking legal action against people like Mugen, against the original Google Doc author Mal, Elphilia, whatever her name was, Elfie, who was also a part of the doc, Bao, cuz that reminds me, Squeaky, someone did a pair of this in Silver Wolf. Yeah, I saw it. It's whatever. I saw it. I already saw that one. You don't have to post it. But yeah, so some people are saying that Sykkuno should sue for defamation to these parties because they ruined his reputation. And I'm not a lawyer, but at this point, we've had so many discussions about defamation lawsuits that there are 4 things that need to be proven. That this was done maliciously, that they are aware that these are not true, that there were monetary losses due to this, reputational and monetary losses to this. And Sykkuno has to prove that he didn't do anything that he was accused of. He has to prove all 4, not 2 out of 3, not 2 out of 4, not 3 out of 4, not 1 out of 4. He has to prove all 4 points. And right here in this part of the apology, where he takes some accountability for some of the things he does, and even acknowledges that even though he thinks that the claims are false, He says here, I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt. So he is even saying here, I know they're not doing it maliciously, they're doing it because they're hurt. So by his own words, he cannot claim defamation. I don't care what legal mindset says, Sykkuno does not have a case. You don't even need to be a lawyer to know that. So you have to prove malice, harm, and yeah. Like, and again, just by his own words from his apology, which some people are saying like, oh, like he probably got a lawyer involved. If he did, then his lawyer fucking sucks, because again, that line here, this line here that I'm exactly pointing to, this absolves everyone of potential defamation. Point blank, absolves everybody of defamation. And it's funny because the people that are still siding with Sykkuno, they're not acknowledging that, but you know, we talk about the things no one wants to talk about here. So let us now go to the girlfriend. Oopsies. Let us now go to the girlfriend's side of the statement, where she says here, because it says here, my girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is written by her. What did Bao even do other than vague tweet? Emperor Z, we will actually get to that. I'm actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Actually, that's what I need. That's what I needed to remember to get as well. I'm such a good reporter, guys. Don't you see? I'm good reporter. We have also Bao's statement. I might as well also get Mujin's statement. Do I have Muj? Yeah, I have this one. I have this one. Yeah, sure, an ad can play. And let me get, someone has to fill in for false ID. Let me also get, ¿dónde está? Aquí está.
All right, so first things first.
We're gonna get all the involved media. But yeah, let me, I'm just waiting for this to pass so I can just pause it immediately. Goddamn Red Bull ads. There we go. There's a 10-minute statement from Bao. Long story short, she essentially says the only thing I did was put all the girls together. But we'll go more into it because she also shows some screen caps. We're gonna react to all of this. It's also especially difficult with redacted cases, given his belief that enthusiastic consent was present, which does not mean it was. What the heck is going on, and why are you not pink? We're covering drama. And also because, even though this is my little goth color palette, I wanna believe it's my Fire Nation teacher palette. So who is Sykkuno? No one you need to worry about, Ada, but don't worry. I've got a thing to, I've got an in a nutshell video we can also watch. So don't worry about it. We've got plenty of things to cover here. So the girlfriend says, "Hi there. I want to start by saying thank you to those who've been checking on me and wishing me well during such a difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've ever been put through in my life. I've been tossed around from all sides. Me and my reality have been continuously shattered. Though no matter how broken I am, I never wanted this to be public. It deeply hurts me that I wasn't given a chance in that, or even just warned that this would be happening at all. I didn't want this. Even after the fact, I wish they would have at least checked in on me or asked how I felt about everything, but I haven't heard anything from the people involved since this all came out. I understand that those involved with him have been hurt as well, but I don't believe my feelings were considered in this situation at all. Having my worst fears become my reality, then put on full display and used for profit for everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work through things in private. This has just added another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. It's made it so much harder for me to cope. Prior to all this becoming public, we were already making changes to improve our relationship, and while I could have chosen to leave, I ultimately made a decision to stay with the hopes of repairing our relationship together. Even though all the things I've learned are incredibly disappointing and shocking, I don't think they are irredeemable. It's been hard handling things unfolding this way, but I believe this will be a step in the right direction. With time, I hope everyone can focus on healing and being better versions of themselves." So that's his and her statement. So Sykkuno confesses that he did cheat, He hid his girlfriend from people. He says that there are some false accusations and extreme labels placed on him, which I don't really agree. He's essentially, again, made a statement here that essentially absolves everyone of defamation, and that he understands that these people made these claims from places of hurt, encourages people to stop attacking them, and that he wants to improve, and that he wants to better himself for the sake of his relationship and himself in general. Again, your standard YouTuber content creator apology. If they were false accusations, it's your job to clear those accusations. And that's the funny thing too, because I feel like him being like, these are false accusations and extreme labels. Okay. You wanna debunk some of them then? Do you want to debunk some of them? Or are you just going to call them false without proof? Here's the thing. At the end of the day, the people who want to defend Sykkuno in some way, shape, or form are going to say that just because he calls them false allegations, that's enough. Which is really funny because these are also the kind of people that ask for proof when women come and tell their stories. But, again, don't bring that up to them. They don't really like that. They don't particularly they don't want to. Wait, did my package just get delivered? Is it like in front of my door? Hold on, my package is in front of my door. I gotta get that shit before, like, no one's gonna steal my package, but I wanna grab it. Yay, package! I got a package. I just got a package. I just got my pack. Okay, sorry. Breaking news, I got my package. All right. So long story short, my pop socket broke. So I got another one. So even though I have like pop sockets with my girls on them, I was like, well, I lost one pop socket. I clearly need pop sockets with my OCs on them because I like to do that dumb shit. So pop sockets. Anywho, where was I? Yeah. Girlfriend statement. Long story short, she is choosing to stay with Sykkuno. She believes that they can work something out. She mentions that since the news broke out, she has not been contacted. This is key. That since the breaking out of this news, she has not been contacted. That she never wanted this to be public. And that she wasn't warned or told that it was going to be made public. And again, that she is trying to, she's going to try to work things out with Sykkuno. So, I feel like once your partner cheats, it's done, but if you want to stay with them, your choice, I guess. Well, we also need to remember in this case that Sykkuno's girlfriend, as claimed by Sykkuno, is completely financially dependent on him. She lives in his house. He pays all the bills. He takes care of everything. There you go. There you go. So right now she is in quite a pickle where it doesn't seem like it's pretty easy to leave. And when it comes to this, at least by my book, and by most definition, this is an abusive relationship. This is an emotionally abusive relationship. Cheating is a form of emotional and mental abuse. This is someone whose confidence and mental has been shattered, and they feel like this is the only choice they have. I'm not going to say that she's in danger, though I will say that Sykkuno sleeping around could have potentially put her in danger if he had caught something from these women that he slept with. But at least according to them, in some way, shape, or form, they weren't even really doing anything physical. So, but I still don't think that discounts the danger he could have put her through his sleeping around. Proving a negative is impossible to borderline impossible. But hearsay actually is permissible as evidence when building a case. But if you really didn't do it, it wouldn't be that hard to directly state what specifically you're noting as false. Yeah, would it also count as financial abuse? I'm going to say no on the financial abuse because we don't know if she has tried to get a job or if she chooses not to. Now, apparently the girlfriend has been more or less discovered. I know who it is, at least their name, but I'm not going to say it out of respect. And even though I do not agree with her stance, and I hope that she, I hope if Sykkuno's paying for everything, I hope he pays for some fucking therapy. I hope that she finds a way out, because when you look at the situation, this is a man that has been lying to everyone in his life for the past 5 years about you. And only just recently all this was finally brought into the open. And now he's sorry. Now it's, I never wanted to hurt you. Like, no, fam, you never cared. You never cared. It's not that you didn't want to hurt her. You didn't care if you did. That's why you did all of this. If Sykkuno's taking a break from streaming, he better have some cash saved up. He's gonna be fine. The dude made millions of dollars having an exclusivity deal with Twitch. He has like subs and all that stuff. He's fine. Monetarily wise, I think he'll be fine. That being said, that is their statement. Someone had memed on Twitter saying that anyone who was to read the statement in Deku voice was gonna go triple platinum. So Justin Briner, the actor for Deku, acquiesced. He only read Sykkuno's part. So we're gonna play that really quick because I think this is funny.
I would like to apologize.
So we're gonna get that nice in there. Get ready, guys.
I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed. Most of all, to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about. I was unfaithful. And I own and fully admit that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all of the people that I hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I have seen some false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt. So please, do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better. And I wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were already working on our relationship and communication before all this happened. Having so much private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together.
Oh,
I will be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading, and I will continue to learn and grow from this experience. My girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Some people have taken this and gone to freaking Meme Town. Jason the Ween went out to public acting like Sykkuno.
Ugh. Oh.
Oh god.
I think I'll do 2 one-piece meals, please. Oriwa naru!
Okay. Some people have also been saying that bro worked all this like late Yagami, so yeah, I hate that. So we've got another meme one here.
My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because well, we were already working on our relationship and communication before this all happened. If only I had been more careful. No. Keep your eye on the prize, Light. Having so much private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. Turn pressure into sympathy. Not too much, just enough to make them hesitate. Therefore, I decided I will be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself. Disappearance at the right moment isn't retreat. It's misdirection. While they wait, the next piece falls into place. No, I can't laugh yet. I've got to hold it in and give us the time we needed to try and improve on our relationship. It sounds like an ending. People like endings. It's a lot easier than I thought. I know it's not enough, but thank you. Thank you for reading, and thank you for being so stupid. And I'll continue to learn and grow from this experience. The only thing growing is my XP bar.
Anywho. And then yeah, someone
People I care about.
someone did this.
I
With-
was unfaithful.
Someone did all of that too. Other people have been doing their take on the Deku voice. There are some girls that have been
girlfriend and I didn't respond.
stop it. There are some girls that have been doing the girlfriend side of it, and not gonna lie, your girl was tempted. I'm not doing it though. I'm not doing it. I don't have time for that. But I was so tempted. I did have a couple things to say about the statement when it came out. Let me find it. Also, yeah, during the week I pissed off Twitter again. Well, not really. I didn't really piss them off. I pissed off a couple people who decided to come in and be like, because I put up a hypothetical and people didn't know, oh my god, my Zuko posts are getting destroyed. But my response to this when it came out, it was just here, not a surprising development. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't skeptical about whether or not these are the words of the girlfriend, considering the confirmed history of Sykkuno lying. But for now, I'll take them at face value as if they are her words. If she truly wants to stay and fix things, while I might disagree, it is her choice and I'll respect it. Anyone who has ever been in a relationship this messy knows that leaving is never easy. Sadly, I'm not sure of the likelihood of fixing things with a man who has admitted to cheating with dozens of women, and while the girlfriend never wanted her story, or at least her involvement with Sykkuno, to be public, the other women, for as flawed as they are, have a right to tell their story if they felt used and lied to. As I've said many times, none of this would have gotten this bad had he had been transparent, at the very least with the girls approaching him, but he even acknowledges his wrongs, and that's a start. I wish her the best in healing. I wish that for everyone involved. Skipping that stuff, skipping the Zuko posting. Skipping the Zuko posting. But yeah, I put up a hypothetical where this was before the statement. Did this dude take down his stuff? No. There was I posted a hypothetical that certain chodes on Twitter got pressed about, decided they wanted to quote retweet me and screenshot me a bunch. I don't know why. And then blocked me. But y'all know how the rules on Twitter go. When you get blocked, this was another dude that like word for word repeated the first guy, this freaking chode. When they block you, it means you win. So I won. Like, guys, I won. They blocked me on Twitter. We were having a discussion and they blocked me. So that means that I was right. That means I won. And that means that they're can't admit that they're wrong because they deny reality. So, you know, the memes have been top tier. Yeah. No, don't skip. Don't skip what, Din? Oh, the thirst posting? Well, I mean, some of them got taken down, unfortunately. Then there was this guy, Saros TV, who did some posts, wonderful posts, very insightful. We can quickly watch some of his videos. But I think I have one of his main videos about things, because he kind of goes into it. Sad you need to restock on the third. Yeah, I do. I really do. So the only reason I don't want to also linger on them too long is because I don't know to what extent Paramount is bonking people for having anything. There's a reason they keep getting taken down. So that's also why I don't want to linger too hard on them, lest I potentially risk getting bonkaged. Well, let me get that. So before the statement happened, we had this person by the name of Leah, who came out with a 12-minute long statement. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna put it at sped up. It is pretty graphic, and we're gonna talk about it. Now, someone did immediately try to discredit this person right after, with a whole thing about how she's done this before, that freaking she is someone who someone tried to discredit her. People have misinterpreted this testimony in that she consensually had sex with Sykkuno and then suddenly redacted her consent like months later. So in summary, I'm going to summarize it first before we get into it. This is someone who had essentially a sexual encounter with Sykkuno. They ended up having a hotel together. They went to watch a movie. He tried to kind of make some moves on her. She kind of rejected him and said, I just want to watch the movie. Kind of not really very enthusiastic. Eventually, she ends up performing a sexual favor. Later on, the next day, he essentially forces himself on her and they have sex. Later on, he ends up finishing inside her because they are not using protection. And later she confronts him asking, is he single and does he sleep around? Both of which Sykkuno says that he is single and that he does not sleep around. And that's kind of where she left it. She told this testimony because after everything that came out from Sykkuno, she felt like she was lied to. She had said that she blamed herself because she should have been more direct in pushing him off. And that she feels stupid for not doing so. And the reason she's telling this is because this is something he does. It upsets her greatly. She's not going to say that she was assaulted or anything like that because things were the way they were. But for the rest of the time that they were at this convention, she decided to then be with a different friend who also happened to be going to the event and stay in their hotel instead. But yeah, so we're gonna listen to this at a 1.5 speed. I might pause to say some things. That was my recollection in terms of the summary, but we're gonna let her speak for herself. And again, I can't remember to the extent someone tried to discredit her, but people have really twisted it. And even then, if she even was someone who doesn't do anything with her life, doesn't work, wanted to be in bed all day, blah, 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 like I don't see how her being a certain type of person off stream has to do with discrediting this story, but people will find anything they can. If you're in someone's house and they're badgering you while you need them, like they're your ride home, that's coercion and that's assault, even if they eventually say yes. Exactly. So we're just gonna go here.
I went to Evo Las Vegas alone, but I wasn't alone. I shared a hotel room with Sykkuno.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know that he had other intentions. And I didn't ask him to share a room with me. I just simply asked him, "Hey, are you going to Evo Las Vegas?" He said yes, and I said, "Oh, I'm trying to go this year. I'm looking at hotels, and everything's so expensive. Do you pretty much have like any recommendations? Like I know he lives in Las Vegas." And he said, "Oh, you're planning on coming? I actually have room if you just want to like room with me." And I said, and I at first was not against it. I was like, "Are you sure?" Like, no, I don't want to
Those who use that to try and discredit her are the same people who shame sex workers. They had nothing about it. Exactly.
In truth, like, I don't mind getting my own hotel and all this. Like, I was insistent on being like, oh no, it's fine. And then he said, no, like, I have extra room. I already paid for it. And I even asked him, I'm like, are you rooming with a group or with friends? And he said, no, but there's 2 beds. So, like, you'll get your own bed. You know, like, yeah. So I took his offer. Being a dumbass, I took his offer. But I did later. I even offered to pay him back. I said, how much should I save up for accommodations? And he said, oh, no, you don't have to pay me back. Like, I already have room for the hotel. You don't have to pay me back. So, yeah, I shared a room with Sykkuno at Evo Las Vegas.
Yes.
And we had plans to watch a movie together. We had plans to watch a horror movie together, Until Dawn. That movie's ass. Actually, I didn't even get to finish it, but that movie's ass. He had a hotel even though he was in Vegas. Yes. We were watching the movie, and he started to get very angsty or something. I don't know how to explain it, but he pretty much tried to make a move on me, and I was fully trying to say, like, I'm just here to watch a movie. Like, I'm just here to watch the movie. But me being a dumbass and not being very like, what's the word?
Direct.
Very strong in, like, mentally, not physically. I mean, like maybe this is a people pleaser in me, but and maybe, I don't know, benefit of the doubt, or because I still thought he was cute, or I don't know. He tried to make a move on me, resolute. I don't know, but he made a move on me. It did take like 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Assertive, yeah, assertive, direct, blunt, resolute.
Wow, I don't want to share this. I don't like sharing this on. This is, like, so personal. Like, I don't talk about my intimate life at all. But I don't sleep with anyone that I'm not dating. And it didn't happen that night. I didn't want it to happen. So instead, I just gave him oral. Okay. And then when he.
So, like she says, after 30 minutes of him doing this weird angsty whatever he was doing while she's just trying to watch a movie. If it takes you 30 minutes to convince a girl to give you a blowjob, you might be coercing her. She might not want to give you a blowjob, bro. For those out there, I'm just gonna say right now, if you want to get a girl to suck your dick, if you have to do the equivalent of a video essay to convince her to suck your dick, just pack it up. Pack it up. If a girl wants to suck your dick, she will let you know. Trust. If a girl wants to suck your dick, she will let you know. If you ask a girl, hey, you wanna give me a little and she's like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to watch a movie, you know, kind of, I got a bit of a gap. If the first thing she's making is excuses, pack it up. Pack it up. She don't want to suck your dick, bro. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just don't do it. Like, reckon she may in fact have said no several times, fellas. Yeah. I imagine he was probably sighing loudly and acting sad or some shit. Probably. But the fact that you have to do all that, if you have to do anything resembling that, like, no. If someone wants to have sex with you, if someone wants to do naughty things with you, they'll find a way to let you know.
He fell asleep. I got out of bed and I just ate a banana and I was just staring out the window. I was dissociating. I think
there is something funny about her eating a banana right after, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a shit person. There's something kind of funny about her eating a banana afterwards. Just so men are aware, consent is not like Dark Souls. You don't keep tanking no's until you get one yes, and that counts. The legal standards is enthusiastic consent. Exactly. Hi, Squeaky. I've come to the chat. Hello, Bread Panda. Essentially, if getting a blowjob becomes a side quest, don't do it. Don't do it. But yeah, you like Lynn also said, you don't just keep tanking no's until you get the yes. It shouldn't feel like a chore. But yeah.
That was sort of just dissociating. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? What just happened?
So but yeah, afterwards she starts disassociating because, oh my god, what just happened? What did I just do?
And then in the morning, I barely slept that night. Then in the morning, he didn't really want to talk about it. And I was just kind of trying to open it up and talk to him about like what happened. And then we were going to talk about it, I don't know, later or something. I don't know, but I can't remember. But he ends up hugging me.
And here's the thing. Now yeah, of course. So here's the thing. There are also some people that, again, think that this is all a lie. But a fun fact about the human mind is that when it comes to traumatic things, when it comes to memories and emotions, the more we try to repress something, the harder it can be to recall at times. Because if you try to bottle up your emotions or you disassociate, your brain can only do so much at once. You can't log something in memory while also trying to repress your feelings. It's very, very hard. So this is why she probably has certain gaps in her memory, why she can't remember maybe specific things they talked about when one thing led to another. But recalls the events, in terms of like the actions and things that led to another. And that's how you get trauma. The disgusting part is that a lot of men think dissociation, i.e. no longer trying to stop, giving up, is tantamount to consent. And that is disgusting, because I don't understand how you can kind of just see someone fucking just dead weight, just bleh, just laying there, freaking with a 1,000-yard stare. Like, just fuck a doll at that point, bro. If you want to fuck a doll at that point. Like it's weird to me how some men can just do that and just fuck someone who's just laying there and not giving like any sort of feedback. I don't know how y'all do it. There are sex workers out there, just fucking pay one. Well, here's the thing, Emerald. We talked about this last time. The difference between someone who pays and sleeps with a lot of sex workers versus the idea of a player. There is no control. There is no power. There is no bragging right, quote unquote, bragging rights to being someone who's paid a lot of sex workers to sleep with them. But it is, quote unquote, bragging rights. It is a show of power, of control, of how much of a Sigma male you are when you can just go out there, bat your eyes a little bit, put a little, yeah, I'm Sykkuno, and the panties start dropping. You know, there's a difference. That's also why the whole manosphere, Sigma, alpha male thing, they don't promote getting sex workers. They don't promote paying for sex. They promote manipulating women. Getting her to fall in love with you, lying to her. That's why it's not as easy as just, oh, if you want to fuck around, just pay a sex worker. No, it's not about just the sex, Emerald. It's not. But I also understand where you might jump to that because you're aromantic and asexual. So it's kind of like how I can't understand how people just sleep around because I'm demi. So like it just is what it is. It's disgusting to think that sexual coercion and rape is less frowned upon by men than paying sex workers. Yeah, unfortunately. I hate saying it because it's people throw it around and twist it like people have done what they've done to the word woke, but patriarchy and rape culture hurts everybody. But yeah, it's about control and power. So let's keep going. So he starts hugging her. She's trying to talk to him about what happened. He starts hugging her.
But then pushes me onto the bed from the hug. And we end up having sex. And I didn't have it in me to tell him to stop, so I just let it happen. And while this was happening, while we were doing it, I always wear protection, and I only sleep with people I'm in a relationship with, so I'm not used to one-night stands or anything like that. But we were not using protection, and I'm legally hard of hearing, if you guys don't know already. But in the heat of the moment, he asked me if it was safe, and I didn't hear him, but I just said, mm-hmm, and he finished inside of me, and then that was it. And then we just laid there for a little bit, and then I brought it up. I asked him straight up, when was your last relationship, and do you sleep around often? Like, is this normal for you? Because I told him straight up, I do not date with people. I do not sleep with people I do not date. I do not sleep with people that I do not date. That is just a moral of mine. I find it very intimate with whoever. So, and I don't actually have. I've only slept with I've only ever slept with 3 people. Well, 4 now, but I've only been in 3 relationships. So it was very new to me. I've never had a one-night stand or anything like that. So I asked him, I'm like, is this normal for you? Like, do you sleep around a lot? And he said, no, he was beating around the bush the whole time.
And here's the funny thing too. Now, the beating around the bush that she just said, honestly, the fact that this one-night stand even happened answers her question. But I understand wanting to ask it just to get some sort of answer. Do you sleep around a lot? Well, considering that we just had a one-night stand, I think that's something you do. It means he lied and does it often. Yeah. Like, it's weird because to me at least, if you're someone who is fine with one-night stands, you're probably not entirely against the idea of sleeping around, because they're kind of low-key synonymous. Yeah, straight up lied to her face. Exactly. Sleeping around makes these men feel validated because clearly if they can have all these partners, then they must have value. Yeah. The Alpha Sigma male sphere is the most anti-masculine shit I've ever seen. Oh, absolutely. It's not about... Because here's the thing, Anthony, that the Alpha Sigma sphere, it's not about women. It's not about getting women. It's about impressing other men. It's, funnily enough, the gayest thing ever. It's unironically the gayest thing fucking ever. The manosphere isn't about getting women. It's about impressing other men. Yeah, it's about being better than other men, showing how much value you have as a man, and impressing other men. But it's funny because they'll tell you it's not gay because it's about mogging or some shit like that. It's like, if all you care about is impressing other men and you don't care about women, that's low-key gay. Low-key gay. If all you care about is what other men think of you, you're low-key gay. It's about cult worship of male insecurity. Exactly. Becoming the top dog in the wolf pack. Yeah, I know, right? So again, he tells, she asks him these questions.
That I was asking these questions, by the way. I'm like, then why did you sleep with me?
Beating around the bush.
Oh, it just, giving me really half-ass answers, Like, oh, it just, I've known you for a while, and I know you're very sweet, and, you look nice. And then I asked him this question, and I said, when was your last relationship? And he said 3 years ago. So in my head, it's crazy that's why I feel so blindsided and backstabbed, because I asked these questions and they ended up being complete lies. So when I really felt blindsided and backstabbed by all the information that was coming out, I really was, because I asked those 2 questions, like if he was in a relationship or like when his last relationship was, and if he sleeps around, and he told me no, and 3 years ago. And after that, I went on about my day, and then I ended up running into someone I'm very close with, and they offered me to stay in their hotel room because I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in mine. So I ended up sleeping at my friend's hotel room for the next 2 nights. And you guys can even see on Twitter, if you guys look at my Evo outfits, the first outfit is in a very different hotel room than the other two, and that's because I ended up moving to another hotel.
Now, some people were saying, well, if she had another friend who was going for Evo, who was going to Evo Las Vegas, why didn't she stay with them in the first place? And again, this is how I know people didn't watch the video or completely are bypassing this because it's tantamount to disproving their point. This whole thing started because she asked him if he was going. He said yes. And her initial question was, how did you find a good hotel? I'm looking for a hotel. I'm looking for a hotel. Like, it could have been as simply as, what website did you go to? What hotel are you going to? You know, how close, like, she was asking for help finding a good, well-priced hotel. And even offered to pay him back, or at least pay some portion of it because she was staying with him. He brought up staying with her. He brought up her staying with him. She didn't say, hey, can I crash your hotel? He offered it to her. And then later on says that she ran into a friend, which means she probably didn't know this friend was going, or because of the initial interaction that led her to being in Sykkuno's hotel, you already figured out a hotel. Why would you go ask another friend if you can stay at their hotel? She thought it'd be fine. She thought it'd be safe. And it clearly wasn't. And then again, like she says, she didn't stay at that hotel for the rest of the time there. She stayed with her friend. And this is a friend that she just ran into, a friend that when she probably asked something as benign as, hey, where are you staying? Maybe we can hang out in your hotel. That's probably where she then told the story of her interaction with Sykkuno, and that friend said, oh shit, do you want to crash in my hotel for the rest of the time there if you're not super comfortable? Or she just told her friend, I'm staying with Sykkuno, but I'm not really that comfortable. Do you have room in your hotel? We don't know the exact logistics of how this conversation went, but I can see where the dominoes fell, how they could have fallen the way they did. So people saying that, no, she was trying to get into Sykkuno's pants. It's like, he offered the hotel. That's not what she came here for. But yeah, comms in hotels can be a huge bitch. So yeah, asking someone for more experience and finding one makes perfect sense. Since links from Insta don't take, you do the actual video from Discord, send Insta Discord with the best consent explanation that would explain this perfectly. I can. You said you DM'd me it, so let me. Oh. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. I'd have to see if I can. Let me open my other browser to go to Instagram, and you said you sent it to me, so let me see. All right, let me see if this works. We'll look at it in a little bit. Why is his name censored? Huh? I'm reminded of... Oh, are you talking about HR Bomber guy? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, Bardu. I don't know why it's censored. I think it's because it says bomb in the name. Okay.
The first one is in the one that I'm with Sykkuno. And I ended up sleeping in the hotel that me and Sykkuno had on the last night because he ended up checking out early and sleeping at his house. So that was the only time I saw him.
Sykkuno lives in Nevada.
We ran into each other a couple of more times at Evo, but we didn't really say anything, and he didn't really want to talk about what happened. And then I struggled with this for a while, and I had someone in my life be there for me and kind of try to help me through this. And my dumbass tried talking about it with Sykkuno later, trying to understand what happened because it's not something I'm used to. And he pretty much beat around the bush the whole time. And then he would say things like, "Oh, I'm confused. I just wanted to know what you felt about that." And I said, "No, I want to know what you felt about this because I already told you how I felt." And yeah, he said he was sorry that he made me. He was sorry that he gave me that impression, and that he would want to reconcile. And me being the dumbass I am, I still wanted to be friends with him for some reason. So I did, and that's why we still played games. And then I ended up seeing him at TwitchCon at the Riot Party, and we actually talked in person for the first time since. And he actually brought that part up and said, like, he was sorry and stuff, and that he was sorry for giving me the impression. So I really thought he was, honestly sorry, and I accept.
Which is probably also why at the time she didn't really do much of anything about it. It was just an awkward one-night stand to her, and he apologized for it later. But now she's learning that all of this was a lie, that he lied, because he was only apologizing for it being an awkward one-night stand. He wasn't apologizing because he lied to her.
Did it, and I thought I was the only one. Because I literally straight up asked him if he sleeps around, and he said no. So, sorry.
And again, he lied. He lied to her.
I thought I was the only one. Did I think we were going to be in a relationship? No. I knew how much older he was than me, and I was like, why would he want to
I wish he had said how much older he was than her. I wish he had said that, but
be in a relationship with someone much younger? So I didn't really think that, it was going to go anywhere. So yeah, I just said, I think it's fine. Like, we'll just reconcile as friends, and that's that. And
then that's pretty much where it is. So yeah. Chat, what's the verdict? What's the verdict? Because to me, that's coercion. That's assault. I think homegirl should have gotten a rape kit, but again, probably so stun-locked by everything. I think Home Slice should have gotten a rape kit. I think if I was this girl's friend, and I don't even know if she told the friend she ended up staying with, because she stayed, because cons are usually 3 nights. So she stayed 1 night with Sykkuno, the next night she stayed with a friend, and then the 3rd night Sykkuno left the hotel, so she went back. And I think that happening is probably what stopped her from, and maybe not telling the full story to friends and stuff is probably why she didn't have this. If I was a friend of hers and she told me this story, I would have said, girl, you were raped. And I would have told her to get a rape kit. I would have told her to get a rape kit. But unfortunately, none of that sort of stuff didn't happen. So, and because of certain things of her story, people are discrediting her. People saying that she just regrets having sex with him. So now she's claiming it's rape. She's rescinding her consent months after the fact. And like, I hate people is what I can really say is I hate people. I want to go 5 round with him in the ring. Kind of worried about STDs with these girls, honestly. He clearly will last for an awkward 1 round. I bet the convention people would probably want to downplay things if she tried to speak up. And that's the thing. Even if she had spoken up about it at the time, it probably would have been very hard for her. Because again, people don't side with women, unfortunately, with these sort of things. Yeah, of course she regrets having sex with him because he forced himself on her. He has the clout to crush her. Well, and yeah, and you know, she got freaking, someone here put, she just described coercion and sexual assault. Sykkuno reading all the replies in quotes because again, a lot of them side with him. Women taking zero accountability as usual. So not only was he talking to multiple women online sexually and romantically while he was in a committed relationship, but he was also physically hooking up with other women and not using protection. What is wrong with these men? She's exposing him for consensual sex that she now regrets. Well, people, like, some people do not understand that just laying there and letting it happen, disassociating after the fact, whispering to someone who is legally hard of hearing and not getting, like, a direct yes to certain things, like, this is not consensual. This is not consensual. Just because she's not physically fighting you off and screaming no does not mean you are not assaulting a woman. But some men, because again, not all men, but some men do not understand this. They think you just laying there and taking it is as good as a yes. And these are men that I never want to be fucking near. It's not stupidity, it's motivated reasoning. Yeah. But yeah, the comments are disgusting. But yeah, that was her statement. Obviously, again, some people try to discredit her, some people calling her a liar. Some people are like, oh, so now you regret having sex with Sykkuno, which she never was if going by her story, she was never enthusiastic about it. She probably hated it, regretted it the day after just as much as she still regrets it, which is probably why she didn't tell the story until now. But you know, it's we just want clout. We just want clout. That's all it is.
Right, well, I can't take a day off. I'm your parent. We don't get days off. Now listen, today we're going to be talking
This is the video Din sent me.
about something very serious, okay? We're going to be talking about consent, right?
Right.
Do you want a cup of tea before we get started?
I do hate Instagram not having a volume control on their player, though. I fucking hate it.
No, thanks.
Sure? Just a smallest drop of tea?
I don't want anything.
And I can't control where I am in the
You
video.
don't want
This is why
anything, okay.
this is why I don't like Instagram.
Okay. I make a really good cup of tea. It'll be the best you've ever had.
I'm sure you do, but I don't want
You
one.
don't want a cup of tea, okay? But I've already boiled the kettle. If I don't make the tea, the kettle might explode.
I'm
I mean, what
sorry,
do
but I don't care. I don't want one.
You don't want one. Well, everyone else is drinking tea. I mean, are you sure you'll feel a bit stupid if you're not drinking
I
tea?
don't care. I don't want one.
You don't want one, okay. You don't have to do anything, you know. I'll make the tea. You can lie there. I'll just pour it down your throat.
How weird is that? I don't want
You
one.
don't want a cup of tea. Well, just, you know, because we're having this chat, most people drink tea when they
Oh, my
chat.
gosh.
It's sort of like, I assumed, you know.
How many times do I have to say, just get me the tea?
Right, I'll get you the tea. Hang on. Hey, there's your tea.
Thanks.
You going to drink it then, or what?
No, I told you 5 different times I didn't want
Right,
it.
okay, so I've gone to the trouble of making the tea and now it's here, you don't want it.
Why are you being so weird about tea?
Am I making you uncomfortable?
Yes.
And that is consent, my boy, right? If she says no, she doesn't want to do it. And if you constantly try and convince her, even when she eventually says yes because she's so sick of you moaning, she still doesn't want to do it. And that is non-consensual. Do you understand?
Yes.
Excellent. Lesson learned. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, but why are you only speaking up now? Because it's incredibly fucking relevant. Yeah, that's another thing too. Whoa, why are you speaking about this now? Why aren't you saying anything? Because the last person that apparently came out about Sykkuno's fuckery got fucking plowed to the ground by fucking social media. And this is why women don't speak out. Because the first thing people do is attack first and ask questions later. People don't even ask the fucking questions. They just go on the attack because y'all are fucking cornballs. Because y'all are fucking weirdos. Because y'all are fucking dumb. Because it's not about asking questions. It's not about getting to the bottom of shit. It's about telling women to shut the fuck up. But I digress. So yes, thank you, Din, for that video. After the Sykkuno thing, someone else came out though. Even if it wasn't, it still was. Because redacted culture tells you it's always the women's fault no matter what. Exactly. Or men who were SA. And yeah, and this is why men who are SA also don't speak out. Because again, this toxic manosphere culture doesn't allow them to. Because how could you let a woman take advantage of you? How could you let a woman dominate you? And it's disgusting. It hurts everybody. It hurts everybody. So sometime after Sykkuno released his statement with his girlfriend the next day, this streamer by the name of Iceland said, after reading both the private and public apologies, I do not feel reassured. This is part of why I'm choosing to share my experience now. I also believe people can make more informed decisions when they have more context, not less. Sykkuno became my friend when I was 17 and he was 28. Nothing inappropriate happened at the time, but that history shaped the trust I had in him later. Now, already, to be fair, why is a 28-year-old trying to talk to a 17-year-old? Like, already, red flag. We know that, you know, red flags shouldn't be automatically deemed problems, at least in my thing, again, you know, but it's definitely a proceed with caution. Now, before we go into this, because it is a Google Docie, and I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as possible so that we're not here all day on this one Google Docie. But before we get into this, I want you to take note of the main criticisms that people made about Mal. The main criticisms people made about Mal is that she approached him first, that she is an OnlyFans model, that she was interested in dating him, and that in the audio call that calls him out, she said she would take him back. Now, I need to... Okay, I don't want to go into her Twitter because her Twitter has some NSFW stuff on it. I'm trying to see... Okay, I'm not going to go into her Mrs. Mummy's Twitter because there is some NSFW-ish on there, and I don't want to, again, get bonked. So I'm going to find the post that she made about certain things. So let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Okay, it's a reply in this, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay. But yeah, think about the main criticisms that they have towards Mal. That Mal slipped into the DMs first. That Mal barely knew Sykkuno and tried to do all this. That upon learning that there was a girlfriend that she tried to take him back. That Mal does NSFW content. And that she kind of just unceremoniously put this out. With these criticisms in mind, let us look at Iceland's Google Doc. Again, we're going to try to go through this quickly. I remember the original doc being poorly done, just a mess overall. And that's fine. You can have that judgment. You can say that you believe that it wasn't the Google Docy was a good one. That is completely fair. I don't think, you know, it was the best docy ever written either. There were some flaws in it. I don't agree in the audio where she should have been like, "Oh, I still believe in second chances. We can still be friends." Like, I don't jive with that ish. But I don't think that fully discredits the point of the Google document, its purpose. And again, I feel like trying to find flaws in like certain things like these when it comes to these situations, it feels more like an attempt to discredit somebody and call them a liar than actually trying to bring nuance. It's the illusion of nuance into the situation. It's crazy double standards all around. Yeah. Being an OnlyFans model has no bearing on whether a woman should be cheated on or not. Or that, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, Icy Lynn's statement, the document is called, they didn't name the document. It just said, it's just called My Experience with Sykkuno. So, this document is a personal account of my experience. A lot of our communication occurred over calls, so there is limited written evidence. I have tried to include as much as I can. Readers can use their own judgment. Before people read this and dismiss it as more of the same drama, a part of why I'm making my experience public now is because both his private and public apologies have left me feeling unsettled. To me, they have often felt more like explanations or excuses than meaningful accountability. That has been part of what pushed me to speak, because I do not personally feel reassured that this has been genuine reflection, and I would rather others in the space have more information than less. This isn't meant to promote harassment, hate, or negativity towards anyone. I'm sharing it to provide context for my experience and to highlight the patterns that stood out to me. After reading all the public statements from the other girls, I found myself reflecting on these events and how I feel. I understand his girlfriend did not want the initial story to be made public, and I reached out to her beforehand as a courtesy. Remember, that's also a criticism of Mal, that they didn't reach out to the girlfriend. Even though they did talk to the girlfriend, it's just they didn't reach out to her in terms of making anything public. But here they are saying that they did. With so much in the open, I feel that I have a right to share my story, as I've been left feeling used and misled. I'll be talking about some very personal things here, which are quite frankly embarrassing to share, but I feel are pertinent in understanding why I feel so deeply affected by this. TLDR, I became friends with him when I was a minor, 17, and we remained friendly for several years. More recently, he made advances toward me and told me he was not involved with anyone else. I later found out that was not true. Had I known, I wouldn't have become involved beyond a friendship due to past trauma. I'm sharing this because from what I experienced and what I have heard, this did not feel like an isolated incident. As I know mucho texto and pages, but fear not, most of it is just Discord DMs, sort of. And they've got a little table of context here. How I met Sykkuno, why I trusted him, relevant personal context, how the relationship became more than friendship, requests to meet in person, Paris, Europe, TwitchCon. It's always Paris and Europe at TwitchCon. Realizing I was not the only girl involved, money and gifts, communication after the public allegations. My closing thoughts. Now, I didn't read this ahead of time, but yeah. So, a criticism I've seen of this Google document, though, before even reading it, is that 3 days before releasing the document, she had talked to Sykkuno about things and that they could still be friends, and then 3 days later released this document. So, people are using that to be like, oh, this person's a liar. When 3 days, that's a good amount of time to think about something and decide, actually, I don't want to be associated with this person. But how is that a criticism, though? Because people on Twitter will find anything. Because people on Twitter will find anything they can to discredit an argument that they don't like. And if they can't even do that, they just call you a slur. I know this because it's happened to me several times. They'll call you a slur and block you and then keep shitting on you while you're blocked. Like, that you just start living rent free in their head. I know because it happened to me twice during the week. It was great. Anywho, how they met Sykkuno. We met through a mutual friend who connected us, and he reached out to me first. This was before I became a VTuber, so I have censored my old account's name and profile picture. I want to be very clear that he did not do anything explicit with me while I was a minor. So they're pointing that out. While they were a minor, they didn't do anything explicit. Our conversations were casual. We talked about games like Arknights and Animal Crossing, played Ark together, and just chatted. I'm including some screenshots for context. I'm including this because I think it's relevant to the overall dynamic. This is about an 11-year difference between us. So I was 17, he was around 28. All screenshots in this section are from when I was underage. So there's a video here for like Arknights experience. Lamal, but wait, why are you messaging me? I heard you liked Arknights and you were blank's friend. Sweaty puppy emoji. Sorry, never mind. I swear, I feel like people wouldn't be taking any of Sykkuno's bullshit seriously if they just read it in the fucking Deku voice. So I'm gonna do it now. I heard you liked Arknights and you were blank's friend. Sorry, never mind. No. Squeaky. Oh, I misread that. I thought this person was 17. How many years after the flirting start? They're gonna get to it. We just started. But he first contacted them when they were 17 and he was 28. I feel that should be acknowledged. She's not even joking. They don't care about truth. They decided on their opinion despite having no evidence, and no amount of evidence in the contrary will exactly. No, Squeaky, no. She said, I'm just gonna assume she for now. I'm really sorry if that's not the case. They. They. The safe they. No, I do. I just didn't expect you to talk to me. Yes, I'm a slave for all the waifus and husbandos there, and so is my wallet. But yes, I like Arknights, and I am Blank's friend. Hi. Lol. All right. I added you. Sykkuno started a call that lasted 2 hours. Also, I don't know. I can't be, unless, I'm mingling with somebody and then that person is like, hey, I'm going to invite a friend. Is that okay? I can't just be in calls with people. I can't just talk to people the first time and it be, I can't get into a private call with somebody I literally just fucking met. Talking. I don't know how people do this shit. The only way I can see myself talking to somebody is if somebody else introduces me to them. And even then, we've got to actually have some personal back-to-back conversations for me to want to get into a Discord call with you, like a one-on-one. I've already got to kind of be down for your vibe and down to talk to you, or the topic's got to be really fucking engaging and interesting for me to want to be in a one-on-one Discord call with people. It's so fucking weird to me, but whatever. About 4K hours on it, and as a PvP, we'll get carried away. I imagine it's different when the person is famous, but I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree in any normal. Yeah, exactly. I like bro, like you just started hitting me up. I'm not gonna get into a fucking call with you. Like, no, absolutely not. Oh god. Yeah, actually, it's a fun game. I don't think I'm that fun. Don't know anyone who plays. I bought the game a while ago to play with a friend I had, but they never talked to me again, so. You are super nice and easy to talk to, though, so thanks. What is with that weird voice? I mean, it's Sykkuno. That's how he talks to everybody when he tries to get in their pants. That was actually my first time playing, lol. Oh god, no, I'm sorry. It's okay, don't worry. Well, you have me now. The only reason I will stop talking to you is if I get kidnapped. Well, that goes for all my friends, really, because I had nothing to do but talk to them. But yeah, if I don't respond, call the FBI. All right. Unless I'm the one doing the kidnapping. JK, lol. The reason I'm making fun of it is because nobody fucking types like this. Nobody actually unironically types like this. The doesn't talk to me feels like a red flag. Again, he's trying to be like a ooh-woo, like, oh, I'm so awkward. They reply, put me in suitcase. QW, what? Sweaty puppy emoji. They like using the sweaty puppy emoji. I will legally go to Cali, haha. No need to pay. It's called saving money. Lol, at least you wouldn't need to fight for arm room. I always get stuck in the middle of planes. Finally, I'll have a space all to myself, first class flying. Lol, IDK, my suitcase is large enough to lol. I'm sending you random videos I have saved, honestly. Oh, so this is what you're into? Huh? Wait, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry. Huh? You didn't. I was just messing with you a little. Sorry, lol. Oh, I didn't know. It's fine. It's just the jokes go over my head in another silly video. Oh, my Lanta, this is cringe. Yeah, the breathy Deku voice makes you sound like a stereotypical person. Okay, guys, I'll stop. So this is what you're into. You didn't. I was just messing with you a little. Here's a link to the video he was responding to. So this is the video that their reply was, this is what you're into. So let's see what this is about. What is this video?
Fuck.
What the fuck? That's special. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay, it just keeps an eye going, fuck you. All right, so that's okay. That I mean, that's a weird response. Oh, whatever. Okay. Again, I was a minor at this time. I understand at the end of the day, these are just jokes, but looking back, him making jokes that I now feel have sexual connotations from the get-go feels very off-putting. It is a very weird video to be like, so this is what you're into. Like, what? Again, but yeah. What? So you're gonna poke me like one time, then the dinosaur will kill me, so JK, wait, how are you responding while streaming? Also, your hair looks nice today. Multitasking. Oh god, it naturally looks nice. So I guess sent him some pictures. They're talking about her hair. He's saying, you know, he likes her hair. Really didn't do anything. It looks nice. Dang it. I look like a hobo because of the quarantine. I need a haircut. My hair used to be pretty short, but now it's growing. Oh god, lol, do you prefer your hair short or long? On me, short is easier and doesn't look like a swamp in my face as much. Okay, so first off, initial conversations. We're gonna look at dates now. Hold on. So again, thank you for the head pats. They started talking when they were 17. So when they were 17, the year was 2020. 2020 was when they started talking, and they were 17. So now they're still talking about hair. Yeah, shorter is nice, I think. I used to have super long hair. It was so hard to wash and maintain. What about you? Oh, I prefer shorter hair too, actually. I think long hair can look nice though, but shorter hair is nicer for hugs and stuff. IDK, both are good. What stuff are you talking about, Sykkuno? What stuff? It's nicer for hugs and stuff? What stuff? What stuff? Answer the question. What stuff? What stuff's like? I'm the goose, bro. I'm the goose. I'm chasing people. Being like, what kind of stuff's like? You better not. first off, longer hair is better for hair pulling, not shorter hair. But I have a long hair bias, so I don't fucking know. But apparently, shorter hair is nicer for hugs and stuff. IDK, but both are good. The fact that you gotta type your fucking stutter. The fact that you gotta type your fucking stutter. If you gotta type stuttering, like unironically, you've lost the plot. I meant for you. Oh my god, Cap, sorry. Yes, both are good. Oh, for me, I prefer shorter, I guess. Not like super short, but not super long. For fair, so like normal length guy hair. During this time, I was a face cam streamer. He would sometimes pop into my stream. Okay, so that's why he was commenting on her hair. I never thought much about his comments on my appearance while I was a minor, but going back and reading things like shorter hair is nicer for hugs and stuff, and the implication in it makes me feel disgusted. I had short hair at this time. Ugh. Then they have a little post here. Decided if I can't have a party, may as well have one online, if that makes sense. You're free. If you're free, you're warmly welcome. When is it? Sunday. I guess it's 5 a.m. my time. Maybe I can come near the end, maybe. And then talking about like a birthday. So their birthday's coming up. They're hiding the date, but I'm guessing this is their 18th birthday. Yeah, 18th birthday party. So this also shows that they were a minor. Here I invited to my 18th birthday party. I censored the month because I don't want my exact date to be public knowledge, which some people then also pointed out that it's like, you're a VTuber and you've had birthday streams before. So like, what do you mean you don't want your birthday to be public? And I kind of agree. Like, if you're going to make birthday streams, what do you mean you don't want your birthday to be public? That's a little weird, but whatever. I want to keep as much identifiable information as possible private, given how I'm sharing so many other deeply personal things further in the document. Yeah. Typing stutter is cringe. I would have asked him to stop. Yeah, seriously. So same to you, though. You seem super friendly, so don't let people, take advantage or something, too. Sweaty puppy. There's a certain level of irony to the sweaty puppy, bro. The sweaty puppy. Sweaty puppy. Why I trusted him. I knew him for over 5 years, and we would communicate sporadically through the entire time and play games here and there. Oh god, I smell that pizza. I had never heard anything bad about him. I only had positive interactions with him. He was a very respected content creator in the space with a lot of friends. His persona on streams was very wholesome. He was flirty, but nothing over the top, and honestly, I usually didn't even pick up on it. When Peak became popular, he started inviting me into group lobbies. After that, we ended up gaming together pretty regularly, both on and off stream. Sometimes it was just the two of us. Other times, one of his friends would join in. He also opened up to me about personal things, family, childhood, experiences he hadn't shared publicly. At one point, he even gave me his phone number, which felt like a clear sign that he trusted me. Relevant personal context. I dropped out of school at the age of 15 due to being extremely mentally unwell. I'm not a very balanced individual, and anyone who's interacted with me for longer than 10 minutes would be able to tell I struggle with autism, ADHD, OCD, GAD, and an eating disorder. These are not meme illnesses. I've been collecting like Pokemon badges, but real conditions that have been medically diagnosed by professionals. I would love nothing more than to be a normal fucking individual. I also have the self-confidence of a wet rat. I was very honest about this with him and talked about my low self-esteem and body issues. So, I'm going to say it right now. There's nothing wrong with compliments. And as someone who has self-esteem issues, I get it. Exactly, Red Panda. He played into that. He's calling them cute, saying they look good, saying, things like that. When you have low self-esteem and you have body issues, any sort of compliment, like fucking any sort of compliment and validation just takes you to the moon. It really does. Yeah. It sucks. And when people have used compliments to get on your good side, and then you learn that you were taken advantage of via those compliments, that's where then you start denying compliments. Because you become defensive. And your first instinct is, what do you want from me? As long as it's a compliment from a relative stranger, otherwise you'll mentally list off infinite excuses for why they might just be saying that. Exactly. I'm working on this myself because I have low self-esteem and body issues as well. So I totally, as someone who has unfortunately been complimented and compliments and validation used to be taken advantage of, but knowing that there are people who genuinely want to compliment me, I am more reserved about who I accept compliments from. Because you also have to be aware of this so that you don't end up pushing people away or disregarding people. Unfortunately, shitty people will play on these things because it's, again, unless you've been down that road before, it's really easy to fall into it, and it sucks. So, oof. I'm not sharing this as an excuse or a way to remove myself of accountability, but I think it adds context as to why I feel I'm more vulnerable to being taken advantage of. It is why. It is why they're more vulnerable to being taken advantage of. It doesn't take much. So, unfortunately, yeah. Again, until you've lived the experience of being taken advantage of, you don't really know you're being taken advantage of. It's not really something that's easily taught. I'm very careful regarding who, but I'm also shit at taking compliments in general. I don't know, Panda, why do you feel being called out? Want to unpack that? Yeah. So how the relationship, actually, hold on. I struggled to understand people and was bullied badly before I dropped out of school. I never had a boyfriend, been in a proper long-term relationship, or slept with anyone. I have little to no real-world experience. There you go. I trusted Sykkuno, despite deep trauma that I'm not going to air out. I feel disgusted looking in the mirror sometimes, knowing that what I sent to him and that I was just another goal. How the relationship became more than friendship. We mostly interacted in group settings, but once it was just the two of us after a third person left. During that conversation, his interest seemed to shift when he learned I never had sex. It was during these calls that he started making romantic advances. I mentioned I was up late due to medication side effects, and when I said I was on the pill, he seemed surprised and assumed I was sexually active. I clarified that I wasn't. I could be very blunt at times. He's a huge successful streamer with lots of connections, status, wealth, etc. I don't think I'm special, and I have very low self-esteem, so at times I asked him, why me? As in, why would he choose me when he could have anyone he wanted? His response was, I trust you. I believed this. Again, I had no reason not to, and it logically made sense. I had a positive track record with him. Also, given the nature of his substantially female audience, he would want something under the radar, and he trusted me to be discreet. When the conversation started to become much more romantic, I directly asked if he was involved with other girls and made it clear I wanted to know up front. He denied it, and that reassured me at the time. Had I known he was seeing multiple girls and inviting them to conventions, I wouldn't have gotten involved. I only engaged with him based on what I now believe were false pretenses. I thought he really liked me, and that this would eventually lead to a relationship. The call ended with what sounded like me jerking off. And wait, what? The call ended with what sounded to me. Okay, there we go. Words, read them. The call ended with what sounded to me like jerking off and heavy breathing after sending him a picture of me. He was the initiator in everything sexual, romantic, and flirtatious. I simply followed his lead. And again, one of the main criticisms against Mal and Elfie, but mostly Mal, is that Mal DM'd first and Mal made things romantic. Here they are saying that Sykkuno initiated everything. The screenshots below are of him asking for his prize to be from behind, the prize in question being an explicit photo of me. We would play Mancala with each other. I won most of the time. I don't know what the hell Mancala is. Do I want to know what Mancala is? Is this a game? I compliment the homies more. Oh, he liked her. Any man that compliments another to his face is either gay or wants something is sadly a common first thought. Unfortunately, which that sucks because I feel like men should get complimented more. African board game? Okay. She was barely an adult. People like this really, yeah, okay. Okay, good to know. So, they won most of the time. Go on, have another, why don't you? So, about my prize. Okay, so blue is Iceland, and black here is Sykkuno. So about my prize. What prize? You haven't won yet. I'm drawing this out. I'm holding you hostage. I want my present from behind next time. What? Can you actually draw it out? Lol. Mancala. Wait, this is actually going to take like 20 turns. Mancala. My final revenge. Okay, is what I would say if you had won. Unfortunately, I'm a sore loser, and I'm now going to be stubborn and not move my pebble. I guess it's a tie. What? Lol, no way. OMG. How about a fair game of archery? Besides, I'm still waiting for my prize. Only fair to make you wait. Okay, fine, you're on. The screenshot below is after I sent him an explicit photo. We had agreed on a trade, but he never held up his end of the deal. Well, of course not. That's a paper trail, honey. That's a paper trail. That's a paper trail, honey. I'm not surprised the man has never sent a single damn thing, because that's a paper trail. That's evidence that you have on him. The dude's not an idiot. The dude is not an idiot. Of course he said he would and didn't. He can't leave evidence. Exactly. That's evidence. He did the whole, I'm so nervous, I've never done anything like this before, oh my god, routine. And here's the thing too. Here's the funny thing too. And even if he did, someone would try to twist it as in the girls pressured him to do it because they sent one first, because they're whores. Anywho. I didn't ask him to send anything explicit, but seeing as he bragged about his dick size to me, I wanted a suggestive photo. I guess it was also a show of trust. He would always put off sending anything back or make excuses. This one's a little hard to read and I can't zoom in on it. But I'm gonna try to read it. Blue says Ice says, it's not the best, but I started working out to try to make it nicer for you. And I know we said we'd trade, but I wanted you to have this before I leave. The texts have a degree of plausible deniability. If you actually sent something explicit suggestive, though, all your excuses go out the window. Exactly. He replies, oh, what the fuck? You're so sweet. What the heck? You're so sweet. Thank you. But when is your trip? I will do it. OMG. I'm sorry, TBH. I've just actually never done anything like that. So I'm nervous and worried I'll do it bad. Wait, is your trip? Blah, blah, blah. It's totally okay. I understand. I'm so nervous every time I do stuff. You can keep all your clothes on, so it shouldn't be too bad. I leave tomorrow. Yeah, and they're going on a trip. I did what? Well, good morning. Yay, I forgot to silence. Hopefully you're less nervous if you know the fact that like they've got his number. Hopefully you're less nervous if you know I like when I see you. Oh my god, sorry, no, it's nice being woken up by you. My brain is half asleep still. I cannot for the life of me understand what you're saying here. You said you were nervous when you do stuff. I was trying to make you more comfy, lol. But you should go back to sleep. I probably will soon. And then she thanks him for playing. The screenshot below is from our last conversation in March. He was still flirting with me despite having already moved on with another girl. So they're playing. Bad sportsmanship, big cheating, unfair, big win, big. Underhanded tactics were used before your win, null and void. The fact that they're not showing a screen cap while still confessing, being like, yeah, you know, like I asked for a dick pic. Like, okay. Like they at least admit that even though there's no screenshot to prove that they did, but they're admitting it. So again, this is where I'm giving them benefit of the doubt. Request to meet in person. Oh, yay. I'm just wondering how many I want to eat right now, but I'm really hungry. I'll think about it, but thank you. I'll grab that in just a sec. Request to meet in person. He had asked me multiple times if I wanted to hang out at TwitchCon or Paris prior to becoming involved. Most of the time I gave non-committal answers, redirected the conversation to something else, or said no. When I said I couldn't go because of money, this was simply because it was the easiest answer. I didn't want to explain that I was scared to travel alone to a foreign country where I knew no one to meet someone for the first time. Smart. Do not do this. Well, here's the thing. They were scared about this. I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared to meet you. We had been talking for like a long time at the thing. For years. So like this is where they and I are different, because you and I were already talking and like doing like friendships and all that stuff. and then I decided to make the move. I wasn't scared to go see Jester. I made the choice to do that. In this case, he is asking them if they want to come travel, and they are scared of doing this. You need to have an escape plan at the bare minimum. Exactly. But yeah, so they didn't want to explain that they were scared to travel alone in a foreign country where they didn't know anyone to meet somebody. That I suggested in crowds, around people, and with other issues, I was not looking for a handout and declined any offer to pay me. No, some of these screenshots are just normal DMs between us, but I thought it'd be more transparent if I posted the intact conversation. The point of including them is to prove that he meant to fly me and 2 other girls separately to Paris. Are you also going to hang when I visit Europe? I can't carry shit. You going to Europe? Why? Well, I think Paris specifically. Lol, have you been there? Yeah. Is it all right? Is it an all right place? Lol. Very busy. IDK was a few years back, so I'm guessing this person... What is with him talking with all these girls in the UK? All these girls are in the UK. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Are they in the UK? Hold on. Are they in the UK? No. They don't say it. They don't say. Okay. A few years back. Depends when I go. I went outside for public holiday. It was emptier. Short plane flight. Got to see the Mona Lisa. Is it hard for you to get there for you? Okay. So, yeah, they're in the UK. They said it's a short plane flight. Come hang with me. Come hang with me. Come hang when I'm there. Woo. Accommodation in Paris. Expensive. I'm broke student. I hope you have fun. What? Go eat some good French pastry. They do good pastries. I can probably help with that. Don't worry. There it is. I was nervous to meet my wife, but we had known each other well. Exactly. It's proof that it's actually him sending this and that it was the intent. Exactly. Can't he just say it's not him? Lol, I don't understand how it's somehow more concrete than the texts. Ibero? If it's a bad picture, how would that be more proof, like a dick pic? It's the fact that it was sent, like... But she sent her own photo through text, no? Well, we don't know about that. It could have been through Discord and it could have been through text. How is that any different from... Okay. Sure, but I've got my eye on you, Barrow. So they're being like, nope, can't do it. Sorry, can't do it. He offers to pay. I can probably help with that, don't worry. Well, it's not off, it's not for a while anyway, but why can't this fucker spell? That's very kind, but you don't need to. I've actually never been to Europe. Ever in my life. Sweaty puppy emoji. I'm practically a stranger to you. Wait, really? Yeah, I actually first traveled overseas to Japan, like, last year. I'm just keeping an eye on you because you're asking certain questions, but I feel like they've got a tinge of bad faith in them. So I'm just keeping an eye on you. It's also because you're relatively new, and I keep an eye on everyone that's new. I actually first traveled overseas to Japan, like, last year. I'm trying to think. For the first time, I really traveled. You don't like to travel? Wow, I hope Japan was nice. I would love to see the cherry blossom someday. They talk about traveling, but America is stupidly vast. America is big, and you're not a stranger. What the heck? We lived in the same ARK house before it got destroyed by the raptors. A very cozy house made of mud and straw. I got Celestial. Congrats. We must celebrate at TwitchCon. He sends an emoji. OMG, hi. Morning. Are we hanging out at TwitchCon? I can't go. I'm broke. Sorry. No, but okay. What about if I went to Paris later this year? You could go to that. I mean, technically, yes. Wait, really? But again, money. Is Paris close? I hope you have fun, though. Yes, it's like a 2-hour flight. Oh my god, all right. I'll buy you the flight. Look how he's pressuring them! I'll buy you the flight. No, don't do that. Why not? Because I have no way to repay you. That's okay. I didn't want you to repay me. Look how they keep bringing it up. Look how they keep bringing it up. Oh, we need to meet up at TwitchCon. I can't do it. Why not? Because I don't have money. I'll pay for you. No, I'm good. Hey, look, Sykkuno, I got this really cool thing, whatever Celestial is. Oh my god, let's celebrate at TwitchCon. What? Freaking messages them. Oh my god, hi. Are we going to TwitchCon? This is now 2025. Ooh. We don't have the dates for these text messages because they're a little bit funky. But now this is January 2025, TwitchCon. The consent video. Yes, it does. It does. He keeps bringing up TwitchCon and they keep saying no. They keep saying they're going to pay for it. They keep saying no. They say they don't have to pay it back. They keep saying no. What time is it for you? Also, you're coming to hang out when I go to Europe, right? They've said no. It depends on the dates. I have a course in London. It's 2334. No, it's probably later in the year. My course is like July, September. Oh, it should be after that. It's in Paris. God. Apparently I'm unwelcome. Nope, I didn't say that. I didn't say you're not welcome. It's that I'm taking a look at what you're asking. They seem a little bit in bad faith. Because you're saying, how is that a paper trail different from these texts, though? Like, when it comes to sending pictures, if he had sent her any pictures, that's a paper trail. Because it's going to have come from that phone number. And if it does turn out that it is Sykkuno's phone number, that's part of a paper trail. When it comes to how's it different from text talking about the very same thing, there really is no different. Text on Discord, text on phone, text on AOL fucking Messenger. It's all text. It's all evidence. It's all a paper trail. But she sent her own photos through text, no? Yeah. Under coercion. They're talking coercion, but they're talking romantically. They're having romantic conversations. He's talking about they're talking about sending pictures, and she sent pictures. Now, she doesn't have to show these pictures, and if she got anything from Sykkuno, she doesn't have to show those either. But she sent pictures. Actually, you could say it was coercion because he's using their low self-esteem and low body image, constantly complimenting them to give them a sense of security and validation. So actually, yeah, it is coercion. If it's a bad picture, how would that be more proof? It's proof because of where it's getting sent. If it was through Discord or through text messages, it's going to be in the same discussion thread. So you can it can still be proven, even if it doesn't show his face in it. Like they'd still be able to show that it came from Sykkuno if they did like messages like this, like these sorts of text screenshots or like these kind of screenshots. If they can prove that it came from him and not just the flat out photo, there is your paper trail. Can't he just say it's not him? Again, if the screenshots can prove that it is from him, it doesn't matter if he says, well, no, because again, the points of contact are there and are established. Also, you should never go meet someone while relying on them, like food, shelter. Don't put them in a position of power over you before you actually know them. Exactly. Think of it this way. Which do you think you would be able to argue in a court of law that it was just a joke, a suggestive text, a picture of genitalia? Because you can fake text images constantly, and also, even if they delete the image, there's still a trail that it existed. With pictures, there's a digital trail linked to showing where they came from and who it came from, by phone numbers, by IP, by location pings. Exactly. So again, brings up the whole thing. They talk about a course, and still they're like, let's meet in Paris. Lol, we actually will do it when I go to Europe later this year. Yay. We should hang out more though. I still remember our random ARC house, lol. And we better hang out when I'm in Europe. Your house is what survived for a good 2 minutes. Was a good house. No, make a fresh one and bring it to me when I'm in Paris. Will you bake me something in return then? I'm bad at baking. So to answer how it's different, if something like this went to court, the text would absolutely serve as evidence, but there are myriad ways one can run away from casual chats, joking around, being unserious, etc. But if they have evidence that he sent the image, there's a higher level of evidence that cuts off several of those lines of reasoning. Exactly. There you go. Lynn's smarter than me, believe her. Even if she sent, but he didn't, he could say she took it too far and he backed out. Yeah. Will you bake me something in return? So they're talking about this. All right, can't wait to try some food when I'm there. You should try croquet monsieur when you get to France. Very tasty. Best grilled cheese. They're talking about food. Oh my god, I will have to look for them. Well, why don't we try them together? I already tried them. This is for you. So they're talking about food. She's suggesting food that he can go try while he's in Paris because he keeps saying that he's never gone. And again, we should go try them together. We should go hang out. We should hang out. I already tried them. This is for you. Well, what if I just wanted to hang out with you? Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, have you ever been to Paris? And again, like the things. Yeah, did you like it? Well, I was in 11. He keeps asking, have you ever been to Paris? And they keep answering, yes, I've been to Paris. Did you like it? Well, I was 11. Hold on, we're gonna see here. Yeah, so this was back in November. This was back in October. This was back in May. This was back in April. Like, yeah, like he's. It was cool from what I remember. My penny's playing Arc Raiders. Can you talk to enemies? You can talk to enemies. Well, kind of funny. Blah, blah, blah. Visit when I visit. What the heck? Again, freaking all caps being like, visit me. Come see me. Dude's desperate. Dude needs this hookup bad, bro. The guy's like, he's blue balling himself, honestly. After our more than friendship involvement, when he invited me to go to Paris again while in call together, I accepted. We talked about it in DMs too. Again, he's just tanking them nose. Tanking them nose. I'm gonna grab pizza. It smells so fucking good. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dryer.
Oh, so hungry. Oh shit. Fuck. Well, okay. Right. Alrighty. Dude isn't liking that. Yeah, no, he does not like that he's being told no. He does not. Yo, I freaking opened my Parmesan cheese like a dumbass. And I got like the big freaking crumbs, but it's okay because not all of my pizza got it. So I can just take that crumble and just put it on my pizza. And now there is a more even distribution. Anywho. Also, a lot of this is him badgering and deliberately ignoring her disinterest while using his power to cut off her excuses. Exactly. Again, like, I hate this. Okay, so at some point, after all this fucking time, again, now we're in December. He's been badgering them at least since April of 2025. No, March. Okay, hold on. Are you going to hang when we visit Europe this year? As early as January. And now we're in December. He spent a year badgering them about going to see him in fucking Paris. A year. This is sadly what happens when you're dealing with a person like that, and do not flat out say no. No, I do not want to visit you. Stop asking. Given his status and wealth, he's probably not used to getting his damn way anymore. He's not used to not getting his damn way. Oof. Ow. Okay, so you're coming to Paris for the whole weekend. I'm there, or lol, and I'm sort of kind of up. Do you want me there? I'm asking you. And to be honest, I feel bad because some days I'd probably be super busy with the TFT event, and I wouldn't want you to be just sitting there bored. Bro. You spent the whole year badgering her to go to fucking TwitchCon. And now it looks like it might finally happen. And now you want to be like, oh, well, I don't know. I might be too busy. And then I'll feel bad when I can't spend time with you. Like, the fuck are you? Ugh. These types will see anything other than a direct, unequivocal no as a maybe try harder. Ugh. I don't want you sitting there bored. I love puzzles. I can do puzzles for hours alone. Lol, what? I'm pretty good at entertaining myself. That sounds so sad. No, lol. Yeah, what? No, I'm fun. It's fun. I like it a lot. What kind of puzzles? Like the ones you just put together or something? Ravensburger ones. Yeah, puzzle pieces. I'm practicing for the retirement home. What can I say? I can easily do a 1,000-piece puzzle in one sitting. It's very cathartic. Come jump on you to make sure you're awake. Well, lol. Okay, so you're gonna bring puzzles? Puzzles multiple? They're kind of big. Well, I think I'm leaving on the 15th. I was thinking maybe you could visit for like 1 day or something. Yeah, just enough time for a hookup. Don't spend the whole night with me, though. Badgering and badgering and badgering about them. Guy was trying to get a girl a night. Because he slept with Elfie one of the days, and he slept with Elfie in Paris. He slept with Elfie in Paris. He's offering to pay lodgings for this person, probably have them in a different hotel. Girl trying to bag a girl a night. What a piece of shit. I could probably only spend 1 day with you, though. I'm gonna be so busy fucking other women. My God. Shouldn't you have everything booked? What the heck? No, see, you would think he'd have everything booked, and he does. All the stuff that's happening during TwitchCon, that's booked. His side chicks aren't booked, though. That's what he's trying to do, honey bunny. That's what he was trying to do, honey bunch. He's trying to book his side chicks. Ugh, disgusting. I can easily entertain myself for a day. Well, I mean, you can always change a flight or get a hotel for more nights. Technically, you can. I do have free will, that's true. What are you going to be doing at the tournament? Playing TFT and stuff. Just watching? Oh, you're on a computer. Probably lose fast, blah, blah, blah. Well, it feels like a waste to go to Paris and sit in a hotel room for a day. Probably 2 days so I can walk around Paris and see things. Just a girl who is terrified of French people and Deep L on her phone. What could go wrong? Yeah, that would kind of suck. What do you think? I think it's been fun. I think it'll be fun. I think so too. Just don't drug me and chop me into pieces and put me in a suitcase. Huh? Lol. I don't think that's a thing that would happen. Okay, phew, just checking. Want to play Arc Raiders? I'm getting on. Perhaps in a bit. My throat kind of hurts. Blah, blah. Tells them to take water and honey. So, like, what would I do when I get to an airport? Kind of embarrassing, but I never traveled alone. First time we'll be going to South Africa in January. Oh my God, you're right. You're going to, like, a thing. Wasn't it like a wedding? Yeah, and I'll pet cheetahs. Love Cheetos. But do I just hire Uber? I've never used an Uber. So they've never traveled before. They're talking here. You don't know where you're going. You don't have an address. It's on the post. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I have a hotel. I thought you meant, like, where to get picked up at the airport. Yeah, I have a hotel. Ugh. Would you check them off the list? I doubt he cares. Yeah, probably not. I can figure it out. I can figure out London Underground, and it's an absolute nightmare of transportation. Is it like, will it be a crowd? Not that I know jack shit about TFT currently, but maybe I could watch it. Honestly, I'm buy myself seats or something. I think they probably is. I'm not sure, lol. I know TFT isn't like as big as League of Legends, so they don't quite do much for it, I'm sure. I mean, I don't need to watch. Don't want to give you performance anxiety. I mean, I'll probably lose first day and be free to BH, but lol. You'll win for sure. I think my friend usually streams it and I can hang out there. They live there? Oh, no, like okay, I mean last year, the TFT people just set up a whole thing for him to stream it. Oh, I see. I don't want to intrude. Oh, would you want to be on the stream like that? What? No. But yeah, I think it'll be a little awkward. Now this dude's kind of like, now that he's got them going to Paris, he only really cares about when they're going to spend the time together, but only for a night. But you don't have to go there either. You don't have to, like, go to the TFT event. You don't have to actually, like, publicly be seen with me. Ugh. I think it'll be a little bit awkward. I mean, as in, these people don't know me. I don't want you to have to worry about me. You should have fun. So I don't think I'll be around others. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, witnesses. I saw Sykkuno with them. I mean, as in, these people who don't know me. I don't want you to have to worry about me. You should have fun. Blah, blah. Honestly. Okay, honestly, maybe the best idea is, let me see if I can just extend my trip like a couple days or something. Lol. Then you can just come visit and we don't have to worry about all that. Now it's just don't even actually bother going to TwitchCon. And I have witnesses. This slime ball knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. You do that? Well, I gotta figure it out. Oh, your flight's already booked. Again, I don't mind, but just like sitting around, I don't mind being alone. I'm sure it's changeable. Well, whatever works for you. I mean, I'm there for you, so I'm easy. What the heck? Don't say it like that, lol. Let me see if I can extend it a little, though. And, this is random, but would you ever want to travel to the US? Yeah, America fun. So, well, if you do, well, what if, lol, and it'd be easier too, cause, what if what? You visit the US, and you can stay for a bit, or IDK, or sweaty puppy. God, I fucking hate the sweaty puppy. Yo, can we make that a meme? Every time we're being a fake fuck, and we're being cringe. Whenever we're being cringe, can we just say sweaty puppy in the chat? Yeah, he doesn't want to get caught by the other girls. This dude's doing the Persona harem route, bro. Oh no, I'm not. These are Sykkuno's own emotes. I'm not touching his fucking emotes. What? When? You can open your inventory when you're down. Can't put that cat collar in my safe stash. You can't? No? Oh my god, you lost the collar? You guys are talking about the game. We loaded into raid because my friend had collar. Pretty much apart from going to South Africa. They're talking about the trip they're going for a wedding. Sykkuno, which state? Oh, California. Why'd you ask? Man, that's a 12-hour flight. Yeah, it's far, sorry. I mean, it's more, imagine I fly all the way and you're like, I don't like you very much. That would be very unfortunate. Also, do you want to play Meow? Meow, I'm looking for, I'm like, are you, do you want to play now? I'm looking for lemons. That would be really unfortunate, yes. I don't think that would happen, though. I guess at least I'll, if I'm only there for a day, it's like a trial run. If you don't like me, I can be returned and shipped off, so to speak. What, lol? Well, yeah, it would definitely be less pressure and stuff for both of us. He doesn't start going romantic right away, so he can gauge how open this, to this the girls are. And those he doesn't have a shot with because friends, yeah, exactly. I totally think he was trying to get into Lily's pants now. I think he was trying to get into Lily's pants. Because the first time they ever met, he gave her a bouquet of flowers and ran off. But I'm sure that bouquet of flowers had his number. He knows what he's doing. Plus macarons. They're talking about macarons. Crush his dick. Talking about macarons. Sunday, my flight seems kind of cooked. I think it's just close to Christmas. They are. So then, again, still early December. We're talking about extending his time in Paris. Well, do you still want to hang out, even though it's only for a day? I mean, maybe. No pressure. If not, it's like such a rush and stuff. Maybe we can plan something for the future. Good morning. And this is January 2026. This last one right here. I miss my pewter. Can I ask you something? What's up? When would you want me to come? A few months? A few weeks? Or had you not really thought about it? When do you wanna? IDK, soon? I wanna beat you in a fight ASAP. Lol, you definitely won't, but let me try. Plan a good time. Ultimately, I didn't go because my German passport had expired due to the bureaucratic fuckery. You're not allowed to travel to the EU on your UK passport if you have an EU one, even if it's expired. When he invited me to go to Paris, he said he'd pay for everything. Food, accommodation, flights, just like he did with the other girls who went to Paris. No idea how he was going to juggle multiple girls over the few days. Realizing I was not the only girl involved. By some crazy coincidence, I found out Elphalia had been invited to Paris by him and anonymously DM'd her to ask if she was in a similar situation to me. And this was December 10th. December 10th, 2025. Sorry if this seems super random, but are you going to Paris because someone invited you and offered to pay for the tickets to meet you? Unfortunately, Elfie had her DMs off, so she didn't see it. I honestly wish I'd tried hard to get in contact with her, but I was scared to. What if they were friends and nothing happened? I didn't want to risk losing what I thought was the beginning of a relationship over my insecurities, so I chose to stick my head in the sand and believe him when he assured me that there was no one else. Below are receipts of me confiding in my head about the situation and talking about how I had already asked him if he was doing something of this nature with other people. Amusingly enough, I used the word harem. Guess I wasn't far off. I point blank asked him if he had a harem or was doing this with other girls, and I said I wouldn't mind if that's the case. I just wanted to know, so I knew what I was getting into. Was it a case of I'm just easy release? I thought I was special. Was he gonna juggle us on different days? That's fucking crazy. So this is them probably talking to a friend about this after hearing about Elfie. Because he had apparently learned that this person was invited. I'm curious of how they found out, but again, circles. From this point onwards, you can blame me for being naive, gullible, stupid, and yeah, maybe that applies. I really liked him. I enjoyed spending time with him. He made me laugh a lot, complimented me, and made me happy. I rationalized it as how could he possibly do that if he didn't really like me and I wasn't the only one? After telling him I was an only child multiple times, he repeatedly thought I had a sibling. We spent another evening together watching Fallout. We laugh a lot and have fun, but then there's things that make me like he forgot I told him I was an only child. IDK man, I really, really don't. IDK either. I feel like that's something that could be easily forgotten, but also not really. He also told me more stuff about his family and himself. When I told him, he was surprised and he thought I had one sibling. And today it was same. He thought I had one yeah, he's forgetting little details because he's too busy talking to other women. Poor baby. Today was the same. He thought I only had one sibling, and maybe it's one of the things where you gaslight yourself into the wrong answer. After he was back from the TFT tourney, which was in Paris, I asked again if he was doing this sort of thing with anyone else or talking to anyone else. He denied it again and said he wasn't involved romantically with anyone else. I trusted him. He also invited me to go to his home in Vegas again. Unsure how the logistics, he has a home in Cali and a home in Vegas. Oof. Conveniently states with two-party recording laws. Just a fun fact. Unsure how the logistics of that would pan out. The thing is, he had a girlfriend living there. But nothing he did is particularly logical. I asked this in a voice call, but I do have receipts of me venting to my friends. I had no experience with this thing, so I was getting guy advice from her. Secondhand account of me confiding in my friend after I talked to him on call, and he once again stated it was only me. We had a pretty good chat about, what's going on. Friend replies, well, like, the Elfie lady? Or, like, your guys' situation? No, but what we talked about confirmed that at least he's sticking to a story of it's just me. And he would be jealous if I was, talking to other guys. Need advice. I'm here, sorry, I just woke up. He's not two-timing me, but he does dick me around a bit. I think he's become used to being the most important person, so everyone just does what he wants when needed. But, like, if I'm waking up at 5 a.m. because you said we'd hang out, then we just don't hang out, and you don't even apologize till I make a deal out of it, that's just crappy. So I stood my ground and was like, nah, and went to sleep. IDK whether to text or be like, good morning, because usually he texts me good morning. But this is just him ignoring it once again. He said it should come out in a month or so, since his current flavor of the month game he's playing with his entire friend group calms down, because he's streaming it for like 10 hours straight and then playing it off stream, but just respect my time at least a little, I see what you mean. money and gifts. So again, these conversations with their friend was now late January. Money and gifts. He sent me money once as a Christmas present. I didn't like him because of his money and never asked him for money. I think this is relevant if it's as it's another example of Sykkuno's pattern of sending hundreds of dollars to the girls he was invested in at the time. So what? Oh my god, I didn't see it yet. Well, I hope you like the gift I sent you. Wait, how do I even... Oh my god. Did I get a gift? Probably a good thing you didn't see it. I can't get it for you exactly, but what's your PayPal? Wait, huh? I'm trying to donate on your stream, but it's like making me log in or something. Then just fucking log in. No. What the heck? That's so nice. You don't have to do that. So just like with Mao asking for the PayPal to send money, saying he wants to get them something. I don't have your address or anything, so I'm just gonna send you money. Oh, I see. I feel, yeah. IDK, I feel bad. I love giving gifts, but I suck at accepting them. So you don't want it? I just don't want my gift to suck compared to yours. If you'll outgift me, I'll IDK do something. Do you want to hang out later after you rest? Sure. And your gifts are great. Don't worry about that. It's not a competition anyway. I just want to do something nice for you. And you want to do nice things for me, so yippee. I'll set an alarm in a few hours. Hopefully worked. For your new graphics card. Holy shit. Psych, what the fuck? That's so much money. Are you sure? Of course. I think you can get like a 50/70 or something at least. And again, this is December 27th, 2025. That's crazy. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I just remembered you were having trouble with your graphics card sometimes a long time ago. Yeah, but thank you. Merry Christmas. I'm gonna go shower and let me and get some food and stuff. Payment from Sykkuno in the amount of 496.39 global British pounds. And the money. The pattern. I don't know how people I'm telling you guys, I'm reading this and I don't know how people were trying to discredit this person. Cuz there are some people one of the comments are like, "Oh, this person's claiming they were groomed by Sykkuno." But they haven't even said this yet. If they do, they haven't said it yet. And they didn't in the beginning. So like communication after the public allegations. After everything got made public, I reached out to him to try to find some closure. Part of me wanted to make him feel how I felt to get stabbed in the back, or at least to feel a fraction of the pain I felt. I was hurt, disgusted, and angry that he probably forgot about me somewhere in the sea of other girls he was talking to. I wanted him to know how it felt to believe someone and trust them when they were only acting under false pretenses. I know it was morally wrong of me and selfish, but I was and am still angry. It was all about him. How he was sorry, how he was only human, how he was going through a lot. Watching him dodge accountability, continue to lie even when caught, truly showed me what kind of person he is. One without remorse or regard for those he used as toys for his own pleasure. When corroborating his apology with other girls, he pretty much repeated parts to the point we thought he had a formula and replaced certain words to tailor it to each girl. Work smarter, not harder, I guess. So, April 11th. The docs are out. Blowing up all over Twitter. He says, well, Iceland says, how are you holding up? That's a pretty brutal expose. Sykkuno says, not well, I'm sorry. April 13th, 2016. Firstly, IDK what your mental is like right now, but please don't do anything stupid. Secondly, can I ask you something? He replies, I'm alive, and yes, you can. She asks, why do you lie? I asked you point blank if you were doing this kind of thing with other girls. I believe I even used the phrase, more power to you if so. Sykkuno says, at the time I talked to you, I wasn't. And when I was talking to someone else, that's when we stopped talking as much. I'm sure you could tell. I'm sorry. I know this isn't nice to hear, but you deserve the truth at least. I'm sorry for hurting you. That's a lie. He was absolutely doing it. At the time I talked to you, I wasn't. You were. She replies, well, let's not lie. You invited me to Paris while inviting 2 other girls that I know of. Sykkuno says, you rejected me there, but I did stop talking to you as much. Iceland says, no, I didn't. You said you couldn't extend the trip. And what even if I had, that proves I'm not the only one you were talking to if you had multiple other people ready to be deployed. I've known you for 6 years. Can you not at least be a little more truthful? Sykkuno answers, I'm telling you it. But for the original question, I don't know why fully. A combination of wanting to say things to make you happy. Being afraid and oh god, no. I'm reading this in the Deku voice. Could you not at least be a bit more truthful? I am telling you it. But for the original question, I don't fully know why. A combination of wanting to say things to make you happy. Being afraid and insecure to make you upset. It's not a simple answer. I'm sorry. It's hard to put together, especially right now. I haven't been having a good time. Bitch! Every other month, you were freaking asking this person if she's gonna go see you in Paris, that she should go see you in Paris, that you guys can totally he'll totally consider these things when you're with him in Paris. The fuck do you mean? You were just saying things to make her happy. You're such a fucking liar. This is the fact that people have found a way to misconstrue this. No es que son estúpidos, es que se hacen. It's not that they're stupid. They make themselves this is to willing full stupidity. I can't, my words, I'm just flabbergasted. Like, this is choosing to be stupid. If you're looking at this and think that this person was just doing it for fucking clout. But the shots are there. Like Wolf of Stupidity. Yeah, like, every other month, like, almost monthly basis since January of 2025, he is pushing them to go to Paris. They have given excuse after excuse after excuse. 1, because they were scared of the no, but 2, because they're scared and don't want to go. They reply, I said I wouldn't care if you were, just that would affect how I proceeded with the situation. How would you telling me anything make me upset when I outright said I didn't care and that was your business? I know. You were good. I'm sorry I couldn't be. You didn't deserve it. I don't expect you to forgive me, but if there's anything I'd ask for, it's that... What? It's that I did genuinely enjoy spending time with you, and I'm sorry for hurting you and not communicating properly. You're being dramatic. Yes! It's like they could hear the Deku voice. You're being dramatic. Yeah, I cried a lot, but I kinda knew. Why else would I ask you twice? Sorry for the drama. It's just been a hard time. You know who you are. It just made sense. If he told her about the other girls, then she wouldn't sleep with him. Exactly. Go directly to jail. Do not pass. Go. Do not collect $200. Jail. Jail. Fuera. Fuera. Where's? Give me la chacal. Dame el chacal. El chacal. El chacal. Don Francisco. Hecking. Like, I'm sorry I couldn't be honest with you. I was doing I said what I said to make you happy. I couldn't. I'm sorry, you didn't deserve any of this. Oh, I have YouTube fucking. Oh. 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 I'm sorry for hurting you. And she's calling out the lies. She's calling out the lies, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't deserve it. You were the good one." You were the good one. It's not that simple. It's hard to put together. I'm not. Oh. What? This ain't the fucking chacal horn. Give me the fucking chacal horn. Fuera! Fuera! Fuck out of here with that nonsense. Fuck out of here with that nonsense. Absolutely. I hope Rima looked through this. And if she did, I have to look because, like, Rima's usually pretty good at looking at these. Ain't no fucking way. You were pressuring her the whole damn time, constantly bringing up that you wanted them to go to TwitchCon with you, trying to turn everything into a plan to go to TwitchCon together. And then when they decide to finally fucking acquiesce, suddenly you start fucking pussyfooting around. You start being like, well, maybe you don't have to actually be at TwitchCon. Maybe you can just, like, stay in your hotel. Maybe you can, like, maybe we can figure out a time to hang out privately, because now that this is gonna happen, you have to make sure that there's no fucking witnesses. It's not that simple. It's like the fucking Notebook. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. Ah, you're being dramatic. Yes, you called it out. Yes, queen. Sorry for the drama. It's just been a hard time. You know who you are. Yes. Cook him. I'm a human too, so I'm human, guys. I'm human, guys. It's only human to make sure that whenever you fly out to a con, to have a fucking chick lined up for every fucking night. I can't not, my dick just can't be, I'm only human. My dick's gotta be in a hole all time. I'm only human. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Stay in your hotel until I'm ready to bag. No. I'm only human. My dick must always be in puss. I'm only human. No. Go to jail. I'm just a man. I gotta have 3 girls, 1 for every night that I'm in Paris all alone. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. My dick needs to be wet. So I'll fly out any girl that I can get to bed. I'm just a man. But when they say no, there's something serious. I gotta do something for that cooch. So I'm gonna clip that part later. Maybe I'll go triple platinum on Twitter. Oh, this bro really pulling out, I'm just a man. He really putting out, he's just a man. I'm aware. I hope you're doing as well as could be. I had lots of fun with you too. It's hard to be more than just crushed right now. IDK if it was a persona or not, but either way, we had some good laughs and I appreciate that. What you did sucks, but it is what it is. I'm not the biggest victim here. You made me feel special and that was nice. And I have met so many people through you. Wasn't. It was fun spending time together. I'd be so sad if all those memories disappeared. Even though you killed me so many times in games, you maniac. Why? Are you trying to change the fucking tone of the conversation? They're trying to be he's trying to be humorous. Yeah, well, you deserved it, you conniving rock. You would do the exact same for me if for the content, and we both know it. I did. Thank you for messaging me. That was the closest thing to a smile I've had. Remembering that. Good thing you have those investments, I guess. I mean, as sad as I am, I still care about you. You've hurt so many people, but you are still a human, as you've said. Maybe I'm too optimistic and naive. Self-awareness. Self-awareness. But hopefully with therapy and time, everyone will heal. And hey, you had a pretty good run, all things considered. Honestly, this could also be the autism. because I've seen this in people. And also just as someone like, just as like, I don't know if I'm autistic, but this is using humor to cope. This is using humor to cope. She is using humor to cope. She's like, well, you had a pretty good run, you know, banging every girl you could find. But yeah, this is coping. And hey, you had a pretty good run, all things considered. You probably should have picked a little better. That's life. Oh, wait, hold on. That's life. And it sounds like you think I'd never plan on coming back. I mean, you'd have to have balls of steel to come back right now. Not right now, of course. And this is the 14th. This is the 14th now. So literally 4 days ago. But thank you for worrying about me still. And thanks for checking up so much. I messaged you twice. That's not a bunch. More than many. So thank you. You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Not that you should tell me if you did. Again, what you did, it sucks, but people don't act logically, they act emotionally. Right now they're hurt, so emotions take the wheel. I still consider you a friend. Maybe that's wrong. It is. Well, someone I care about. Your well-being. I didn't do anything illegal. You might have. Excuse me, what he did to you was illegal. I didn't do anything illegal. Thank you for still caring. Maybe I don't deserve it, but I really needed to hear that. Thank you. In response to me offhandedly saying you had a pretty good run, he says, and it sounds like you think I'd never plan on coming back. Ooh, you okay, hon? You okay? Ooh, that was a nasty cough. That stood out because even in the middle of everything coming out, he seemed to already be thinking about returning. That felt jarring. In my opinion, someone who is genuinely focused on reflection and accountability would not be thinking or speaking about a comeback at that moment. My closing thoughts. I'm really sorry to everyone I've disappointed. I trusted someone I had only positive interactions with for years, and honestly, I liked the attention. It made me feel special. I feel gross and disgusted that I exposed myself and was vulnerable around someone who didn't actually care for me. I really was just another number added to the list. If you choose to not want to watch or support me anymore, I understand. I want to thank you for the time you've given me. I wrestled with speaking about this because I didn't want people to see me differently, lose the friends I made via him, or be attacked. Hopefully, by offering up this information, people will see it wasn't just 1 or 2 girls. He had done this to so many girls over the years. We were all put in a situation where our consent was given based on a lie. No one knew he had a girlfriend and that he was messaging and sleeping with multiple girls. I'm so deeply sorry to all the people he hurt. You deserve so much better, and you weren't the problem. And that is the end of their Google Doc. So again, how did Twitter react? Well, person says here, TLDR for anyone who doesn't want to read the doc, she got played by Sykkuno. That's it. Basically the entirety of her claims. She tries to make it seem like he's a predator because they became friends when she was 17, even though nothing happened till she was 18. She tries to dodge accountability and any agency, honestly, by claiming she has ADHD and OCD and an eating disorder and blah, blah, blah. So therefore, she's unable to properly engage with human beings, which means Sykkuno took advantage of her. Fuck you. Oh, and he sent her money, so therefore she must have been coerced into all of her decisions. Once again, Terralia. Fuck you. Just a bunch of meaningless bullshit. Would have been easier if she just tweeted, Sykkuno cheated on his GF with me too, and left it at that. Bruh, this guy. You degenerate bimbos have done something incredible. You were so awful that you got people to support the guy that cheated on his GF. It's unreal. Tactical Templar. Fuck you. Jengru, Sykkuno, you goat. Fuck you. You absolutely disgusting piece of shit. You didn't read the document or trying to convince people not to read it. Exactly. Literally nothing illegal. You got played. You were just another side piece that he cheated on his girlfriend with. You are again trying to delay the delusion of predator. You take zero accountability. Emerald Apple. Fuck you. Imagine how poor and lonely your life must be to actively look to bait the guy. Keep leaking DMs initially posted, drama, initiated post-drama, and take any normal decency as he's still doing it because bro doesn't treat her rude. These bitches are insanely dangerous. Aruk, soy Aruk TV. Fuck you. Like, these people did not read the document. They completely decided to completely ignore the fact that for a whole fucking year, he had been trying to get this girl to go to TwitchCon. The whole time, constantly bringing it up unprompted. This is weird. After checking on him and wishing him well, saying you still care when you use this convo as additional ammunition to the drama. Weird. Can you believe that when you've been talking to somebody for 6 years and shit like this happens, that you might still have some decency to care about people until finally having that true come to Jesus moment where you're like, this person is horrible? Fuck you. This is why people don't speak out. While I'm deeply sorry you had to deal with someone cheating, and I do not approve of what Sykkuno, this fucking person right here, I've seen this person's unwashed ass all over fucking Twitter also. Heckin', and I do not approve what Sykkuno did. The main actions happened when you were 22 to 23. This, alongside what Bao and Mugen were doing, is very serious. He backed off when finding you were unaged. Still a cheater, and the amount of messaging is bad, but with the dialogue of people calling him a child predator, this is all a dangerous line. Another nothing burger with a woman trying to avoid any and all accountability by finding various excuses. Sorry that happened. You got played. It happens to so many people. Part of growing up is moving on. Fuck you. This isn't even about you. You people keep dragging it out for clout, and it's only ruining your careers. Oh, and look, that you follow each other. So she's so just because she's following fucking Mal, Google Docky in the garbage. Google Docky in the garbage. She's following Mal. What is this logic? This isn't even about you. You keep dragging in it for clout. Is this clout now? Is this clout? Getting fucking harassed on Twitter is clout? The clout train left the station many days. Is this clout now? This is honestly pretty disgusting and low-key grooming, knowing when you were a minor, then advancing on you when you say you're inexperienced. Yeah, he waited. That's gross. Stop highlighting minor and 17 when that was literally just the first third of the Google Doc. What do you mean? Dude, is something in the air or what? Why is everything that's coming out against Psych a double-edged sword of Psych obviously being a POS? And then the victims being stupid as well. Like, genuinely, what the fuck? Because it's not... Oh. Sorry, I don't know you. It showed up on my TL, but for crying out loud, keep it to yourselves. Keep it private. This doesn't help your mental. If anything illegal went on, go to the police. Fuck you. How else is she gonna get her 15 minutes of frame? Like... That's right, Sykkuno, making you fold at 17 isn't illegal. Actually, it is! Because she was a minor! Ooh. Ay, Dios mío. No. Dios Jesús. God save us. It's always the same losers. It's always the same losers. I've seen these replies everywhere. It's the same people. It's the same people. You're just perked up at Emerald like a Pavlov hat. The Tectone video is disgusting. I'm not even entertaining the Tectone video. I'm not watching a rapist, thank you. I'm not watching a fucking... I'm not going to watch... You know what? I'm not going to watch an actual fucking predator who lost a civil lawsuit and can't own weapons in fucking Texas. I am not going to take seriously the word of a man who lost a civil case and that lost a civil case, has a 10-year fucking restraining order on him and lost the right to own guns in fucking Texas. Nope. Opinion discarded. Opinion in the trash. Opinion is trash. That's where it belongs. He's famous. She's a woman. She builds an incredibly compelling case. She was assaulted, and he says, I didn't go, though. And they're all like, oh, so she's a cheating harlot. These exact people are the ones who wouldn't care if it was proven in court. Him saying, I didn't though, with zero evidence means she and the lawyers and the judge and the jury are lying. People actually reading a doc, impossible challenge. Seriously, dude is scum. How? Yep. Where does it go? Oh, it goes in the trash hole. Right in the trash hole. And this, guys, are examples of shitty opinions. These are what they call stupid people. This is what they call idiots. This is what they call ignoramuses. Can you say ignoramus? God. Oh my God. Holy shit. So yeah. Seeing the new so this leads me now that we've read this, to what Mrs. Mummy said, and I reposted this because I agree. Seeing the new document drop and reading how people calling it a clout grab. I don't know who needs to hear this, but no one is chasing clout if it comes with death threats, slut shaming, and public ridicule from some very large names in the streaming world, and misogynists on the internet, especially when it costs you your own mental health, safety, and people nitpicking everything you've ever done, as well as your credibility being questioned on the daily. Yeah, no, this seems more like punishment for people speaking the truth. And to explain why I think this new document is important, it brings about a new witness that fits the criteria that people previously stated made the others less credible in the court of public opinion. She did not slip into his DMs. She knew him longer, or almost as long as he has had his girlfriend, so she never had a reason not to trust him. She openly asked him if he had a girlfriend. I don't believe she does NSFW content. She only posted it after she got his side of the story out, and she showed where he openly leaves the door open for her between them, where he insinuates that he believes he might be coming back around. So all the things that people deem to be sus about the other people who spoke out, they don't hold up against this new person. No, they don't. We all saw she did. Why lie about such a stupid thing? Nope, she did not. The person who released the new document, yeah. And this is a person conflating Icy with Mal. That's why they're picking at it. They don't have other stuff to go off of, and they're moving the goalpost. Yes, they are moving the goalpost. There are still a few points. How much more of an apology can he give? No date of asking if single. We don't know the date he started dating his girlfriend. We don't know if she does NSFW. No clue if his claim of the photo is true. He confirmed that he had been there's confirmation that he's been dating the girlfriend for 5 years, and if Icy had been knowing him for 6, she knew about him. She was talking with him before the girlfriend was even a thing. Where are my notifs going? Okay. Anywho, yeah. Oh God. So, oh wait, heckin'. Yes. Oh. Hold on one moment, guys. Just making dinner plans with Papa Jester in the future. So, Saros TV. Saros TV, if you've been following me on Twitter, I had retweeted some of his videos. Actually, before we get to this, because we mentioned that Muujin and Bao also made statements. We're gonna go with Bao's first because it came out first. I'm also gonna mute heckin' thing again. So before when Sykkuno came out with the his statement, and before Muujin made his, Bao went on stream for 10 minutes to talk about her involvement in all of this. Because when it comes to people talking about the totally legit defamation case that Sykkuno totally has, people keep throwing in Bao's name. And just to make sure, I don't follow Bao. I don't follow Bao in any way, shape, or form. So no horse in this race. No, oh, you're just simping for Bao. Okay. Stop. Where's her heckin' tweeter? I'm not on her Discord. That part can honestly be easily proven. Her YouTube, her Twitter, her TikTok, I do not follow. Well, I'm not even logged in here, but I don't follow. and I do not follow on YouTube. So before anybody is like, oh, you're just siding with... Nope. Don't follow her. No horses in this race. Big Man Maniac, why would you be in a monogamous relationship when you have an indefinite supply of girls lining up? You could also just, like, you could just be polyamorous and just be transparent about that. Why do you have to have a girlfriend and cheat? You can't, there's no justifying it. But also, hi, Big Man, how you doing? These people twisting their brains into pretzels to imagine ways to dismiss, and yeah, again, and again, they're saying like, oh, well, it sucks that happened to you, but you just got played. You're not a victim. And because they literally can't dissect anything else. They literally can't dissect anything else. They instead say, well, you pointed out that you have like actual diagnosed mental illnesses. You're using that to take away accountability, when they even admit in the document that they felt stupid, but they trusted him. They wanted to talk to him. They were friends. Like, they are taking accountability, but they've moved the goalpost. They've moved the goalpost. Even mentioning that you have mental illness, that you have ADHD, that you're autistic, even just mentioning that. Now it's saying you're not accountable. You cannot win with these people. You cannot win. You're not supposed to. It's rigged against you. You're not allowed to win. Bro said his XP bar was low and it worked. Fuck the cheater guy. Segi, you missed me reading the new Google docu that came out from Iceland. This bro was coming for all of 2025. This bro was in her DMs being like, we should go to TwitchCon. You should come to TwitchCon. What's a good thing to do at Paris? Oh, that sounds like a great idea that we can do together when you come to TwitchCon. And then bro wants to talk about how he's just a man. Like, no, bro. You a fucking cornball. You a cornball, bro. You were freaking freaking nagging this girl to go to TwitchCon with you. And then when she finally acquiesced, well, like, you know, I'm gonna be busy at TwitchCon. I have a TFT tournament and panels, and maybe it's a good thing for you to just not go. Like, we can always figure out something to do privately together in Paris. Ooh. Ooh. No puedo con esta gente, coño. Ooh. Like, ooh. But let's look at the Bow incident. Let's look at the Bow. We're not gonna go into it super duper anymore. We are actually really good and good time with good time reading the heckin' Google Doc. We didn't yap too much because we got to the point. Bow's testimony. We are going to not that button either. We are going to put it at 1.5 speed. You got played as redacted logic to say, bitch be crying she lost the game, like they think this is just... Again, she had asked him, she even has the DMs, do you do this with other girls? Are you talking to other girls? And he said no, he doesn't. And she was like, I don't care if you are, but just tell me. And he still fucking lied. He fumbled this bag so fucking badly. If there was anyone he could have been honest with so that shit didn't hit the fan as much, it was this one. But he lied to her too. Like he is like Yagami, because while trying to be so fucking smart and being this master coordinator, he's still a fucking dumbass. Pendejo coño. Bow's testimony.
Okay, hello. Can everyone hear me? Am I pretty clear right now?
Does she have captions?
Good, okay.
Doesn't look like it.
I'm just gonna go right into it.
Not
a few
available.
weeks ago,
Yeah.
a girl approached me, and she asked if a tweet I made last year was about,
But yeah, they think literally anything they have to say get in the way. Yet the yes means they win and it's her fault. Yeah. If you say yes in any way, shape, or form, even after throwing 50,000 no's, you said yes. So you totally consented. It's your fault. You don't get to rescind it. You're a dumb bitch if you did. You should have known better. I fucking hate that shit. You should have known. Why do we have to know better? You should, well, girly pop, you should have known better. You should have known better. Why did you fall for it, you dumbass? But this guy can be like, I'm only human. I'm only human. And I must get my dick wet. I'm only human. Fly out 3 girls to Paris. I'm only human. No, but this guy gets to be like, I'm only human. I'm just a guy that can't control his urges. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. I can't, bro. Oh, this even if you only said yes and then you kept screaming, no takesies, backsies. Bro was living his doujinshi life. Segi! Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god, keep going. Bow, keep going.
Habla. And she revealed to me that it was her boyfriend, if it was true that the tweet was about her boyfriend. I said yes, and I asked her if she would like to join a Discord call with me. And in that call, I told her what I've
Thank you for the follow.
heard from other girls. Girls often at various, events where I meet people, they share with me their negative experiences with him, and that he often tries to solicit sex from them. And at this point, I felt that it wasn't right of me to speak on anyone's behalf. So instead of me going straight into the details that were shared in confidence with me, I got her in contact with girls who were affected by this person to share their experiences with her one-on-one. At that point, I just got them in contact with each other. And after our phone call, I don't know what was divulged between the conversations between her and the other girls. I was more so focused on her safety. She shared with me that she was wanting to move out that week, and during that time, I tried my best to keep in contact with her and make sure she's safe. Gave her as much help as possible to make the move as fast and smooth as possible. This is
okay. I had to angrily eat my pizza. So, Bao is just established. A girl messaged me about rumors that she heard about her boyfriend. And that I knew about him. And to tell her what I knew. I filled her in. And now she comes back to me saying she needs help moving. Bao shows a screenshot. It's about a U-Haul, how to essentially move on short notice.
Me, telling her pretty much everything that helped me a lot with my recent move. As you all know, I recently moved. That was, it's a lot, especially in a short amount of time. And she shared with me that friends from out of state would be flying in to help her move.
Friends were going to help her.
But at the last minute, she decided to talk to her boyfriend. She broke no contact. She wanted to stay. And I, there's, after
girlfriend decides.
helping her
Hold
doing
on.
what I could, I'm sure her friends also shared the same sentiment as me.
Hold on.
We all tried our best to help her out of a very difficult situation.
Okay, hold on. So just making sure I'm at 3:45. What date was the screenshot? This screenshot was... This screenshot, oh my god, not even 3 months, not even the fucking 3 months I thought it was, bro. The 24th of March. The 24th of March. The 24th of March, Sykkuno's girlfriend reached out to Bao with help with moving. I thought it was December. But apparently, because she had learned about what happened, so the girlfriend learned about what happened with Elfie in Paris in December. Because Elfie slept with Sykkuno. Sykkuno slept with Elfie in Paris at the TFT event that was happening in Paris, the same TFT event in Paris that Sykkuno tried to also get Icy Lynn to hook up with. Because again, he was trying to get a girl every freaking night. Elfie was one of them. Icy was going to be the other one before that fell through. So the girlfriend learned about this. went to Bao, and was going to leave.
You know, telling her pretty much everything that helped me a lot with my recent move. As you all know, I recently moved what I could. I'm sure her friends also share the same sentiment as me. You know, we all tried our best to help her out of a very difficult situation, but it was, you know, there was nothing anyone could really do. It was her decision, and I think the only thing I could do at that point was respect it and left it at that.
She decides to stay with Sykkuno. They decide to work it out. This is somewhere, I guess, March.
But not long after. This is
not long after. This is now March 30th. Hi, Bao. I'm sorry it's been a bit since I've gotten back to you. I want to let you know what was going on, but imagine it'll probably be confusing for you to hear. Essentially, before I left for Blank, I decided to go see Blank. Something was pushing me to see him before I left, so I decided to go. I think it's helpful for me to go into details, but basically I was shown some things that really made me doubt my decision on leaving. After talking with him for a long time and after seeing these things, I decided it wasn't the choice I wanted to make anymore, so I didn't end up leaving. The 30th of March of this year, 2026.
Move. And, you know, I feel like I had did what I could to try and get her out of a very awful situation, but
Bao's like, well, I led the horse to water. The horse don't want to drink.
Again, you still have to respect your friend's boundaries, and that was her decision. That was her decision.
Absolutely.
So I left it at that. But then, not long after, a VTuber would contact my mod for completely like unrelated thing. But coincidentally, while they were chatting, she mentioned going on a date with Sykkuno, and I was pretty alarmed because in her last message to me, she was shown things that made her doubt her decision on leaving.
He somehow was able to convince her to not leave.
So, you know, it seemed that things were looking up for their relationship, but that didn't make sense because the VTuber showed me and my mod screenshots of him talking to her as early as 30 minutes ago.
As early... So this is where Mal hits up the mod hits up Bao, now they're in a group chat. And Mal's got screenshots that she's been talking with Sykkuno as early at the time as 30 fucking minutes ago.
At this point in time.
After she, not that long ago, got fucking messages from the girlfriend that they were going to stay together.
I went back.
And because eventually, again, the incident that made the girlfriend want to leave somewhere around March was her actually discovering about the cheating in Paris. I thought it was longer. Holy shit. So she found out about Paris and then decides to leave him. The next day, chooses not to leave him. And then, within a matter of days, learns that the dude was on his bullshit.
Back to the girlfriend and told her, hey, do you know anything about this VTuber? She said no, and I told her, I really think you should ask your boyfriend to see his DMs with her, and decide for yourself, you know, like, is he really being honest with you? And at that point,
April 3rd. I think you should talk to her. She said they talked in call and DMs. The girlfriend says, I don't understand. Please tell her to add me. I just need screenshots of their conversations if possible. That's all I need. My birdie is covering it, so I'm gonna make him go away for a second. Bao says, yes, I will. So Bao hits her up on the 3rd. God, the time frame is so tight. Fuck. You should talk to her. That's when Bao contacts her that another girl came out.
I'm still just doing what she's requested of me. She wanted to talk to the girl one-on-one.
The girlfriend wanted to talk.
Them in a group chat, and I immediately left. I felt that this was much more than I bargained for. You know, I was already feeling like I was at my wit's end. I can't really I can't really force anyone to make the right decisions or do anything they don't want to do.
That's
and
fair.
I felt that, you know, I've done what I could
Oh my
while
god.
respecting everyone's boundaries. And that is what I felt was the right thing to do.
Oh.
I, of course, have known for a while, as well as a lot of other people, that this guy's kind of just, he's no good. And I felt that, you know, I already kind of had my taste of what I guess would happen if things went public. That's, again, like,
God.
everything that I did to this point was completely private, and I'm not really sure what else I can share or divulge to prove that I am, I guess, like a lot of people are making my role out to be a lot more than it actually was. I honestly just got these girls in contact with each other, and I didn't have to, but I did because, well, it seemed like at this point, since so many girls were involved, they should at least be in contact with each other.
Absolutely.
And also, my biggest thing is it's not really my place to speak on behalf of anyone. I don't think nothing. I'm personally not a victim. I personally have never been in a situation with this guy, but these other girls have. You know, that's pretty much all I have to say. Sorry if things are a little jumbled. I don't want to mention any more names and add fuel to the fire. I think that emotions are really high because people are hurt and confused and are looking for answers in the wrong places. And I think it would do a lot of good if people hopped off online. And yeah, that's kind of it. I've been offline for the most part, and I hope you guys can follow suit. I highly recommend it. And yeah, I just wanted to clear that up since my name is mentioned in the doc, but if you did read it, I just got the girls in contact with each other.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyways,
That's pretty much it. So all Bao's involvement is that the girlfriend went to her first to confirm some rumors because she found out about the cheating. Bao said, yup. Girlfriend was like, I need help moving. Bao was like, okay, fam, this is what I did. Girlfriend says, hey, Bao, I've decided I am not going to move. I am going to we're going to figure out our relationship. Bao was like, oof, but couple days later, Mal comes in with the, hi, I've just discovered that I am Sykkuno's side chick, and I don't like that very much because I was lied to. And Bao's like, goes to the girlfriend, says, hey girl, have you heard of Mal? She is claiming to be she is claiming that she is a side chick. That she is an unwilling side chick in this case, because she thought Sykkuno was single. She is an unwilling, this girl Mal is an unwilling side chick. And she's going on, she's planning a date with your guy. And the girlfriend says, I want to talk to her. Bao puts them all together in a group call, in a group chat, leaves the group chat, and washes her hands clean of it. Figure it amongst yourselves. So why are we mad at Bao? Why am I supposed to be mad at Bao? Bao's name in the doc, that means she's one of the girls that she's making this for clout, checkmate. Oh, God. That is their logic, sadly. So the reason people are really still mad at Bao, the reason people are mad at Bao is because some people still really don't like that tweet she made, warning smaller female content creators to be wary when a really big male content creator tries to get into their DMs. They're still pressed about that because it totally applies to them. But sure, mate. So this is what... Okay. But some people also said this is Bao dodging accountability. What accountability? She didn't do anything. She just put the girl... She just figured... if anything, this just shows that Bao's a girl's girl. This just shows that Bao is a girl's girl. She tried to help heckin' Shakira's hips lied. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, I guess. Bao saw, if this is anything, this just shows that Bao is a girl's girl. Because Bao sees a girl whose boyfriend just cheated on her and is like, you need help getting out? I got you. Girl decides to stay. She's like, oof, but okay. Learns that another girl that the initial girlfriend did not know about exists and says, hey girl, there's another, your man is in another girl's DMs and you don't know about this one. And when the girlfriend asks, I want to talk to her, Bao puts them together in a room and leaves. Bao just got the two girls in contact to figure out what the hell happened. Why it's because the unwashed asses don't like Bao. They don't like that she made a tweet and didn't explicitly write not all men all over it in red Sharpie, and they got pressed. That's why. That's why Bao is evil apparently now. Sure, mate. Sure, bud. So now we know where Bao stands in this, and that it's as where does Bao stand here? Where was Bao standing in all of this? As far away from as possible, because she washed her hands clean of it. Okay. But people will still say the girlfriend didn't want any of this public. No one hit up the girl after the and yeah, the girlfriend did say in the statement that after this all went out, yeah, says I haven't heard anything from the people involved since this all came out. So she had talked to these girls. We even saw last week when we looked over the video in that one DM that wasn't censored, that she was like, I gotta go. This is too much for me. I need to go. But she was talking to these girls. And then after the fact, Mal wrote the Google Docie and didn't tell the girlfriend that they were writing the Google Docie and going to release it. But again, why would they need to tell her? Yeah, they should have warned her. They should have warned her. They should have said, hey, girlfriend, we're writing a Google Docie. We're going to be releasing it. You might want to private your Twitter for a couple days. They should have warned her, but they don't need her permission. They do not need her permission. No, no, no. No, no, no. Now, Muujin. Muujin made a statement. Muujin has also... The video's gone. It's privated. So, we're going to listen to Muujin's statement, because a lot of people were saying that this was a coordinated hit piece, that Muujin was siding with all these girls because he wants to clap cheeks. You know, they're setting goalposts so that they can then move it. If Bao tries to force her and leave, then she'll cut Bao out because Bao didn't do what she was able to do to get her in contact with yet another girl. Yeah, Bao just got the two, yeah. If they tell her, she might tell him, and if he gets out in front of this, then yeah. Okay, so let's see what Muujin says. I'm not gonna full screen it so that way you guys can see the captions. We're putting it at 1.5 speed. Let's go. Oh yeah, I muted YouTube. Sorry, I'm silly.
All right, so first things first.
Let's make that louder. That needs to be louder. Fine. I'll mute the jazz lo-fi here. Sorry.
All right, so first things first, this video is not monetized. I'm not about to pull a CC in the big 2026. I'm making this in regard to my last video about Sykkuno. I want to clarify how this video came to be, while also taking accountability and apologizing for the mistakes that I made. At the same time, I also want to clear up some misinformation spread about me over the last few days. This video was meant to come out a bit earlier, but I was told by someone in the know that Sykkuno might release a joint statement with his girlfriend, so I chose to wait for that first, just in case. I'll also be going through that later in the video. So, how did this all begin? Well, for me, it was on April 7th when I was reached out to by Mal for the
April 7th. Bao got them all in contact on April 3rd. On April 7th, him and Mal contacted Muujin. And right here, let me turn off the captions. April 7th. Tuesday, April 7th.
The first time. I was told that a Google Doc was releasing soon about a big content creator. And this is when I was asked if I wanted access to it early to maybe make a video about it. The document was going to publicly release on the 10th anyway. This means that this wasn't some grand conspiracy.
So damn. Bao got them in contact on the 3rd, She contacted Mugen on the 7th and released the document on the 10th. This was done fast. Which also shows that if she contacted Mugen on the 7th, Mugen got this video done in about a day. Which Rima has also confirmed that when Mugen's in a topic, he can get an hour-long video relatively quickly. He can get that done quickly.
Conspiracy, okay? This document was going to release with or without me. And while yes, rumors of Sykkuno's behavior have been floating around for a while now between certain content creator circles, none of this was going to really convince me to make an early video. If you've watched my channel before, then you'd know that I'm someone who highly values both sides of the story. It's actually something that I always implore you to do before forming your own opinions. And while I do receive so many DMs about scoops or exclusive info about certain topics, I mostly never take them, always choosing to wait for things to unfold in public first before making my videos. What made the situation special though was the 17-minute video recording of the voice call between Mal and Sykkuno. My logic here was simple. It was me thinking that we already had the other side of the story, and it was Sykkuno admitting to his wrongdoings in the most raw and unfiltered way possible. So I figured that was enough. At the same time, I thought that since my channel had grown exponentially, don't ask me how or why because I have no idea, I could maybe use my platform for a good cause, spreading awareness about Sykkuno's behavior so that no one else gets tricked into being a homewrecker against their will, while in parallel, encouraging others who have been wronged by him to finally speak up. Additionally, seeing that the person speaking up was doing so from a small account, I figured I could help amplify that message to spread maximum awareness. Now yes, some people could definitely argue that I was desperate for a topic to bring in views, but to me it didn't matter because I was already lucky enough to be able to cover niche topics I enjoy.
Bro was already bringing in views. What do you mean you were just doing it for the views? He's talked about things that I don't even know was going on. Like, I didn't even know this thing that was going on here. Like, the dude's channel is so big he can literally talk about anything and he'll rake in 1 million views.
Enjoy and still somehow reach over 1 million views on them. Again, don't ask me how because I don't know, but that was just the reality. Here's the thing though. Releasing the video around the same time as the document meant that I was taking a substantial risk by putting my channel's reputation on the line. I knew this, even at the time, but it was a risk I was willing to take if it meant that I was doing the right thing.
Yes, it was a calculated risk. But in this case, Mugen was very, very bad at math because I've even said last week that I don't think Mugen should have pumped the video out as quickly as he did. But it was it was about the exclusivity, the first one with the scoop, and unfortunately that was stupid. He should have the Google Doc should have been released. He should have waited 6 to 12 hours and then released his video. But no, he didn't do that. And that was to me his biggest mistake because that's where all the hit piece things came out. The whole coordinated thing came out. Also, a critique about this statement. Some people are saying that Mugen put on an ooh-woo soft boy voice for this, but he's not. This is just how he speaks. Clout squeaky, it's Cloud. Explain how or what it is. Don't ask, nobody know. Yeah. If they tell her, she might, yeah.
Unfortunately, though, it didn't really work out as I had hoped, and I ended up making mistakes that I need to take accountability for, which is why we're here today. The first mistake can be found in the intro of the video, and it's me using the word predator. Yes, it was my idea, and the logic behind it was me trying to encompass everything, like the serial cheating, lying, and deliberate targeting of smaller content creators into one word. Before using it, I even made sure to double check its definition in multiple dictionaries, which said things like a person or an organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage, or one who injures or exploits others for personal gain or profit. Due to this, I had to come to the conclusion that yeah, this word fits. I'd find out quickly afterwards, though, that for many people, that word is only reserved to describe pedophiles or sexual predators, which made a substantial amount of people feel misled.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's why we have the term sexual predator. Like, oh, well, predators usually used for pedophile or sexual predators. Well, there it is, Mugen. That's why we have the term sexual predator. That's why we have the term child predator. Because predator is still a pretty broad term. That's why we have situations where we have to put a denoter in front of it to denote what kind of predatory behavior it is. It's being sexually predatory. It's being predatory towards children. But a predator is still a predator, is still a predator. And like, when Lynn and I and some other friends were talking about it, and how I even mentioned in a comment to one of Saros's videos on Twitter, I don't like the fact that people are taking a word that people are trying to take away the word victim. My brain, I'm sorry. I don't like that people are trying to take away the word predator from victims because they're not kids. You can still be the victim of a predator if you are an adult. You can. But because people are conflating it with the legal, because people are immediately jumping to the legal definition when the social one still exists, this is why we have this situation.
after watching the intro of my video. It made it seem like a hit piece, exaggerating things, and it also made it
Keep
seem like
speaking,
Sykkuno
Mugen.
had committed very serious crimes, enough to land him in a high security prison or something, when that clearly wasn't the case. That was not my intention at all, and I'm sorry for that. From now on, I'll only use that word to refer to pedophiles or sexual predators. That's it. No exceptions.
Yeah, so unfortunately, because Mugen got hot water for this, he is now drawing the line in the sand. Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. I ran a scissor blade on my finger. I didn't cut myself, but I definitely felt it go in there. I'm fine. So, just get rid of that little excess skin now. So Mugen's pretty much now drawn the line in the sand. From now on, whenever he refers to anyone as a predator, he means it in the legal context. He means it as a sexual predator. He means it in the case of, pedophilia. So, unfortunately, Mugen has now drawn that line in the sand. I think in the future, for future, it will be good for him. Oh no, that got in deeper than I thought it would. Uh-oh. I cut my fingy. Oh no, I cut my fingy. It actually went a little bit deeper than I thought it would. Now my fingy bleeding. Oh no. Oh no, my fingy. Don't play with scissors, kids. You get cuts. Oh no, my fingy. I've got a napkin. I'll be fine. So, predator has been used to describe sexual assaulters from the start. That's why you have to qualify child predator. You have to qualify child predator. Otherwise, the child qualifier would be redundant. And taking that away from victim is demanding they soften their language such that it minimizes assault against adults. Exactly. It's kind of like how there were people on the right being like, oh, Trump's not a pedophile. He was going after 14, 15, and 16-year-olds. He was going after underage women. It's not the same as if it was a 5-year-old. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you actually genuinely believe that, fuck you. I didn't even want to entertain a conversation. I'm usually down to entertain conversations with a good amount of people. But if you're literally going, if you're gonna let that slide, fuck you. I don't want to talk to you. Holy shit. This sort of like trying to like taking away this thing from victims and trying to and trying to find other softer languages for these sorts of things. This is how we ended up with underage women. This is how we ended up with underage women. This being like, well, don't call him a predator. That's only for pedophiles and sexual predators. No, because sexual predators have their qualifier. It's the sexual predator part. Pedophile, like child predators already have child predator and they have pedophile. Holy crap. Holy shit.
I'd also like to say
I'm telling you, this is how we ended up at underage women. This is how we ended up at underage women. Because no, don't call President Trump a fucking don't call Trump a pedophile. He only went after young teenagers. That's not pedophilia. That's different from a 5-year-old. No, they're just underage women. Don't say that. Pedophile's too heavy. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. True, it's not the same, but both are terrible, and you want to have that conversation outside of a psychological environment, you're being an apologist. Exactly. Don't use the meaning of words. Exactly. Don't use the weird. That's pretty much what this is. Don't use the meaning of word, guys. Don't use the meaning of words, guys. Don't use the meanings of words. Don't define the words. Don't think about it. Don't argue. Shut up.
that yes, the video was rushed. It simply didn't meet the quality standard that you expect of me, and that's without even mentioning that it was clearly biased and didn't attempt to see different viewpoints. There's a reason I don't typically reach out to people involved in public incidents, because it's very easy to form bias after you communicate directly with them. It's just human. So yeah, what Mal said at the end of a call with Sykkuno was off-putting, and it wouldn't have hurt for me to point that out. I get that. I was instead more focused on Sykkuno's...
You should have pointed that out, Mugen. You kind of should have, but again, like he just said, the video was rushed, and yeah, we can confirm that it was rushed, because she was going to release, she ended up releasing the doc on the 10th. She, according to Mugen, she told him he was going to release the doc, she was going to release the doc on April 10th. So Mugen only had 3 days to make a video. with the information he now had on him, having to get his footage, he usually says he doesn't go by script, but figure out more or less what he's going to say and what points he's going to go over, and put together the video and get it out. So he was working under a tighter deadline of sorts.
For letting you guys down in that regard. You trust me with a certain quality standard for me to point that out. I get that. I was instead more focused on Sykkuno's admittance of guilt. I'm sorry for letting you guys down in that regard. You trust me with a certain quality standard, and I just couldn't deliver it this time, and that's on me. I also want to apologize to Sykkuno's girlfriend. In the 17-minute video of the voice recording, there was one frame, which represents 1/60th of a second, that wasn't blurred, and it
We actually caught this. We actually caught this on the last stream.
Leaked to the group chat she was in when she found out that Sykkuno had been cheating on her with multiple people. This frame was enough for certain individuals to confirm her username, and it impeded.
And some people, I'm not going to show it, but it is in the last one. And of course, some people also noticed that uncensored frame, and they put it on Reddit, and that's how they found out the girlfriend.
On her privacy. I was not the one who handled blurring it, but I still included the entire thing in my own video and completely missed that detail. So I take full responsibility for that. I'm sorry.
He's apologizing for me. Okay, so he's apologizing for getting it out. He's apologizing for the miscalculation in judgment. He's apologizing for using the term predator, despite it being right. He's apologizing for essentially because he got the video because of his miscalculated judgment. Not waiting for Sykkuno to eventually reply to the thing, so thus not being able to get both sides of the story. And he's apologizing for failing to for missing that one frame that shows the girlfriend's information and compromising her identity. He's apologized now for, I think, 4 things.
Now look, with all that being said, apologies are great, but there's no use presenting them if there's no attempt to act on them. And that's exactly what I intend to do. But first, I want to go through some misinfo that was spread about me in recent days and set the record straight.
Covering misinfo.
When the video first released, XQC reacted to it almost immediately and would spend his time defending Sykkuno while trying to undermine the things he's done to people. He would also comment on my video. In that comment, he'd make it seem like my problem with Sykkuno's behavior had to do with the lack of clout of the women he reached out to. In any case, what would happen next is a narrative that would form saying that I deleted his comment because I couldn't handle his unparalleled wisdom. As you can see, that's false. It's still right here, along with all the wonderful
Yeah, he never deleted the comment.
Comments left by his community too. I really don't know why he and some other content creators tried so hard to defend Sykkuno's behavior, as if he was their long-lost brother or something. All I know is that cheating has been shunned by humanity for thousands of years, regardless of gender. Maybe normalizing it now is probably a bad idea, but hey, you're free to form your own opinion, go for it. Next, some people tried to claim that I changed my video's title because I was scared of a defamation lawsuit from Sykkuno. Sure, a random lawyer from Fiverr might claim that, but it's false.
A random lawyer from Fiverr. A random lawyer from Fiverr or Legal Mindset might say this, but sure.
Here's a neat trick. You can go to a website like
viewstats.com.
A random lawyer from Fiverr might claim that, but it's false. Here's a neat trick. You can go to a website like viewstats.com, go to any channel, we'll pick, I don't know, Mr. Beast, click on a video, and you'll actually be able to see any thumbnail or title changes since upload. Pretty cool, right? Now, if you were to do that with my video, you'd see that there were no thumbnail or title changes whatsoever since upload.
So essentially, when he shows the Mr. Beast example, he shows right here. He shows the A/B testing, which Rima covers it when people were saying that he was fucking around with the thing. She pointed out A/B testing. What A/B testing pretty much is, when you upload a video onto YouTube, what it does is that it gives you the option of uploading 3 different thumbnails, putting in 3 different titles. You can either do different titles in one thumbnail, 1 title and 3 thumbnails, or again, 3 different titles, 3 different thumbnails. And what it does is that in the first couple days of the video being live, it will show different people different results. So, you know, I might get this first one, Lynn might get this one, and let's just say Cerberus, you might get this one. And what happens is it does this so that YouTube can figure out what people are clicking more. This is YouTube's way of helping the creators see what are people clicking on. And that way they can make more educated decisions on what titles to use, what thumbnails to use, a great way to see what works and what doesn't. That's what A/B testing is. And at the end of the testing, YouTube is like, hey, person, maybe number 2 is the one that worked out. So go with this one. And then they do that, and then they have the thing. That's why if you've ever noticed YouTube videos, when they're on your feed, one moment they have a thumbnail and a title, and the next moment they don't, and they have something else different, it's because of A/B testing. That's it. So this tracker thing that Mujin's pointing out, it picks up when there's A/B testing.
Thumbnail or title changes since upload. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
If you were to do
And it even shows there's this one video here, there's 3 different thumbnails. Mr. Beast on a thing, Mr. Beast holding a day 3 sign, Mr. Beast pulling a rafter.
Upload.
And then here we go, there's two other thumbnails were given and another run of A/B testing for this one video.
Pretty cool, right? Now, if you were to do that with my video, you'd see that there were no thumbnail or title changes.
So now I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. You go to the Sykkuno video on the same video on the same website, there's no A/B testing. No A/B testing. It was always this thumbnail, and it was always the title, How to Go from Viral Star to Serial Cheater and Manipulator, The Lies of Sykkuno. Because some people were claiming that Mujin put Predator on the video title. But this shows right here that that was never the case. That was a lie. That was a lie.
Whatsoever since upload. So that's false. And look, defamation is about knowingly lying about someone in order to ruin their reputation. I had no intention of lying in my video about Sykkuno. And if I did want to lie, then wouldn't I have just simply removed the last 2 minutes of Mal and Sykkuno's voice call so that she looks way better and he looks way worse? It just doesn't make sense. I never make any video with the intention of lying. Period. And finally, when it comes to misinfo, there's also something else that honestly doesn't deserve attention at all, but I'll still mention it. And it's this weird rumor or fan fiction that some people made up saying that I only made this video to try and get with the women that were affected by Sykkuno's actions. Anyone who knows me or has ever spoken with me in the content creation sphere knows that I never even attempt to flirt. I keep things strictly professional. I take my platform very seriously and would never seek to use it in that way. It's simply not who I am. It's obviously also very disrespectful to anyone who was hurt by Sykkuno's actions, but it's not like the people peddling these rumors cared about them to begin with.
They only say it's too heavy because they don't want to admit someone. Yeah.
All right, so next up we have the joint statement that was posted by Sykkuno and his girlfriend. The first half would be written by Sykkuno. In it, he'd reiterate that he lied to people about being single and that he has been unfaithful to his girlfriend. He'd apologize and say that he'd be taking a break from streaming in order to better himself. He'd also call out anyone trying to frame him with false accusations. So yeah, as you can see, not much has changed. He's already admitted to these things in the voice call with Mal. When it comes to false accusations though, yes, there are stories that have circulated for years among some VTubers that accuse Sykkuno of doing worse than cheating. At this point though, it is not up to me to say whether it's true or not, just pointing out what he might be referring to. He could also be referring to the word predator, which I already apologized for. Now, the second half of the statement would be might be referring to.
Yeah, because he says here, I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels. He's probably talking about the predator claims. But he doesn't specify, which doesn't really help, which means that it's open to interpretation. And I'm pretty sure he probably knows this. Because he doesn't really have a basis for a defamation lawsuit. So let's let the court of public opinion handle it. I think that that's why he did it like this. I think so. I
could also be.
And just in case, someone's like, I hope Sykkuno sees you. No. I genuinely think this. I'm not thinking this just because. I genuinely think this. Because this man has shown that for as really fucking stupid as he's been sometimes, he's also smarter than the average bear. This guy knows what he's doing. He can't disprove the false allegations. He can't really dispute any of the allegations because there is just enough proof out there now, but he can at least call them false and not really address why they're false, because his Twitter warriors, whether they actually watch him or not, are going to defend him and attack people. Even if he says, don't attack anyone, guys, they're going to. You're
referring to the word predator, which I already apologized for. Now, the second half of this statement would be written by his girlfriend. She'd express how hard this has all been on her, and how hurt she felt over not having a choice on whether this went public or not, saying that she understands that many people were hurt, but that her feelings felt like they weren't really considered at all. She'd call out people who sought to use this incident for profit, and would say that even prior to this going public, she was already trying to work through things with Sykkuno in order to repair their relationship together. She'd end her statement by saying that even with everything that has come out, she doesn't consider Sykkuno's actions irredeemable. She's going to stay with him and try to fix their relationship in spite of everything.
That's fine. Whatever.
I can't imagine what she's been through in just these last few weeks. Finding out that your boyfriend has been cheating on you for years, that he slept with someone as recently as December 2025 behind your back, and that he was still trying to arrange a meetup with someone else as you were already trying to fix your relationship after what had happened in December. I mean, seriously, it's just insane. But I do think this needs to be said. The fact that this went public is unfortunate, but people were genuinely hurt by Sykkuno lying to them that he was single. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion at this point. Let me know if you think it is, but if someone lied to me about being single, and I later found out that us having sex directly hurt their partner, made them depressed, and ruined or at least endangered a 5-year-long relationship, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. That's simple.
Also endangered other women, by the way, because again, he was sleeping around and lying about the fact that he was doing so. He was putting other women in danger.
Not what I would have signed up for. And seeing that he's a public figure who used this public standing to get with these women after lying to them, it felt like this going public was going to be inevitable. But that doesn't mean that her feelings are not valid, because they are. When it comes to me,
no, absolutely, they're valid.
In spreading this to the public.
They're absolutely valid. They should have warned her, but that doesn't mean that she is the end-all be-all and if this goes public. And yeah, like Muujin just said, this was going to be public at some point eventually. Someone was going to speak out. If not Mal, someone else with just as much proof. But again, these people are scared to, because look what happens. This is why women don't want to speak out. Women don't speak out about the abuse and the manipulation and the shit they go through because people bully them.
Public by releasing my video so quickly, and I simply had no right to do so, and for that, I am sorry. Now, I've seen some people's reactions to this announcement, and yeah, as you might expect, it's not sunshine and roses. This whole topic has been extremely polarizing on the internet to begin with, and the girlfriend in particular is getting hate thrown her way, with people calling her things like gold digger or Stockholm syndrome victim for not leaving him.
And that's fucked up.
What matters here is that Sykkuno stops his serial cheating streak, and that he stops lying to women about him being single while turning them into homewreckers against their will. That's it. If she wants to stay, that's her choice. She doesn't deserve to get nasty things said about her, though.
Nope,
I wish her the best, and I again would like to apologize if I directly contributed to any harm that she might have gone through. That was not my intention. Look, ultimately, my favorite YouTuber growing up was PewDiePie. Yeah, I enjoyed his sense of humor, the fact that for the longest time, he was the sole runner of his channel, which gave him so much authenticity, but most of all, what I really liked about him was that he was not ashamed of being human. He would make mistakes, but when he would, he'd also sincerely apologize and work to learn from them. It's no secret that today, as a content creator, if you were to make a mistake, it would be so much easier to wait for it to die down in a week and then continue business as usual, as if nothing had happened. I was even advised by some to do exactly that and not release this video. And I understand why. It unfortunately works. But to me, it's simply the right thing to do, even if it leads to more scrutiny and people disliking me. I screwed up, I'm going to say sorry, and I will improve. So what am I going to change exactly? Well, to start, I'll never give another exception to a scoop or exclusive info. I will do what I've always done on this channel and talk about things that have already played out in public. I don't care if a 5-star general gives me info about World War III starting tomorrow. I will make the video after the nukes drop. I also realize just how much you guys value my objectivity. I understand that I'm not perfect at it, and I probably never will be, but I'll always strive to present information to you in the most balanced way possible so that you can, in the end, form your own opinion. And finally, no matter how much this channel grows, I'll always ask you to be honest with me, and I promise to take accountability when needed, just like how I'm doing right now. So look, if the last video was a deal breaker for you and you want to unsubscribe, then I completely understand, but I won't let you leave without thanking you first. Take care, and may our paths cross again someday. On the other hand, if you're planning to stick around for future content, then I'd like to thank you so much for allowing me to make a mistake and grow from it. I say this all the time when I stream, but not a day goes by where I take any of this for granted. And the fact that so many of you watch me, whether you're driving home, chilling at work, doing chores, knitting, or just eating, I'm so honored to be able to make your day a bit less mundane with my videos. It's truly a blessing. Thank you. I also would like to thank my Discord mods, my friends, and my viewers who reached out during this time. It meant a lot, and I really appreciate it. The Sykkuno video was live for a week, so I'll keep this video live for a week as well. However, I do plan to private the original video as soon as this video gets uploaded. I hope to be back sooner rather than later, continuing to make videos that you enjoy at the level of quality that you expect of me. As always, thank you so much for watching until the end, and I'll be sure to see you in the next video, whenever that is.
Yeah. So...
Alright, so for...
pretty much saying this video right here, this statement, is only going to be up for a couple more days now. The Sykkuno video was up for a week. He's keeping this video up for a week. Then it's going to be gone. And we're done. And again, I think it was fair. I put this comment also on Twitter, and then I retweeted it. But I did leave a comment in this video. I put here, I think it's a step in the right direction that Muujin is taking down the video and took accountability for his involvement in it. His biggest flop was really just wanting to be the person with the first big scoop on it. I believe his heart was in the right place. If not, he would have done as some had advised and just let this go get forgotten and buried. It takes a good slice of humble pie to admit you were wrong. I'm seeing some comments of people demanding he give his revenue to the girlfriend. Hot take, but I think it's too far, and I have seen it. Funnily enough, from one of the dashing gentlemen here, this one specifically. One of these dashing gentlemen saying that Muujin should give the revenue of his video to the girlfriend, or he doesn't mean his apology, which I think is stupid. Sykkuno can pay for her therapy. I believe, like I said, but I think it's too far. If anything, he should donate it to charity. I think he should donate it to charity. I think he should donate it to a charity that helps victims of domestic violence, that helps maybe even a women's charity. I don't know. But I feel like if he is to do anything with that money, if he was to be like, I don't want this money anymore, then donate it. Donate it. Just donate it. It doesn't have to go to the girlfriend. She's staying with Sykkuno, and she's completely financially dependent. He can buy her therapy. So, again, the reason is, if the reason is so she can get therapy, then Sykkuno should pay for it. He was the one who cheated. He's the root cause of this whole thing because, as Mugen said, this coming out was inevitable. It was only a matter of time and would have probably been worse the longer it went on. And just because, another hot take, I don't think he should apologize to Powder. Girl was rage baiting, trying to start ish, and got cooked. Her simps acting like Mugen skinned a cat alive for essentially calling her future Riri Gaki 2.0 ain't something to cancel over. I'm not taking that seriously when half the people who got mad throw racist remarks and slurs because they think it's based. In their words, fuck around and find out. I'm sure Powder doesn't care if he apologizes anyway. Like, no, girly, you're going off on stream. She even went on stream recently. It's in her fucking Twitter. I'm not going on her Twitter because I don't want to entertain it and I don't want to see her face. But she even on Twitter in one of her videos calls Mugen the R word, that she was, you know, hoping he would say something so that she can call him an R word. So I don't care if she gets, I say she does not deserve an apology. No. You knew what you were doing when his name was in your damn mouth. You knew that it was possible that he was going to say shit because you called him an unreliable narrator. You tried to hit him where it hurts. And yeah, you know, he got hit and it hurt. So he cooked you. So he cooked you on Twitter. If you don't want to get cooked on Twitter, keep people's name out your mouth. Period. And if people come at me because I said Powder, bring it. I do not care. I do not care. I don't block people. I don't mute. I don't hide replies. I don't freaking lock replies. Bring it. I don't care. I said what I said. But don't be like, but like, she's throwing insults and saying shit about people, some of which aren't even true, on a daily basis. She can take a little bit of cooking. She'll be fine. She'll be aight. She'll be aight. Her Sims can lick her wounds for her. She'll be fine. So, we might not watch this one because it's really just the whole Sykkuno situation explained in 7 minutes. But I had it in here just in case. So, Saros. Saros is someone who has been covering, again, the Sykkuno incident. With certain things. He deconstructed a lot of people, like this one where I'm gonna probably just try to go in order, where someone's like, Sykkuno is a predator. We'll make these quick.
You're wrong about the Sykkuno situation. It was between two consenting adults. You can't be mad at two consenting adults. I don't understand why you're upset. Okay, so consent, right, is not a magic word you say before you do something with somebody, and then anything that follows becomes pure and untouchable. Consent is built on truth. And the moment you remove truth, you hollow out the entire thing until it becomes something else entirely. If someone, let's say, for example, not saying Sykkuno has this, but let's say someone has, let's say, a viral STI, something of that variety, maybe it's AIDS, right, something like that, and chooses to hide that while being with another person, the other person never agreed to get that disease. They never agreed to get that infection. They never agreed to that risk. They never agreed to have their body placed in a situation they were not informed about. I'll do a better example, easier. Let's say you were going to be paid $100 for mowing a lawn, and then you mowed the lawn, and then didn't get paid the $100. You didn't consent to that. You had consented to agree to be paying $100. That is not a gray area. That's not messy communication. That is a direct violation of what you guys agreed on. That's what it is. And with the viral disease example, that's a direct violation of autonomy. And autonomy is the entire foundation of consent. People keep trying to reduce this into two adults made a choice. That sentence only works when both adults actually know what they're choosing. Information is part of consent. It breathes inside of it, lives inside of it. Without it, you are manufacturing a false agreement that never existed. So he cheated. Thus, this is why cheaters cannot possibly consent to the whole thing. If someone knows that someone's cheating, then both are agreeing to it. But if someone doesn't know they're cheating on a partner, then it's not a consensual agreement. You cannot agree to something that was hidden from you. You cannot make an informed decision with the most important detail has been deliberately removed. It doesn't count as consent. You have a complete misunderstanding of what consent is. When this behavior involves multiple people and someone is repeatedly lying and putting many others at risk, it stops being quiet and contained and turns into something bigger. That's why this can't be a private conversation between two people. It has to be known with everybody because he's a serial serial cheater and a serial liar. That's the problem. If someone has the reach to impact many people, then the truth needs to reach just as far, because silence in this situation is what protects the harm, not the people. That's the issue. I don't understand why people are having an issue with that. I don't grasp that. I feel as though people are willingly being ignorant about this, and it's near baffling.
They are willingly being ignorant. They absolutely are. People definitely are.
Thank you for subscribing, though. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to the community. Not sure if you're willing to have your mind changed on things, but I'm happy you're here. Pleasure to see you.
Yeah, so that was the first one. Then someone tried to say that Sykkuno... Someone's trying to say that Sykkuno is a victim, because now there are genuinely people that are saying that Sykkuno is the victim. Sykkuno is the victim of all these whores trying to get clout.
When you really think about it, Sykkuno is the victim. All these girls keep tossing it at him. He has to accept it. What would you do in this situation? I wouldn't cheat on my girlfriend, is what I do in this situation. I would inform people that I'm in a relationship, is what I do. And he's the... People
act like that's so hard. Just saying you're in a relationship.
He's the prey.
God, can you imagine if Sykkuno ended up getting a girl pregnant? Well, we know he likes to raw dog. So let's hope that if he does decide to sleep with his girlfriend and she decides to let him hit it, I hope she wears protection, because I would not want this man to be a baby daddy for nobody. Hello, Karak.
In a situation, all these women coming to him are actually the predator. Interesting. That's such an interest. I haven't heard this one before. This is news to me. Haven't heard this one before. I like this narrative. I like this one a lot, because it frames Sykkuno as innocent for cheating, which is very fun. This is very, very nice. I like this. This is new angle. I like where it's coming from left field. I like it. So
yeah, again, I like people want to be like, don't infantilize these women. Don't infantilize these women by letting them, not take accountability. But then they want to be like, but Sykkuno's a victim. What was he supposed to do? What could he have done with all these women throwing themselves at him? Not cheat on his fucking girlfriend? Tell them he was in a relationship? Motherfucker was going raw the whole time. Yes, Emerald. The one girl, Leah, who we were watching her statement, he went in raw. He finished it. He bust a nut inside her. They were wearing protection, and then he said he asked if quote unquote it was safe, so he can bust a nut inside of her. They will infinitely infantilize the man if it gives them permission to say it's actually okay. Exactly. They want to, mind you, Mal is only 19 years old as well. Mal is only 19 years old, was lied to. But no, we shouldn't infantilize the women. They just don't want to take accountability. Meanwhile, Sykkuno, poor baby boy, what was he supposed to do with all these women throwing themselves at him? What could he have done? With all these clout-chasing whores, what could he have done? Not cheated on his girlfriend. Told people that he was in a relationship. Not reply. Block. Why are we infantilizing Sykkuno? This is the last person who should be infantilized.
Let's actually dive into this for a second, right? So Sykkuno is the prey. He is the one actually doing the person with all the millions of followers and giving all these women money because they want the money so bad. It's not the fact that they view him as somebody that he's not. It's not that they didn't know that he had a girlfriend. It's not that they actually enjoyed having conversations.
34, by the way. 34, Seggy. Also, Seggy, you still here? Hey.
Talking with their boy failure, the guy that they assume is.
Don't know who these folks are, what's going on. Don't worry, just pull out some popcorn, honey bunch. Just get some popcorn ready, readjust your balls or readjust your titties if you got them, and just sit back and relax.
Actually a good sweetheart, and he's telling them that
give me views. Can't even say it, bro. Give me views.
Never had a relationship, and they're trying to fix him because they care about him, because it's a very maternal instinct to care about somebody that's going through a horrifying situation. It's not that, no, it's the fact that they want money from him. You're right, all women are evil is this mindset. You sadden me. You sadden me. The pathetic ineptitude of your brain cells is actually a disgrace to the continuation of the human species. You sicken me in every capacity. I scoff at you, sir. You are absolutely revolting in every capacity. You have as much brain as you have earwax. What do you mean?
I fucking love that insult, bro. You have as much brain as you have earwax. That shit is... Ooh, I love it. I be lurking. I know you do. Thank you. As much brain as you have earwax. Bro,
He is the prey in this situation. That's insane. Diddy was actually the prey because all these girls just wanted to be around him for his status. They were just, you know, harlots. That's all they were. They just wanted to be they were just trying to get the man with the money. You're crazy, is what you are. Is what you think one day you'll have the status that these men offer in some capacity, and you are upset. Your jealousy is causing you to cause that direction to stop viewing women as people with actual emotions and things of that variety. These women were manipulated and used and played and preyed upon, and you are trying to turn the dynamic in on its head. You're trying to inverse a triangle. That is disgusting. You sicken me as a human being, and I do not like the mindset of what you carry. I don't hate you, but I do hate the ideals that you carry in this chat. Don't do that. That's disgusting and gross, and I wish nothing but ill upon your lineage in the future is what I do if you keep this mindset up. Please don't do that. Thank you kindly.
I like how he's like, please don't do that. Bro, for real. For real. Y'all really be trying to infantilize this shit. Because some men be projecting. I'm telling you, some of these people, not all of them, but some of the men that are doing this shit, I swear, not all men. God forbid Twitter calls me a misandrist now. Not all men, but some of these goddamn men, I swear, they're just like, they wish they could be Sykkuno so bad. They wish they could be Sykkuno so bad, so that maybe one day, if they can get to the level of Sykkuno, that one day, if their EXP bar can be as big as Sykkuno, that maybe they can get away with it too. Haha, it's a good amount of us. Seki! Say it ain't so, bro. Say it ain't so. I'm getting married, bro. My man is amazing. My man is a good man. I'm just saying the truth. Segi, if you're here, because you're here, can I trust that you're at least one of the good ones? I'm not interested in you that way. You're too young for me and I'm getting married, so you know I got me a man. Can I trust you? Thank you. We can trust Segi. We can trust Segi. I know I only got a little handful of people here, but I'm gonna give my boy Segi. Segi. We love Segi. We're gonna give Segi a shout out. I know it's only 12 people, but you know, it's the thought that counts. I was raised by many black women and they raised you right. You were raised by queens. I don't know, Emerald. Are you feeling the need to say that? I'm bitten pretty sus. Ain't me, though. It took me some time to separate me from the other men when they get mad when they say all men, because I know I treat people respectfully. Exactly, Wandering Hero. Exactly. If you know you're doing it right, then you know the blanket isn't being thrown at you. If you know that you're doing it right, if you know that you're doing it by the book and that you're not, that these don't apply to you, you don't have to worry about the blanket. The blanket was never for you. Like, oh man. Brother. And then another video about him. Again, I love this dude. This dude's so fucking snappy.
You are lying to get girls is very natural. Some might say. It's what I've been seeing a lot realistically. If you are lying to get girls, then you are not worthy of the person at all. If you're lying to get with women, if you're manipulating to get women, if you're saying you make more money than you do, or saying you don't have a girlfriend at home or something of that variety, and the other person believes it, and because you're good and charismatic and you're able to manipulate your way into situations, that's not consensual. You are being abusive to your partner mentally because you're lying and ruining their trust in every capacity, and that makes it hard for them to get into more relationships in the future. And then you're also making the other person bad because that also ruins their decisions, because it makes them think that all men are liars. So you're making it bad for all men, and you're making it horrible for that side chick you now call a side chick because she didn't know what was going on. That's the issue. That's the problem. And then you build a whole situation and relationship with the other person, and you leave them all these lies. Oh, we can do this together. We can go to Six Flags. We can go to Florida. We can do all this stuff. And then now the person is just left with all these emotions and feelings. And they don't know what to do with them. And that's going to be really hard. You're glossing over this part really bad because it forces you to confront behavior you'd rather offend. Behavior from people they like, right? People they admire. People who have done good things in other areas in their lives. People who have charming smiles and good reputations and a way of making everyone feel like they're the most important person in the room. If you change the terms without telling someone, you've taken control of a choice that was supposed to belong to both of you. You become the director. The other person is just an actor following a script they didn't know was written for them. Now the interaction isn't equal anymore. It was never equal. It just looked that way from the outside. You don't have an equal interaction when one person is openly lying about the interaction. And then you're building up all this information. You're building up this whole thing with the other person. You're building up love and feelings and emotions. They don't go away when you figure out someone's bad. You don't stop listening to an artist completely when you figure out they did something bad. You might still have memories attached to their music. You might say, well, I can still listen to Melanie Martinez because I grew up with it. Well, I can still listen to Chris Brown because I grew up with them. I did this and I did that. Yeah, that's because that's how human emotions work. We are all creatures. Men, women, non-binary, whatever you want to be, doesn't really matter to me. Don't really care. Right, blah, blah, blah. Anything you are, right? You are emotional first, and then you have some logic to back up your emotions. That's how you work. That's how most people work. That's the reality about 51% of people on.
It's why some people could still play the Harry Potter game, even though they don't like J.K. Rowling and some of her fucking bullshit politics. Like, some people grew up with Harry Potter and they can't make that divide. But you know, I didn't grow up with Harry Potter, so I didn't give a fuck.
The planet. That's the reality of it. That's the majority. That's 51% of people. You think with your emotions first, then you use logic to confirm your emotions. That's how we think. That's why people think Goku can't be beat. That's the reality of it. Because I grew up with Goku and Goku blew up a planet. I don't care if you have a character that can say I can beat Goku. You're not beating Goku. That's emotional. My dad's stronger than your dad logic. All over. It's the reality of it.
Yep. My dad is stronger than your dad. Yep. Yeah, we got unwashed ass. We got some Zuko posting. God damn it, man. Fucking Paramount. Why? Like, I know that this wasn't a video. This was a picture. This was just a screen cap of the goddamn Avatar movie, and fucking Paramount balked it. Let me bounce on it. Stop taking it down. Okay.
Sustain the fact that the e-girls, I bet you feel stupid that Sykkuno's girlfriend chose to stay, and the fact that the e-girls that he cheated on her with were not the actual victims in the situation. You should feel like an idiot because Sykkuno was actually a chapter making her stay. All right, so let's talk about the fact that she chose to stay, because she's obviously in an abusive relationship. Because when you're in an abusive relationship, you don't just cross the line once, morning comes, you make a choice and you walk out. That's not how it works. Real life doesn't work like that. You don't just clean your room because it's dirty. Oh, that would make me feel better to clean my room, but I don't do it. It would make me feel better to eat healthier, but I don't do it. Why is that? Because you're used to familiarity. She's used to familiarity of being with Sykkuno. The person who leaves marks is often the same person who bandaged your cuts, who stayed up with you when you couldn't sleep, who knew exactly which words make you feel like you matter. Your memory doesn't split people into clean.
That's a crazy thing. The guy that caused the wounds are usually the ones that are there to bandage them too. But the story is that Paramount accidentally emailed it to people. Yeah, no, we've talked about it very briefly at the beginning of stream, because since I was gonna be scrolling across my Twitter feed, there was gonna probably be some thirst Thuko posting, because just so people know how like unbothered I am with unwashed asses being in my posts on Twitter, while people were freaking calling me slurs and thinking I'm Canadian and heckin' telling me to die alone with cats, I was thirsting over Zuko. I was saying I'm gonna bounce on it and bring honor to my ancestors. So like, this is how unbothered I am when it comes to fucking unwashed ass finding its way into my comments.
Familiarity of being with Sykkuno. The person who leaves marks is often the same person who bandaged your cuts, who stayed up with you when you couldn't sleep, who knew exactly which words make you feel like you matter. Your memory doesn't split people into clean categories. McDonald's is always bad because it supports the IDF, but you still eat McDonald's. Your brain holds everything at once. The gentleness and the cruelty live in the same room inside your head. And the good moments, the ones where things feel right and good and great, they echo in your mind over and over again, because that's how abusers work. That's how control works. Control isn't, oh, we got to make sure they're destroyed and annihilated. Control is little shifts. Every little shifts. A comment here, a dismissal there. Your feelings getting labeled as too much or overdramatic every time you push back. You stop trusting yourself. You start checking with the person who hurt you to find out if you're allowed to be hurt. That's a mind that's been rewritten. She's not weak for staying. She's actually very strong for staying and thinking it could actually work. That's impressive to do so, because there's a lot of wives that do that. A lot of people that stay in abusive situations. A lot of people that still talk to their family despite the fact their family is destroying them. That's what it is. And also, there's this quiet dread that leaving might trigger something worse. Not something violent, just something that could collapse everything you built. The empty apartment, the shared friends who pick aside, the version of yourself that existed inside of that relationship dying, leaving you, seeing, trying to figure out who you are next. The dread doesn't need to scream. It just sits there. It's patient. It's heavy. It's convincing you to.
Yeah, like he said, the dread don't have to scream. It just gotta sit there. Like, yo, this bro is like, the bro's writing fire. I'm sorry.
Devil, you know, is
the bro's saying he's speaking
That's
fire.
The reality of it. What a lot of outsiders don't see is how many times someone tries to leave before they actually do. A door gets opened and closed. A phone gets blocked and unblocked. Each false start starts to look like a failure. Nobody wants to be a failure, but it's not a failure. It's your body learning what it feels like to leave. And this is the issue, right? This is the issue. When an abuser also cheats, the person on the other side of that cheating aren't villains. They're not co-conspirators. They're people who were fed a version of the truth that had sharp edges filed off. They were told stories that left the partner at home. They didn't know about that. The promises broken. The lives lived in parallel. They are also victims. They made choices based on information someone deliberately hid from them. That's not consent. They got set up. They carry their own confusion, their own shame, their own moment of realizing they were tools to be used by someone else. They don't owe the primary partner anything. They were never given the real map. The person who drew the false map, who handed them and said, this is the territory. That's what's happening here. So the people, the e-girls are also victims. That's the reality of the situation. Sykkuno is a cheater, manipulator, and an abuser.
Yep. Again, the girls, they should have warned. They should have warned the girlfriend, but they don't owe her shit. They don't owe her shit. Oh yeah, I this shout out to this one post I did where I said, It's funny when someone comes into my comments with no argument or nuance, but just to call me the R word, block and run. Like, homie, I grew up in the 2000s. That shit was used as a playground insult. Showing that you peaked in grade school ain't the flex you think it is. On top of that, I grew up under immigrant parents. Trust me, I've been called worse. I should have also said that I grew up in the ghetto in the 2000s, because I did. I grew up in a predominantly minority neighborhood. Like, I fucking like, I grew up in like the urban inner city in grade school. I've seen people be called worse. I have been called worse. My mama and my papa, my parents are immigrants. We have been called worse. I have been called the R word during grade school, and I have been called worse. Like, you calling me that on Twitter, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna laugh at you. It's like calling me a fucking poopy head. It's like calling me a fucking poopy head. You got nothing better. Damn. And then the last thing.
Women everywhere. Mugen took the video down and made an apology video to Sykkuno for using the word predator. Don't you feel stupid now? Congratulations.
Grew up with Harry Potter, but I refuse to get anything from the franchise, and that's fine. Understandable. Zuko looked, y'all, yes. Legitimate question: would it be wrong to get Hogwarts Legacy just because I want to play a lit video game? I'm gonna be real with you. Excuse me. Excuse me. I don't care. I don't care. J.K. Rowling makes a fuck ton of money. It's okay. Like, there are people who don't want to support J.K. Rowling. She has admitted and shown that she lobbies against policies. She lobbies against policies in favor of the transgender community. She actively lobbies for anti-trans policies. And she has admitted that anything Harry Potter, she benefits from in some way, shape, or form. So if you are someone who considers yourself an ally to the trans community, then maybe don't buy the game. If you want to buy the game anyway, I'm going to let you think about that. Think about where your allyship starts and ends. I unfortunately did not grow up with Harry Potter. I don't have an attachment to Harry Potter, so it's really easy for me to say I don't care. Harry Potter means nothing to me. I had a little moment where I liked I was like, LOL, I guess I'm a Hufflepuff, when like everybody was taking the silly little quiz. But I have no real actual attachments to Harry Potter. If you want to play the game, that's okay. Not so much that it's okay. I personally don't super duper care. But then you might have to reassess where you lie as an ally. I don't think playing the game makes you immediately transphobic. I don't want to think in absolutes like that. You could just be someone who really loves Harry Potter. This was a game that you were wishing existed when you were little, and you know, now you're an adult with adult money, and now you can get this Harry Potter game. Like, it is what it is. That's it. I never thought buying Harry Potter was transphobic. Just because a long time ago, I also got jumped on Twitter for saying that Silvervale turned her back on her audience for playing Hogwarts Legacy, despite her the trans subset of her community saying that they would really rather she not play it on stream. But that's a whole other discussion. We're not talking about that. The biggest way to support J.K. Rowling is by buying the books. So I feel like actively buying her books, actively going to see the movies. I put that a little bit higher on the, maybe you're not as much of an ally as you think, as buying the game. So again, not my moral compass to decipher. I'm gonna leave you with that. but I'm not going to look down on someone because they chose to buy. Well, I'm not going to look down on someone solely because they chose to buy Hogwarts Legacy. J.K. Rowling, even without your one purchase, still has hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. It kind of is what it is. So, and if you do choose to get it, I hope you enjoy the game. Like, there it is. But also just know that a fraction of that money also ended up in her pocket, which she's then going to use it to strip trans people of their rights. Because you might not be a transphobe, but she sure as fuck is. Anywho, back to this.
You failed women everywhere. I'm so proud of all of you for bullying a 19-year-old for getting manipulated by a 30.
Nope, death of the author, and the unfortunate reality is that categorizing a massive cultural touchstone benefits bigotry far more than it does the minority. I know, Lynn. You and I have talked about it a lot. I've already also said that I don't super subscribe to death of the author in situations when the author is not dead and is actively using the profits of said IP to do the bad thing. I look at death of the author at a case-by-case basis. And I have always disagreed with you on that, but I've agreed to disagree. Like, H.P. Lovecraft was a piece of shit, but he's not getting any of the money if you buy his books. So, like, it is what it is. For me, in particular, death of the author is very situational, and I take it at a case-by-case basis. That's just me.
4-year-old. I'm so proud of you. Oh, but she was an OnlyFans model, so that makes her instantly evil because she's 19 and OnlyFans.
But buying Harry Potter stuff doesn't mean you are transphobic. That, I genuinely believe, if you decide to buy a Harry Potter game, or a Harry Potter book, or a Harry Potter t-shirt, or a keychain at Hot Topic, I don't think that makes you transphobic. That is just, you've got your emotional attachment to Harry Potter, and you want to have a nice little doohickey because you like it. If I'm to be real, a former coworker of mine who loves Harry Potter, a long time ago, I decided to pay her a visit at my old workplace because her birthday had passed, and I got her a little Harry Potter keychain of Luna Lovegood because she said she really liked Luna Lovegood. Am I a transphobe because I bought my former coworker a Luna Lovegood keychain? I don't think so. Did J.K. Rowling get, like, an iota of a cent of that keychain in profits? Fucking maybe. But I don't really want to deal in absolute. At least I try not to. That's it. We're not talking about that anymore.
Model in a male-dominated society.
Have a good night, Cerberus. I know, and I agree that actively supporting it is a red flag, and I would support getting access through other means if you want to engage with it. I'm largely agreeing with you. Okay. Just, I'm just making sure because, like, I love you so much, Lynn. I genuinely don't like arguing with my friends, but I also know that you and I, like, didn't quite meet eye to eye about certain things. Obviously, when you go into more conversation about that, I'm like, oh yeah, no, absolutely. I am well aware that the Hogwarts Legacy backlash, what happened to Pickamy and what happened with Silvervale was definitely a psyop. It was definitely proven, and especially the Epstein files showing that the fucking Reddit mod poll, all that shit was all a fucking psyop. Like, absolutely, you are right. But I also just don't want to talk about Harry Potter, bro.
She's so good. Oh, I'm infantilizing her, aren't I? Because you guys disgust me. By the way, before you guys comment in my chat right now and say she's not gonna smash you, bro, I'm married. I've been married for 3 years. I want to point that out. I've been married for 3 years. You psychopaths have actively done the worst thing imaginable. I am so disgusted by all of you. You guys are idiots. You guys are stupid. This man is a serial cheater. Let's say this, right? He exhibited predatory behavior, right? Let's assign the 5 titles to Sykkuno: manipulator, liar, cheater, player, and emotional abuser.
My point is that treating any interaction with the media as bigotry is done in furtherance of keeping minorities scared to be themselves in public. Yeah. Again, there are some transgender people that like Harry Potter, and, you know, It is what it is. Like, again, if you choose to engage with the Harry Potter series, I don't think that makes you transphobic. As long as you are aware that some of your support is going to go to someone who is transphobic. And I guess that is to say, maybe instead of buying it, maybe pirate the game. I don't know. Maybe pirate it.
Let's call him an emotional abuser because he emotionally abused his girlfriend. He also emotionally manipulated these women that relied on him or in some ways thought they had a future with him because he was a player and he lied to them. He coerced them into sexual things and acts of that variety. So they are victims of Sykkuno. Those women have just as much a right to talk about the situation as the girlfriend. And the fact that you guys think you won some weird mental game by bullying these women off the internet is disgusting. That's crazy. We did it, guys. They did it for clout and all this stuff. No, they were manipulated by somebody that's cheating on his girlfriend with a bunch of women and they wanted to get it known. He is preying on other women because he's cheating and lying. That's the reality of the situation. What else would you call it? Oh, he's a manipulator. He's a gaslighter. I don't know about abuse, bro. Abuse is only physical. You can mentally abuse somebody and rewire their brain patterns. You can do that. Did you know that? You guys are so infuriating to deal with when it comes to situation when it pertains to abuse victims that I know you don't care about mental health. And I pray, I hope to the skies above, to any gods I can find in the time I have left on this earth, that the worst evils befall, a plague upon your family, a plague upon your farm, a plague upon everything. You have as much brain
dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow.
Earwax. You are lagerlout sluts. You are gibblegops. You are actual simple and daft, the smidgens, kersmudgeons of rat brain filled, smooth brain little pestilence. You are pissants to me. That is what I feel right now. Because what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Bullying a 19-year-old woman off of the internet.
They really did.
Manipulated by who you admit is a shitty person. Now you have to apologize for the guy who cheated. They should have handled it privately. No, if it was handled privately, nobody would ever know about the situation. You're stupid. You're just dumb.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah. So that leads me to this last video. And I think after that, we're going to have some final words. And then I think, unless something really crazy comes out, we are done talking about the Sykkuno incident. Everybody, I think, is going to be ready to move on. But after this one video from Saros, which I think was a good video, because again, the dude's just spitting facts. The dude's cooking. The dude's cooking real good. What I especially hate about these people, a reasonable person crashing out on them makes them feel like they've won because you got mad. Yep, that's the only thing. The only thing I disagree about this, and I understand why he got mad. I've gotten a little about sometimes too, because you really don't want to believe that people are this stupid, and you know that some people are not this stupid. They're pretending to be this stupid. And that's worse. That's worse. When people are pretending to be this stupid. When they're making themselves be that stupid. What's this? Okay. Wait, what? It's the same freaking thing. Okay. Last video. We'll wrap up. And then we're done for today. Look at that, 4 hours. Look at us doing good on time. Hell yeah, me.
Cheater, liar, and manipulator is someone who has been mentally abusing his girlfriend.
I think the crash out is justified and necessary, and the more people who do it makes it seem the less attractive it is to be this evil. Yeah.
By cheating on her with multiple women over the course of years. Let me get this straight. Muujin right here apologized to a cheater, liar, and manipulator and someone who has been mentally abusing his girlfriend by cheating on her with multiple women over the course of years. And that man is Sykkuno right here. See Sykkuno? Look at this.
Yeah, again, I don't think Muujin apologized to Sykkuno. I think Muujin apologized for the errors he had mishandling the situation, but I can also see why some people are like, bro, why are you apologizing to fucking Sykkuno? He does not deserve no apology. And you're right. He does not deserve no apology. But I also don't really think Muujin apologized to Sykkuno. But, you know.
This anime boy, look at this Deku voice acted little Asian man. Look at him. Look how innocent he looks. Look at that. Pretty privilege and full effect, halo effect. He could do no wrong. No issues there. We're looking at Sykkuno right here. So the reason Muujin right here is apologizing is because of one word. Predator. Sorry, that's the wrong predator. predator like EDP or Jeffrey Epstein, right? Because those are child predators, right? And that's why we have the distinction of the word child in there. Now, when you think of predator, you think of Chris Hansen and how he catches predators, right? Now, we all hate predators. We have no issue hating predators, but that's a bit too drastic of a title for someone like Sykkuno right here, because Sykkuno didn't touch any children, so he's not a predator. Now, let's talk about this for 1 second. Everyone was going nuclear on him, saying, hey,
there we go.
This isn't as bad as it seems. He just cheated on his girl and mentally abused her and lied and manipulated a bunch of women. He's not a predator. Can we use correct labels here? Because semantics are very important. So let's actually look at what that word means. Let's look at what the word predator means. Let's talk about it for a second, right? A partner predator, which is what Sykkuno is an individual who engages...
A partner predator. Yo. We got us a new word. I actually didn't know partner predator was a thing. I listened to some of this video. I actually didn't know partner predator. Partner predator. Oh.
In deceptive, manipulative, second, right? A partner predator, which is what Sykkuno is an individual who engages in deceptive, manipulative, or coercive behavior within or to enter a relationship aiming to gain something such as control over a partner, money, or intercourse. They often use grooming tactics like extreme charm, love bombing, and breaking boundaries to create dependency and exploit vulnerabilities. Key characteristics more so include targeting, vulnerability, love bombing, manipulation, and here's the big one: deception. So I'd like to ask the class for a moment. I'm using visuals here. Did Sykkuno deceive anybody in this situation? Everybody was deceived. So that falls under the category of what he done. Did he manipulate anybody? Well, yes, he manipulated people by deceiving them. Did he love bomb people? He sure did. He continually gave them all this attention, time, and all this energy and bought them things and did all this stuff. Now,
absolutely,
that's not the true definition, right? That's not the true definition, right? No. And that's not my definition. That's the definition. That's just a definition. And if you read that, what I put on screen to make the visual easy for you, and don't see at least some of it in what Sykkuno did, you're not paying attention.
So again, the key characteristics: targeting vulnerability. They often prey on individuals experiencing life crisis such as divorce, grief, or loneliness. In this case, the vulnerability is that they are fans of him and that they look up to him. Love bombing. He has absolutely done that. He's given them money. He's gotten them gifts. He has offered to pay expenses for them, fly them out, cover hotels. That is love bombing. Manipulation and deception, hiding true intentions. Dude clearly wanted to clap cheeks and sleep around. Talking with some of these girls about building lives together. Not telling them he had a girlfriend. Telling them that he only ever had one relationship. Telling them that he wasn't sleeping around and talking to other girls. We have seen the Google Docs that prove all of that. Boundary violations. With the Icy Lynn Google Docie, and with Leah, whenever they put up some boundary, even if it wasn't the strongest one, even if they didn't exactly say no, they didn't show interest, they showed reluctance, they didn't show engagement and enthusiasm, yet he kept going. He went angsty. He kept bringing it up during unrelated conversations. He is violating boundaries. So ignoring the personal space and asking for rapid intimacy. He's moving in some of these DMs immediately to romantic. So yes, going rapid intimacy. And again, for Icy Lynn, for a year, trying to get them to go to TwitchCon. Almost every month, asking if they're going to go to TwitchCon. Can they come to TwitchCon? Maybe they should come see TwitchCon. Maybe we should hang out during TwitchCon. We should hang out in Paris. Constantly. But boundary violations. Relationship rustling. In some contexts, this refers to someone actively trying to lure a person away from their current partner. This I don't think applies because most of the girls that Sykkuno was going after were also single. But in this case, the relationship rustling can be considered the fact that he is again hiding the fact that he has a girlfriend, hiding all of this behind the girlfriend's back, and keeping the girlfriend as isolated as possible from these other women. And then also isolating these girls in some way, shape, or form. 1, so that he has no witnesses. 1, so that there's no paper trail. And 2, so that they don't suspect that there are other women involved. So, yeah, no, he's a partner predator.
make it easier for you. So a lot of you people online are saying to me, well, he's not a predator. The word is too strong. Okay, fine. You know what? I'll concede my point. I will concede the fact that he's a predator. Tell you what, let's say this. Let's do something easier. Would you say that microtransactions, which is a legal case that was going on, was using predatory business practices, right? Gotcha games use predatory business practices. Now, the game itself isn't a predator, but they're using predatory tactics. How's that? That easy enough for you? Is that easy for you? Tell you what, Diddy didn't touch any kids. Diddy didn't touch many kids. As a matter of fact, Diddy touching kids wasn't even a part of it. He just exploited women, used people, and used his power and influence on younger people. Well, actually, no, more so people that were in a lesser situation, but they were all adults. So, would you say he's a predator? No, he used predatory tactics. Same way someone might not be a clinical narcissist, but can still have narcissistic traits. You don't need the full diagnosis to recognize the behavior. The behavior's right there. Lying to women, hiding a relationship, creating emotional dependency, breaking trust over and over. Those are the tactics. Those are the tools. And the reason people are so hung up on this word instead of the behavior is because the word scares you, I'm sure. Because you may be using these tactics yourself. You. That's right. Soldier Boy. You. I know this word forces you to look at...
You. Yeah. Some people, well, they might be doing the same thing Sykkuno's doing. So if he's a predator, that makes you a predator too. What? It could be... Soldier Boy, tell him. It could be you.
These tactics yourself. You. That's right. Soldier Boy. You. I know this word forces you to look at something you don't want to see. You don't want to see the inside of yourself. You don't want to see that you potentially could possibly be using predatory tactics. Now, I'm not saying he RAPE'd these women. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he is disgusting and evil. I am saying that because they didn't know what he was doing, this is falling apart really fast. This has now become a battle of semantics. And believe me, you don't want to get with me in a battle of semantics. I will beat you down with years of experience. My job is talking. I don't mean this job. I mean my actual job is to proofread and write. That is my job. I love talking. I love definitions. We can do this all day about semantics. You are attacking a 19-year-old for being lied to by a 34-year-old man who has a girlfriend. Because guess what? She has an OnlyFans. Now, I'll talk about that in a minute, but let's talk about the girlfriend. Now, I don't know who she is. She's a mystery character. Never seen her before. Don't know who this person is. But this girlfriend said her relationship deserved privacy. She wasn't informed that it was all going to be public. I didn't know everybody was going to know my man was a piece of garbage. Now everybody knows Sykkuno's a piece of shit. So, she has to deal with all the mean comments online. People are saying she's the only real victim. Well, she's the only real victim. Now, what does the word victim mean? If I get into a car crash, I'm a victim of that car crash. If I get shot, I'm a victim of a crime. If I, well, let's say, get scammed, I'm a victim of getting scammed. A victim is somebody simply who is affected by a situation. But because the internet doesn't know what definitions mean, and because we already have our preconceived definitions of simple words, we have an idea of what victim means. Victim is somebody who has no idea about what's going on. Because when they hear the word victim, people don't read. I've discovered this is an issue with the anti-intellectualism of the internet every day. I am seeing it all the time. People don't read headlines. So you are mad that you got... Did
you see the Google Doc of the VTuber Icy Lynn Winter that explains her story with Sykkuno? Hi, TJ Chaco. We actually earlier in this stream, we read through the whole Google Doc. We actually did it in pretty good time. I'm not going to read it again, but we actually did cover the entire Google Doc. And we learned through this Google Doc that Sykkuno, for all of 2025, was trying to get trying to fly out Icy Lynn to Paris so that they can hook up for the whole year of 2025. Trying to get Icy Lynn, who tried to use every single excuse to show that she was not interested, that she didn't want to go. She said she was scared of traveling alone, that she didn't have the money, that she's got studies to do, just pulling out every possible excuse. And Sykkuno was like, I'll pay for it, I'll be there, I know what we can do, blah, blah, blah. Constantly. Several times, first off, also, Sykkuno was the one that hit her up first. Also, Sykkuno was, she had asked Sykkuno, do you have a girlfriend? Are you talking to other girls? I don't care if you do, but I'd like to know if you do, because that will be the deciding factor on whether or not I proceed, we proceed further with all these romantic conversations. And Sykkuno said no. Sykkuno said he wasn't seeing anybody. Sykkuno said he wasn't talking to any other girls and that he was single. He actively lied to her. And then he also sent her a fuck ton of money as well. So, all the criticisms that people try to use to discredit Mal, they cannot be used on Icy Lynn. So they just say that she just wants to get her 15 minutes of fame, and that she's another clout chasing whore, when they really got nothing on this. Here is your perfect victim. Here is your perfect victim out of all of the girls coming with the accusations, but they don't want to listen to her, so they move the goalpost and discredit her. So yeah, we went over the Icy Lynn doc. Sykkuno's trash.
Confused about two words, predator and victim, and you didn't want to look up the definitions, and you immediately assumed. And because you want to get by assuming and being convenienced by things, you get mad because people are not using your convenient terms.
And again, victim. A victim is an individual harmed, injured, or killed due to crime, accident, disease, or another adverse action, often encompassing emotional, physical, or financial loss.
You say predator, it has to be somebody that's touching children, and victims are only children, is what I'm seeing here. Or if somebody get physically abused, well, they're a victim of physical abuse. Okay, are you not a victim of a car crash? No, I'm not a victim of a car crash. I'm just somebody that got affected by the car crash. What does victim mean? Are we looking at definitions here, or are we just using words loosey-goosey here? Is that what we're doing? Because it seems as though you guys don't care about the definitions of the words. That's what I'm discovering. You see?
Did you want to say anything about that, TJ? Or did you come here with wanting to, like, argue that Icy Lynn isn't also a victim of Sykkuno? Because if you do, please, by all means, the floor is yours. By all means, please entertain me. Tell me how you feel about Sykkuno. And just in case, because YouTube chat doesn't appear in my chat widget, this is on YouTube. This is someone's comment on YouTube. I would love to. I would love to see that. While you're at that,
the only perfect victim to people is Sykkuno's girlfriend, simply by virtue that she is the girlfriend. That's it. That's the whole thing. When someone has to be completely innocent, completely blameless, completely...
You want me to show their message that's held for review? Yes, Emerald. If they wrote anything and you held it for review, I would love to see what it is. I hate cheating. I feel sorry for the victims. Okay. Thank you. If that's all they said, then awesome. If they said anything else, Emerald, I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. Is it normal for people to interact with girls less than 18-year-olds due to games or content creation? So, is it normal for people to interact with girls less than 18? I'm going to say it is not, but the context of the conversations, the context that brings the two parties together, I feel matter quite a bit. So, for example, a couple weeks ago, there was someone that was trying to bully my friend Din, calling them a child predator because she had talked to children that were between the ages of 14 and 16, and she was at the time in her 30s. Din is asexual. Din is not really interested in romantic relationships. Din is just an artist. Din had first communicated with these people in an Undertale server. And that's how she got to learn about these people. Din at no point ever talked anything inappropriate with some of these younger folk, and literally only just drew art. And even that art wasn't inappropriate. It was just silly chibi art, Undertale stuff, things like that. So while it might be initially concerning when an adult is speaking to children almost half their age, there needs to be context. I feel like you can't throw a blanket over it. That should be looked at a case-by-case basis. Especially, again, if the terms like predator are being thrown around, because, again, these are very, very serious terms. And the reason, and we also knew that this person had a motive. For some reason, they felt entitled to some of Din's art that was drawn many years ago, And Din, not really wanting anything to do with this person because they were a dick, just kind of didn't want to associate. So they tried to find anything they could to make Din look bad. And again, the only thing Din did was happen to be talking to people who were relatively really young. Funnily enough, when Din learned that these people were between the ages of 14 to 16 at the time, the first thing she asked was, can I please talk to your mom? Can I please talk to a parent, can you please point me to an adult so that they're aware of who you're talking to? And if your parent decides that you should not be talking to me, then that is where this ends. So in this case, Din, while unfortunately is a minority in this sort of situation, it's not always a bad thing. Sometimes having responsible adults in communities with younger people is the best way to make sure that they're safe. So no, I don't think that someone talking to a younger person is inherently bad. But what I need to know is what got them initially talking and what are they talking about. And in the case of Icy Lynn, Sykkuno contacted them, learned they were 17, took a step back, came immediately back when she turned 18, and immediately started turning into the flirty, romantic, up until they were, till now, where they're around 22 to 23, talking about flying them out to TwitchCon and, you know, getting risque, naughty pictures from her. You see how the context matters? Where in Din's case, she's just drawing Undertale fan art and making a webcomic in a group community Discord. Sykkuno was going in the DMs asking for nudes. You see how the context is different? You see how context matters? You see why you can't just throw a blanket over these sorts of things? Even if it is a little bit of a red flag, you still need to look into the situation and get further context, because if not, you could be making a bad decision and condemning someone who didn't do anything wrong. And also, when it comes to situations of potential victims, the most fair thing you can do to the victims and everyone involved really is to look at everything with as good of a lens as possible. It's very important. But yeah, so Sykkuno's still a predator. So yeah, to answer your question once more, just so that it doesn't seem like I just wanted to lecture you, I just like yapping. It's not the norm. It is not usually the norm. It is not usually normal for people to interact with younger folk, but it does happen. Unfortunately, the internet does not have a lot of safe spaces for younger people to be in. And even in the times where they were safer spaces, there are still adults in those spaces. But due to the status of the internet right now, there is a chance that you might be talking to a younger person. What you do upon learning that that person is younger, that's the deciding factor on if it's something bad or not. That's what I also mean by a red flag doesn't always constitute a problem. Take the time to get more context about the situation. That way you can make a more informed decision on how to handle things. Sorry, I know I look like a teacher right now. But I apologize again for coming off a little too strong, TJ. I apologize for that. And I apologize if I came off as passive aggressive and like I just wanted to like haha own you, lecture you. Not. There's a lot of people that have been taking the current events in bad faith. So there is a little bit of defensiveness here. But yes, we did cover the document as well. And again, if you want to see what I think, how we read it, we did do some silly Deku things. We did pop a couple jokes at Sykkuno's expense. By all means, if you're on the YouTube side of things, feel free to go back on the VOD, watch it in 2x speed while you're freaking taking a shower, doing your homework, doing dishes, doing laundry. Have a good time. If you want to drop a follow, that's awesome too. But we're going to keep watching this video now.
Pure in every way, and people will acknowledge that they were harmed because she doesn't have an OnlyFans, and you know she didn't know what he was doing. Neither the women that were having all the pipe done to them. They were getting piped. What about the other women? The ones who thought they were going to have a relationship with him. they are victims of a cheater and a liar because they assumed he was single. He was a serial cheater. That's right. Just because they weren't in a long-term relationship with him doesn't mean they weren't deceived into thinking they were going to get one or something from him. They were given money, shower gifts. He was playing video games with him. He spent so much time with them, they assumed that, guess what? Okay, all right, I guess he must really be single because he's spending all this time with me. Deception is deception. Betrayal is betrayal. The length of the relationship doesn't change that. That's the reality of it. And he did this with multiple women, so many women. It was a known secret. It's crazy to me. It's nuts. We've got people like Valkyrie. We've got people like Pokimane. We've got people like Lily Pichu. As a matter of fact, we've got all these women that were good voices for women on the online space. All these people. This makes it worse, by the way. This makes it significantly worse. All these women were actively boosting up Sykkuno, saying, yeah, you know, he's a safe man. He's safe. And he appeared safe. When you go through all the clips online and seeing all this stuff, you see that he's a safe man. People wouldn't trust him. And that makes it significantly worse because he is making himself a safe space for women. And when you do that, you got to uphold that. You can't just lie. And when you're not a safe space for women, especially your own girlfriend, you are horrible in more ways than one. And this is where things get really bad. People keep telling me, well, that OnlyFans girl ruined this whole thing. This 19-year-old manipulated a 34-year-old man. Isn't that bad? Oh, my goodness. She just became an adult. She's still an adult. You know what? I like when people say legal terms like that to me. I like that. That's weird because you're right. You are 100% correct. Because she wanted it.
Correct.
So since she wanted it,
correct.
Right? She's evil. We right? Because she wanted it. Now, but somebody approaches me, and I have a girlfriend. I'm married, by the way. I've been in a relationship for 3 years. I'm married, right? If a girl approaches me on the street, it's her fault for approaching me. She should know immediately. Her women senses should tingle in and know I have a girlfriend. She should just lock in like Spider-Man and know I have a girlfriend. She should just know immediately. That'd be so much easier. Remember when I was talking about Lily Pichu and Pokimane and Valkyrie? They didn't know he had a girlfriend. As a matter of fact, up until, I don't know, this whole situation started, I didn't even know how old the dude was. No clue. I thought this man was in his early 20s, maybe something that variety. No idea. No idea he had a girlfriend. But this woman, grown woman, is 19. Now, we can agree that she's an adult. I'll give you that. I'm not going to infantilize this woman, but she just became an adult. Sykkuno was 34. You're telling me a 19-year-old manipulated a 34-year-old? You know what it reminds me of? I'm going to use a really extreme example.
You know how stupid that sounds? To say that Mel, like, manipulated Sykkuno?
If you ever heard these terms, oh, you got to stop being...
Again, it's about infantilizing.
Fast. Stop being a bop. When a 12-year-old is wearing clothes and being nice to her uncle, you know what they call her? Oh, she's being fast. She's being a bop, too friendly with the men. Interesting. So because men can't control themselves around a child, it is the girl's fault, right? Is that what we're doing? Right? That's interesting. Is that fair to say? Is she fast and a bop? Is that little girl fast and a bop? Is that what's happening here? But she's on OnlyFans. You people made the economy of OnlyFans. If OnlyFans was really that bad and reprehensible, it would not be as popular.
That's another funny thing, too. How quick people are to jump on, like, OnlyFans girls. Like, they're not on OnlyFans. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, the call is coming from inside the house, bro.
If you really wanted to get rid of the industry of promiscuity and intercourse and people, actors, actresses, whatever you want to call it, porn, you want to get rid of that? You want to get rid of that? You know what you got to do? You know what you got to do? Stop watching it. You have to stop watching the stuff. That's what you got to do. And, oh, no, I'm sorry. She's legally an adult. That's the Cinderella effect. You know what the Cinderella effect is? So this is Cinderella. She's just a regular peasant. And before she's a regular peasant, when the clock strikes 12, she loses her abilities of being the princess. So when the clock strikes 12, she went from peasant to princess, and clock strike 12, she went back to a peasant. So the rules changed at 12. It's illegal now. And because this isn't illegal, no one cares. Tell you what, hey, did you know the age of consent was 8? No, let me be specific. In Delaware, in the late 1800s, the age of consent was 7. 7.
Damn. In Delaware, the age of consent was 10-year-olds. In Delaware, the age of consent was 10 years old until 1871, when it was lowered to 7 years old. Under the 1871 law, though, a man was given the death penalty for sex with a girl below the age of consent. Well, that's just the definition of one step forward, 2 steps back. That is a 1 step forward, 2 steps back if I've never fucking seen it. If I've ever seen it. It's like, on the bright side, they make it so that if a man has sex with a girl below the age of consent, immediate death penalty. No ifs, ands, or buts. But on the downside, the age of consent was 10 and they lowered it to 7.
It was 18 10 times was scary. 18 10 times was scary, guys.
Fucking ew.
7. What about everywhere else? Oh, you're right. It was around the ages of 10, 12, 14. Hey, did you know that child marriage is still legal in America today?
Yeah, guys. 34 states still allow minors under the age of 18 to marry as of late 2025. While some states have set a strict minimum of 18, many others allow exceptions via parental consent or judicial approval. Between 2000 and 2018, nearly 300,000 minors were married in the U.S. As of late 2025, child marriage is legal in 34 states. States with no minimum age. As of 2024, at least 4 states: California, Oklahoma, damn, California L, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Mississippi did not have a minimum age for marriage. Exceptions in states where it is allowed. Heckin', thank you for the follow, TJ. In states where it is allowed, it usually requires parental consent, judicial approval, or for the minor to be emancipated. Progressive bans. Only 16 states and DC have passed laws setting 18 as the minimum age without exceptions. Risks. Child marriage is associated with higher rates of school dropout, poverty, and domestic violence. Well, I arrived at a fun time, I see. Boy, you missed so much. But honestly, we've been doing real good on time, so you might actually be able to catch up if you ever decide to watch the rest of the stream on YouTube. On YouTube. Watch it on YouTube. Get me watch hours. On YouTube. Watch it on YouTube. But watch it on YouTube. It's a better player. Okay.
In multiple states, but it's legal, so it doesn't matter, right? That's fine. Since we want to use whataboutism logic, I can go all day with this. Child marriage is legal, so it's fine. Oh, you're good, right? Is that fair? Is that fair to say because it's legal? Since you people only speak in extreme examples like children, I'm gonna make this a little bit easier for you to understand. It's gonna be real easy. So, I know you care about legality and stuff like that, but we're gonna talk about sandwiches for a moment. This is Mary. No, she didn't have a little lamb, but this is her friend Sally. Now, they're going on a picnic together. They're outside having a good time. Now, Mary has 2 sandwiches. Boom. 2 sandwiches. Sandwich 1, sandwich 2. Easy. 2 sandwiches. Easy. Sally has 3 sandwiches. So, now you're following along. Mary has 2 sandwiches. Sally has 3 sandwiches. I'm speaking slow so you don't get lost. They arrive at the picnic area, and Mary has to go to the bathroom. Sally then goes into Mary's basket and takes the 2 sandwiches and puts them into her basket. Mary comes back. Where did she look for the sandwiches? Go ahead and answer me that question. Where would she look for the sandwiches? Now, if you said that Mary would look in Sally's basket, you're stupid. You know that Mary does not have any sandwiches and Sally has the sandwiches. Mary doesn't know that. Mary's gonna check in her basket. Now, we got that established. What happens next? Mary is then going to go and ask Sally, have you seen my sandwiches? Now, if Sally lies to Mary, is it her fault? Is it her fault that Sally lied? No, it is not Mary's fault that Sally lied. It is actually Sally's fault for lying. And Mary doesn't know. So she has been forced into a situation where she has been deceived and left ignorant of the fact that she doesn't have any sandwiches. Who are you going to blame in this situation? So the OF model would be Mary. And then Sally would be Sykkuno. If you didn't pick up on that, I want to make sure you understand. Now, this is also very important. Is Mary a victim of Sally's lying? Right? Obviously a victim of the stealing, so we can agree to that. I would hope we can. If we can't, then maybe you need to go back to 2nd grade. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe you yourself are not understanding what's happening here. Because you bullied the other women into basically apologizing, now other women won't speak up, and these situations will continue. Because you people only accept extreme examples. Let's say Epstein, for an example, right? We remember Jeffrey Epstein. That's an extreme example. Took one dead man to listen to 1,000 alive women. Harvey Weinstein, Dan Schneider. But guess what? You know, besides Dan Schneider, I believe he was actually freaked out. A lot of those women were adults. Same way Diddy got off pretty light. Diddy didn't touch kids. Would you tell me Diddy isn't a predator? He didn't touch kids. They were all consenting adults. But hold on, what's your definition of consent? When you lie and get someone to agree with you? Matter of fact, what's your definition of predator? Only when a child is involved and get someone to agree with you?
Yeah, so consent is a voluntary, sober, and conscious agreement to engage in specific actions essential for healthy relationships, safety, and legal compliance. It must be active, not the absence of no, enthusiastic, and ongoing, allowing individuals to change their minds at any time. Key components include clear communication, often verbal, and mutual understanding.
You? Matter of fact, what's your definition of predator? Only when a child is involved? See, that's why we have the term child predator, to specify the target. We're not trying to limit the behavior, we're trying to specify the target. So what does consent mean, right? Consent, especially informed consent or enthusiastic consent, is when somebody knows all the variables. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're about to mow the lawn, right? Big lawn, you want to mow the lawn. Guy, his neighbor says, okay, I'll give you $100, you mow my lawn. Say, okay, cool. Wife comes out, gives you a little bit of lemonade, you gugging it down. Oh, this lemonade's amazing. Yeah, I peed in it a little bit. What? Nothing, it's amazing. So, bada bing, bada boom, lemonade's fine. Great. You get done mowing the lawn. Lawn looks clean. That's a good looking lawn, isn't it? You guys like that lawn. It looks amazing, doesn't it? He comes out and gives you a nickel. Interesting. Did you consent to getting a nickel? No, you consent to $100. But it's your fault for being manipulated and lied to. That's what you guys sound like. Is your fault for getting a nickel? Is what I'm hearing.
It's your fault for
That's
getting
what I'm
a
hearing
nickel.
with this whole situation.
Yep.
Are you crazy? I'm using very basic examples because you guys don't understand basic examples. This is pretty easy to me to understand. I don't know why it's hard for everybody else. And Mujin apologizing has
It's because they don't want to understand, bro. They don't want to understand, bro.
pissed me off to the highest degree. Now, before you say something crazy, you're white knighting. You're not even involved in this situation. Why do you care about this? I care about women. I care about women because I'm discovering that all men suck. Even you, especially me. Especially me. I am not a safe space if you don't know me. If a woman sees me, she should be horrified. She should not trust me immediately. As a matter of fact, she shouldn't trust anybody immediately. You should look at me and not see a safe space because you don't know me. You don't know who I am yet. So don't have an initial assumption of who I am immediately just by virtue of me existing. That's ridiculous. I don't get a pass because I'm being an ally to women right now. I'm not white knighting either. I'm married. I don't care about any of the other women that go against women either. I don't care about none of that. I care about getting victims actually acknowledged. 12, 16, 23, 24, and 25. Now, women are going to know what those numbers mean because those are important numbers to me. Now, you're not going to know what those numbers mean because you just think I'm saying a bunch of numbers. But those were my ages. The ages in which I myself experienced being victimized by somebody who took advantage of my weaker mindset. And I'll explain a few of these. When I was 12, it was my teacher. She was a woman. It's horrifying for me. Sucked. It was a little boy in school. Little ugly boy, by the way. I was ugly. I was an ugly kid. I'm ugly now, but you know what I mean? One instance in my 20s right here. I just gotten out of a relationship. Friend came over, knew I was in a weak mental state. I was weak emotionally. She took advantage of that. I didn't say no, though. Just fight, flight, and freeze. I froze. It was my fault. It's my fault that happened. Horrifying, isn't it? It's my fault. Didn't say no. Didn't do that. Didn't give consent, but I didn't say no. I was weak and crying on her shoulder, and she took advantage of that. Sucked. That woman, guess what? Is a predator because she took advantage of my weak mental state. That's what a predator is.
Damn.
Now, this may actually get a few guys on my side because I said a woman's bad. Oh, a woman did something bad. They can do the bad things, by the way. Anyways, at the end of the day, you failed women. The ones who spoke up? No, not those ones. No. You failed all women. You failed the ones who stayed silent because they watched what happened when the last person tried. You failed them. And you'll keep failing them until you learn that the word predator isn't about making you uncomfortable. It's about describing behavior. Behavior doesn't need conviction to be real. This whole thing reminds me of the pride and ego issue. I asked my friend a question earlier. I had said, would you sacrifice your pride to save your financial state? He said, yeah, I'd sacrifice my pride to save my financial state. I said, would you suck a penis for $1 million? He said, no. I said, that's sacrificing your pride to save your financial state because you're more concerned about your ego and being hurt by your ego being hurt or bruised than anything else. I said, what about $1 billion? He said, no, nothing's worth my integrity. I said, I just asked you if you would sacrifice your ego to save your financial state. He said, yeah, but the way you're saying it is strange. Interesting. It's very interesting. When people say sacrifice your ego, you're not thinking about that because people's egos are getting hurt with this whole situation.
It's a simple question. It's a simple question. Would you sacrifice your ego and your pride for money? If the answer is yes, but then if someone says, would you suck a dick for $1 million? And the answer is no, then you would not sacrifice your ego and your pride to help your financial state. That's okay. It's okay if you don't want to sacrifice your ego and your pride for your financial state. It's okay if you won't suck a dick for $1 million. But then don't say that you would sacrifice your pride and your ego for a financial boon, because you wouldn't. You just said that.
They're attacking in droves. It's very interesting. And also, recently, this man, Jadion, he reached out to me on Instagram to talk about the Sykkuno situation. Maybe one day we'll talk about it. I'm not quite sure. He hasn't gotten back to me, but he reached out to me. And, you know, he initiated it. You know, he initiated the first message. So he obviously wants it, right? I'm just going to point that out. And then after that, he also reacted to a video of me on stream. Seems as though he was very upset with what I was saying about the whole Sykkuno situation and defending women. Not quite sure. Very strange considering he catches child predators. Very interesting. I'm very curious about why he's against this situation. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
That'll make sense.
Maybe he's white knighting incorrectly. Maybe he just wants the moral victory of going against definitive predators. Now, I think Jadion does great work. I think he does amazing work. But I do want to point out, this is bad. This is bad that I'm confused, that maybe he doesn't understand what he's doing. Now, I don't know much about Jadion. I know he's a very controversial figure, but I would like to point out that I have no beef with this person at the current moment. But you have an issue with me and my specific definitions and the specificities of how I operate. And if you can convince me that I'm wrong, I'd be happy.
Well, maybe not $1 million. I mean, nowadays, $1 million, like, it's a lot, but it's not a lot, you know? Like, it's a lot, but it's not a lot. That's the crazy thing. It's a lot, but it's not a lot. Like, $1 million for 90% of people is a life-changing amount of money. But it's not that much. Not in this economy, at least.
Can beat me down in a conversation, maybe even a debate of some sort. I would love that. So, very confused. Love to see what you got to say about this. If you don't know about him reacting to my video live on stream, it's been playing on his green screen, him reacting to it. So, what's been going on back here? If you're looking at the screen, by the way, I think I'm lying. So, that's what I have to say. Anyways, I hope you become an ally to women. If not, you can go ahead and tell me how I'm wrong and how I'm stupid, a white knight and a simp, and how I deserve nothing. You go ahead and tell me I'm incorrect in the comment section down below. Doesn't really matter to me. You're just going to insult me, so have a fun time with that. Have a lovely day or night wherever you're at, even to the people that hate me. I'm out. Peace. Bye.
And that was Saros TV. Again, wonderful video. I left a comment, you know, keep cooking, king. We need more men like you. So obviously some people are kind of being honestly, some of the comments are actually, most of the comments are pretty supportive. So again, great video. Great video. But that all being said, I'm gonna put the lo-fi back on for a little bit, because we're gonna wrap up now. All in all, unfortunately, I think the internet has learned a horrible lesson, because Sykkuno's, like I said before, Sykkuno's gonna get away with this. If he's lost fans, he's probably also gained a couple fans, because now you have all this unwashed ass now following him. Unfortunately, the girlfriend who didn't want to be out there is now out there. People know who she is. People have been going at her when she says she wants to be left alone. People aren't respecting that, whether it's to see if the statement was truly her own. I was skeptical, but I'm not gonna DM nobody. It is what it is. The only good thing that came out of all of this is that it's out. Yeah, usually you end up with an influx of apologists just coming in to show support. Yeah. The only bright side about all this is that this is finally out in the open. People now know Sykkuno has a girlfriend. For those in the general sphere of knowledge that watch these streamers, they know now Sykkuno has a girlfriend. Sykkuno has cheated on this girlfriend for the last 5 years. Sykkuno, we now know his pattern and his methods, how he goes about talking to these women, whether he's the first one to contact or not. We know the average age of how young they usually are when he contacts them. He's looking for the just turned 18, 19, 20 sums. So he is not against a wide age gap, because he's young or he's young looking.
or at least good at putting on some makeup so he can look generally good. I mean, here's the thing. Again, I don't think Sykkuno is attractive, but I can see why some people think Sykkuno is attractive. And again, if you told me this was a 34-year-old man, I would have been like, damn, the dude knows how to use some, the dude's better at makeup than me. I don't wear makeup. I don't know how to use that shit. Dude got good at, damn. Who does his makeup? Can he teach me? Probably not. He'll probably try to get into my DMs and fucking smash, and I'm not interested. Like, damn. Instead of fucking preying on women, can you have like done some makeup tutorials, Sykkuno? Why couldn't you be normal? Damn. But like, so like, because he's able to look this young with a face full of makeup, because let's be real, we've seen what he looked like before all this, and he knew what he was doing. He fixed up his face a little bit, fixed up his hair a little bit. He was not against no May-December hookups. A dude just wanted to clap cheeks. He don't care about the age gap. The younger, the easier. The younger, the more likely that they're hotter and the easier to manipulate. It is why some guys go for younger women. Because it's more likely that they haven't slept with a lot of men. It's more likely that they don't have experience in relationships. It's more likely that they're going to be more vulnerable to your advances and more likely to say yes and agree because they don't have the experience to give them the wariness, the worldliness that you might just be up to something. If they are young and a virgin, well, they have no barometer in which they can judge men on. So you're going to be their first experience, which means you can be who sets the bar. And I think that's even more disgusting because they're pretty much setting up these women for failure. But again, these kind of things are not easy to teach. When it comes to Sykkuno's girlfriend and her choice to take him back, the way I said things, I think maybe last stream or maybe I said it to some people, but like some things you gotta learn the hard way. Some things you gotta learn the hard way. Some lessons just, let me just be like up close. Some lessons you gotta learn the hard way. That's just the unfortunate thing. Some lessons have to be learned the hard way. And sometimes, sadly, the hard way isn't hard enough. Sometimes, you've got to learn a harder way. And I pray, I hope, that she doesn't have to learn the harder way. I think she's been through enough. I hope that in the time that they're trying to figure their things out, I hope something clicks. Whether it's a friend telling her, girl, for real, is this really what you want to do? If it's just a moment where she catches him slipping again, I hope something just clicks, a light just switches, and she just decides. I hope that I hope it starts as benign as, you know what, Sykkuno? I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna sleep over at a friend's house for a little bit. I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna get a part-time job. I'm going to slowly put a separation between our worlds. Because if she's financially dependent, the first thing I think of, even though we don't know if it's true, is that she's at home all day. She's probably isolated. Whether on her own accord or because of Sykkuno, I don't know. But if she's financially dependent, it's not that unfair an assumption to say she's probably isolated. So I hope something clicks. and she decides, maybe Sykkuno, if you felt this way because I am financially dependent on you, maybe I can get a job. Maybe I can get a job at Starbucks or at a grocery store. Maybe I can get a job. Or maybe I can start streaming and I'll get a job. I know who this person, I know who the girlfriend is. I'm not going to say who she is or what she does, but I know she has a job of some sort. But, you know, maybe she'll take up her own financial responsibilities. Maybe she'll start paying like a bit of rent or whatever. And maybe something will click. Because once you've learned, once you've had the hard way, like, I don't even want to think about how her mental state might be right now. Like, she said it herself. She's shattered. Her reality has been shattered over and over again. Like, this girl probably feels like she's at rock bottom. She feels like this is probably where she feels the most worthless, where she feels at her lowest. She probably doesn't feel beautiful. She probably doesn't feel like her value. I saw a couple posts, and whether they were trolling or not doesn't really matter. But I saw some people say that maybe instead of being like judgmental and blah blah blah, maybe consider the fact that she took him back because she loved him. That maybe she took Sykkuno back because she loved him. No shit. It's clear to some extent, it's pretty clear that she does love him. But she doesn't love herself. And if you love someone at the cost of loving yourself, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not love. It's dependence. It's dependence. It's not love. I will not allow that to be given the same label as what I have with Jester. That is not love. And if that is someone's definition of love, they need to reevaluate it. She may love Sykkuno to some people, but she clearly does not love herself. And I hope that with time, she can find the strength to truly love herself and know that she doesn't deserve any of that, that she is worth so much more. And that's probably where I'm gonna end it. After this, again, unless something really big about the Sykkuno, evolving Sykkuno happens, I am probably done talking about all this. Obviously, I talked about it again because a lot happened in a week. Crazy, I know. And I don't have the ability to just, hop on stream as soon as something breaks, like others do. But I think we are probably done here. Thank you guys for spending the last 2 weeks listening to me yap, reading Google Docies, and sharing our opinions. Thank you so much. Next week, we are scared. Some are scared of ending long relationships because they're scared to start all over. Yeah, again, it's like he said. Sero said in some of his things. The fear of the friendship's loss, the person who you were at that time dying, the sunk cost fallacy. Like, I know. That's why I hope something clicks before she sinks more into this. She's already sunk enough. She's not winning. But yeah. Next week, we might jump into we might just do some just chatting, some vibing streams. I'm going to be over at Varendel's channel playing Eternal Sonata, so we'll just be having a small stream on our side, and then I'll be sending us over to Varendel for the next couple Saturdays, because we are going to be taking a bit of a reprieve from Kingdom Hearts until then. I don't know how long we're going to be doing Eternal Sonata, but that's where I'm going to be on Saturdays for a little bit. Tomorrow we'll actually I'm thinking of doing final some comfy Final Fantasy tomorrow and the day after, because we've actually gotten some trailers and some I think some live letter stuff that happened, so we might actually look at that tomorrow for Final Fantasy 14, and then maybe have some comfy Lizard on Monday before Fate and stuff. So I think that's what we're gonna have on the docket tomorrow. And for those who are regular viewers of Nat19, I hope you guys were able to catch and enjoy the first session of Jump Ship Junction. Everyone looks like so much fun and sounds like it's going to be a very, very fun campaign. I'm actually gonna try to like watch this one. I'm not good at watching D&D games that I'm not in, but I'm gonna try to see if I can like keep up with this one. I also think there's going to be a little bit of a delay in tomorrow's stream. It might start a little bit late because I need to do some recording for some stuff. So there might be a delay tomorrow because I have to get that done. I might actually see if after this, if I can record a little bit of the stuff. I'm not sure. I'll at least note down what I have to record and maybe do it tomorrow before stream, or maybe tonight. I don't know. But yeah, that's what's on the docket for this weekend. And again, thank you so much everybody who came by, who listened to us yap, who listened to me yap. Heckin' leave a like, leave a follow, leave a subscribe, leave a follow. I don't know. Heckin', you know, whatever you do to show support. Thank you for being here. I will see you all tomorrow. And again, I hope you have a wonderful one. Thank you for coming to my Fire Nation Squeaky TED Talk, Professor Fire Nation Professor Squeaky. I'm gonna get some stuff. I'm gonna get some last minute work done, and then probably go back to Thirst Zuko posting. I haven't been retweeting. Yes, I haven't been retweeting art on my Twitter because I try not to retweet a bunch of art. So I have my private account where that's where I retweet all the art, and it's great. Having a private Twitter dedicated to just retweeting art is amazing. All I ever see is art. Nothing else reaches my feed on that one. Just art. It's great. But yes, I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you again for spending time with me. I love you all. Bye-bye, everybody. Mwah.